influencer, and I'm also a club host.
Nazlin, a marketer, influencer, and also a club. Miss Kikao. Bas, unajua ukitaka kwenda China akona visa, sawa? Very fast. Hawa wanajulikana tuache. So, ama kuna mtu anataka kuongea. Gigi alisema na Laure na yeye. Gigi.
Hi everyone. I'm Gigi, British everywhere. Thank you.
Even in private parts? Just asking. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone. Nicolas Adongo is my name, a film producer and a film director.
Asante. You'd like to say something?
Good morning. My name is Muga Kamuga, the Flamboyant City MC.
Flamboyant City MC. Nikuwa karibu za city manager. Here, someone ni play down. Anybody who would like to introduce themselves from this table?
Hi everyone. My name is Sir Austin Owino. Content creation name Madola Mstairabu. I'm a hip hop artist based in Kisumu. I'm here to represent. Yes. Subscribe up on YouTube. Mad City 254. MWAD.
Ebu tuambie kitu yenye tutapatana naye huko. Trailer. Ndio tu subscribe. Quick one.
Yeah. Yo, ati si Mad City tuna work on shit, tunaigeuza piwa tena tuna refill. Yo, alamsiki na washika kanjiste, mafans mi napenda vile new to feel. Yo, si Mad City tuna work on shit, tunaigeuza piwa tena tuna refill. Yo, alamsiki na washika kanjiste, mafans mi napenda vile new to feel. Yo.
Good one. Makofi yake mazuri, man. That was a good quick one. Umesema nyi mna work on shit na mna keep clean. Nyi ndio tissue. Blessed, bro. Anyone?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amoke Tabitha. I'm a social media manager gearing towards content creation.
Social media manager. Nahitaji social media manager, by the way. Sisi ni wale wenye una post kama unajisikia. Ukiamka saa 7 usiku, you can post at that time. We need somebody to help us with that. All right?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Effie Wachara. I'm a videographer, photographer, social media manager, content creator. Yani, we do everything. Thanks.
You do everything. Serious statement. Can you do me? Nice one. From this table, anyone? Anyone? All right. One person?
Hello everyone.
Ndio tunaanza kutoa. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, my name is MC Steele one more time. I'm an MC, I'm a content creator, and I'm so happy to be joining you today in this amazing forum of digital content creators. And without further ado, I want to introduce an amazing lady, and when she comes, kindly give her a better round of applause because she's coming with amazing insights and message that you're going to share during the day. So ladies and gentlemen, I want you to put your hands together for the one and only eloquent, beautiful, and even intelligent at the same time. She's head of the communication. Wait, my God. I cannot even finish this title. And she is amazing when it comes to social media and engagement. And today you're going to learn from her. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Sabi Cox. Wapi makofi yake tafadhali wakati anakuja. Amazing. Karibu sana.
So, Kisumu High. Kisumu High. Ladies and gentlemen,
I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for honoring our call and for attending this beautiful occasion. The Digital Content Creators Association of Kenya, we would like you to be part of this, and we would definitely like you to be part of the conversation today. There's one thing I always say: you can have tea, you can have a contact, but make sure you learn one thing from each and every event that you go. Pick a contact, take a photo, and lastly, you must learn something. Now, on Digital Content Creators Association of Kenya, we will have someone else explaining what that organization is all about. But now I would like to know, how many content creators do we have from Vihiga? Content creators from Vihiga? Influencers from Vihiga? Kakamega? Kisii? Siaya? Homa Bay? One. Any other? Kisumu? Content creators from Kisumu? Or good. I see there's a problem. We do not understand content creation, influencer, populist, and all that. So we are going to learn. The first session, we are going to take you through actually what is content creation to you. How do you differentiate? I realize that most of the time we do not understand between a content creator, influencer, populist, frequent club goer, MC, a public figure, a celebrity, and anything. Once you are public, they call you a celebrity. So we're going to have a beautiful panel, just quickly, to explain to us what content creation is all about. Then now we will go to the next. Why are we here? And how are we going to benefit from this event? So, the first panel is a panel of 3 people. I'm going to have this beautiful lady, a public speaker, a coach, a content creator, a presenter, and majority of you interact with her content as Minoselu. Round of applause for Winnie Wadera. That's not a clap. A DJ, so weke music. You know, Luo women work with Nyadhi. So when a Luo woman is working, you have to do something beautiful. The second person we are going to have is one of your favorite coach in public speaking, public relations guru, a lecturer, your coach, and everything. Brian Otieno Odhiambo. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have a special guest. He trains on digital content creation. He also one of your MCs. He always graces the occasions. You know him on your TV. I'm going to call upon MC Jesse. Hey, tunapenda wageni. Mbona mclub vizuri? MC Jesse? Can someone alert him? MC Jesse? So, what I want is this. I want you people to ask more questions. How do you become a digital content creator? How do you become an influencer? Make sure that you have all those questions. Kidogo naenda kuwauliza, but most of the time, I want you people to interact. I want you to understand. Usijiite content creator na ujui penye uko, you don't know your niche. I want you actually to learn. And there's something that I've always told people. If you're in a gathering like this, make sure you talk. Me, I like talking. I think that's why most of you know me. Because nitajifinya na nionge. Invisibility is a fate far worse than failure. So you can't come to Acacia, you take tea for free, you meet beautiful people, and nobody remembers you. Make sure that they know at least your content. You know, when we give you a mic, what happens? You will say your name and your social media handle. That's it. If we are 200 people, then it means you know 200 people. If they didn't know you, then at least you've added someone on top, right? So quickly write down your questions on anything you want to ask about content creation as we wait for MC Jesse. Content creation today. Leo ni leo. Tutajua who is a club goer, who is a Jawa goer, yeah, majawa. And by the way, there's something I need to correct. Nani leo tu try correct. There's a mistake we make that when someone is saying you are a socialite, you think on the negative. Who can define a socialite? The real meaning of a socialite, not the current meaning of a socialite. Who is a socialite? If you get, I'm giving you 1,000 bob. Yes. Yeah, you are right, yes. Who is a socialite? Could someone called MC Jesse from the holding room?
Mtu social na ni light skin.
Who is a socialite?
A socialite is an individual who is popular in the country and does content related to vlogging perhaps, but maintains the popularity. So he's a socialite. Thank you. Just a trial, sorry. Yeah.
On a scale of 0 to 10, you're at 4.
A socialite is a person mostly from a wealthy family or an influential background that maybe is on social media and is also a brand. Can I get my 1,000?
In a scale of 0 to 10, you're at 7. Can I get someone at 8?
Thank you. Socialite is someone who is prominent in fashionable and always seen on social media platforms and gatherings.
You have your 1,000, Bob. Thank you. Yeah, but everybody can access ChatGPT. That's why we are here. If you didn't Google shauri yako, you want to try? He's saying he's derived an idea from him. Wow. Cool. Okay, sawa. Melewa meaning a socialite. It's a lifestyle that someone project. Someone who is being followed because of a lifestyle. They are always on high-end parties. Are we together? They dress well. Hakuna siku utamko mpata hajavaa vizuri. So give me a socialite in Kisumu. Winnie Wadera, Winnie Wenga, Nazlin. I wanted to tell you, actually Nazlin passed. If you ask me if I'm doing a research on socialite in Kisumu, I'll pick Nazlin. Yes. Anytime. She's a club host. She dresses well. She's social, right? Ni Range Rover imebaki tumnunulie. Are we together? Who is a populist? Populist. Populist in Kisumu. Someone has said Migot. Who is a populist in Kisumu? You see? We are going to learn all the... Who is a club goer? Club goer. Someone has said Ngozi Nyeusi. Who? Nyawawa. All right, all right. Who is the best MC? Steel, Kish. You have several, right? Lady. I know Winnie Wadera. Terry T. Good. All right, thank you so much. Is Jesse here? He's here. So we are back to the panel. Let's learn. So round of applause for MC Jesse. Let's have MC Jesse on stage. Eka music here, MC Jesse.
Yeah. Big beats. When you drop it down low on the floor, yeah, that's what you prefer. Put your money where your mouth one day, yeah, that's what me prefer. Send it, pick up. Send it, pick up. When me send it, you have it, pick up. So when me send it, you have it, pick up. Sima, look at the kiss to the drama.
Yeah, ni chape ni seti, ni shande. Goja mapikin, mpaka lale, anguka nayo twende down ni.
Mko fiti? All right, tunaweza endelea sasa.
Karibu Kisumu Jesse. Yeah, this is a beautiful team. Nimewauliza socialite ni nani? Nimewauliza who is a socialite.
Alafu ukaniita.
Na nikakuita wakasema ni wewe.
Ni mimi?
Ndio.
Hebu tupatie sauti.
So guys, as I said, we are going to learn about content creation. Forget about anything else. Hata namba ya msichana, but do not forget the information you are going to get from this beautiful panel. So a quick one, I have MC Jesse, I have Winnie Wadera and Odhiambo. I won't mention them, I'll just shoot and then you pick it from there. What is content creation?
All right. Good morning, Kisumu. How are you? Good, thank you. It will be a little bit academic, A little bit, because we're going to definitions, then we can swing. Now, when you talk about content creation, you are talking about production of short or long formats of creative outputs. Production of long or short formats of creative outputs, such as we have vlogs, podcasts, graphics. Under graphics, we have memes, infomercials, etc. Then we also have written content, which goes to text, what you call gray, on social media platforms, or you also have websites. Writing, okay? Why must it be qualified as creative output? It means there's some work that has gone into it, creative work that has gone into it. Now, what is creative thinking? It means you are into a story. Now, what underlines content creation is storytelling. Story about how you dress, how you, like there's one on social media who I see, he wakes up and he has some bowl of for the ladies, but not for the men. Yeah, it's very good looking, and that is his content, and he's winning people. So I think, in short, that is what I would qualify as content creation.
Well, I think my brother here has answered the question very well. Just to add is that content creation is in different areas, and of course, it's in a different way of doing it. As long as it's called content. Nowadays, people are mistaking acting as content. Unapata wala watu tu wana and your content creator. Crazy Kenandi, content creator. Flacco and the rest wenye ni wakubwa hapa, na huyu jamaa mwingine niliona juzi wa huku Kisumu anaongea American English ili Kijaluo. Anaitwa nani? Ombuti Matata ya US. So, I hope ako hapa leo. Yuko? Wezi ni muone. Aya, let's appreciate this guy. Your content is amazing. Hata kama nasikianga the English part and accent. Yeah, he's fat in person. So, yeah, ni mnono kuliko video. So, aya, sini ukweli. Sasa, one thing is, kama yake ni content pia. Lakini how he's doing it is something that he thought. Akajiambia, you know what, wacha niongee Kijaluo in an American accent. This is my content. So when you talk of content creation, is what is it that you as an individual believe that people want to hear from me? And how can it, that is content. Creation is creativity in the content. So nitaitoa aje? Of anybody can speak Kijaluo hapa Kisumu, ukitaka. Anybody can speak, but not everybody can speak the American accent. So akafikiria wacha ni combine hivi itoke. That is content together with creativity is content creation. So it is not just acting. Hiyo ni yake. Ukiangalia kuna comedians. Kuna mtu anakuja hapa stand up comedy, anapiga, anaongea. So he wants to tell you something but in a funny way, in a comical way. Kuna mtu anataka kuongea kama Ruto, kama Raila, kama Kalonzo, kama mtu yoyote. So anataka kufanya kama wao, but in a creative way. It is still content creation. Kuna mtu na yeye si mfani, because wengine wanafikiria content creation is all about being funny. No. Kuna mtu hapa anapenda kureview mahoteli. She's a vlogger. Sana sana wakuanga mademu. Machali wanaanzanga vizuri. Unaenda kwa hoteli. The moment food inakuja, kamera zinazimu. Unapata huyu msee ako njaa. Lakini mademu wanakuanga na target. Anajua mimi nitaenda ni shoot, nitakula baadaye. Kwa sana sana si wao wanalipa. Una get? Si ni hoteli inalipa. Machali hatulipi wangu, lazima ulipe. Manager anakuambia hii ni kusuit tu, but you pay. But madam wataachiwa tu. So the person amefikiria, it's not funny, but anajembia, I'll go to Acacia, I review the hotel with the intention of getting such people to sponsor their content so they can make money. So that also is content ya review hotels in a creative way. So if you do it differently from the other person who does that, you are a content creator.
Yeah, that's okay. Having said that, MC Jesse, could you tell us the difference between content consumer, content creator, brand, and brand influencer?
Let me see, maybe wale weje tuko nao hapa. How many believe they are content creators? Let me see by a show of hands. Content creators. Vile tu tumedefine you think you are. All right. How many are influencers? Una feel tu, mi ni influencer. Wawili, watatu, wanne. Okay, ni wangapi ni brands hapa? We ni brand. Oh, the same guys.
Na wenye wajabeba mkono, we si consumer, we si content creator, we si brand.
Hao wengine tu assume basi wenye wajainua mkono ni consumer. Nyinyi ndio mna bully watu online. Nyinyi ndio mmefanya Samia Suluhu breathe. All right. So the difference is this. What I believe and what I know, the difference between a content creator, an influencer, a brand, and a content consumer. So talking of a content creator, I've defined who a content creator is. Somebody who can create content in a creative way. You're a content creator. It doesn't matter what content. Kuna wengine hata wanafanya kureview manguo. Ati, dress with me today as I go to work. Akiwa kwa bed sitter. It is still content. Yeah. Juzi hiyo na wenye wanasema dress with me na wako. Wako kwa kinyumba kikubwa. Ati walk with me in my walk-in closet. Sijui mbona content creators wa tumesota hivyo. Ni kwa bed sitter. Kwa kakona fulani mali alipaka rangi. Kamoja tu. But it's still okay, utamake do kwa mansion. Now, huyo ni content creator. Here I think define. The next one is influencer. An influencer is someone who does not create creative content, but does something for a customer. Tuseme, kuna madem naonanga Nairobi, na hata huku kwa club za Kisumu, nimeenda kadhaa. Nimeona kuna madem, ukiingia club wale machali wako hapa ndio tunanotizao madem. These girls will come dressed nicely, wako na weave supu. Kama uko Nairobi wako mpaka na cluster. Kuna wale wa club za chini chini, kuna wa middle, na kuna zile high end. The same way ndio utapata weave ya kawaida hapa, huyu mwingine amerudia, huyu mwingine ni ya fast, ameivaa hiyo day. Mrefu nzuri, human hair, synthetic, na ingine inaweza hata kukata mkono. So ziko in levels. Sasa hawa mademu wanavaa, afu wanavaa nguo fupi, wamepiga makeup, they do it as biashara. Alafu anaenda kwa hiyo club. Anaketi. Na ako na Instagram account, she has followers. Ako na TikTok, she has followers. So all she does is to record herself in that club. Not creatively. Nifanya tu hivi. Fanya hivi makucha. Zinashikananga hapa juu. Refu sana. Afanya hivi. Afu anapewa bottle moja. Ni creativity. Yes. Lakini kumbuka hatengenezi content ya kuuza. Hapost kwa YouTube. Hapost anywhere. Hata hapo kwa Instagram. Hata eka kwa feed. They'll put on the Insta stories. Because it's not content for commercial purposes. Ana record bottles zinakuja. Hey, zinakuja. Wako hapo wana dance. Hey, shot number 1. Hey, see you next time. Uyo anapost iyo club na imeisha. Wanalipwa. Si wanalipangwa? So hao wako job. Those are influencers. Na kuna wengine wanaitangwa kufanya content ya wana influencia brand fulani. Safaricom wamekuja huku wanataka muongee about M-Pesa. So they are called because they have numbers, but they don't have content. Ukienda kwa page yao, you can call it content, but let me just say they are gramming. They are gramming there. Wamepiga mapicha poa, wamepose. They look nice.
Kazi yao ni kupersuade
yes. Client. Yes. So those are influencers. They influence you to do what they are doing in a classy way.
Okay.
Now the next one is a brand.
Yes.
A brand is all those three. Can be an influencer, can be a content creator. But a brand anakuanga na kazi ya ufanya. A brand is you create a brand for yourself. I'm a comedian. You create that. Kazi yako ni kuchekesha watu. Clients, if clients come, you become an influencer. Personally, I'm a comedian. When we get clients wanatuitanga, hey Jesse, can you do this for me? You now become an influencer. But they looked for you because you're a what? You're a brand. Bien ni musician. That's a brand. Sahi Kenya Airways wanamfly all over the world. So it's Kenya Airways that look for a brand. And then the only thing it doesn't say, oh guys, fly KQ. No. As long as he's flying Kenya Airways, umuone amepose hapo business class. You tell yourself, I want to fly KQ just like BN. So it's brand association. The brand can be an influencer. Our pushing vitu sana. Terence Creative, our SG, is a brand because, is he a brand? No, he's a content creator.
He's a brand.
He's created a brand from content creation.
Yes.
But I'm talking about those people that do something that is not necessarily about the client.
Yes.
Musician, comedian, kuna wengine wamejicreate as, mostly inakuanga ni watu wanafanya kazi ingine. And then now there is the user of the content. Hawa ni wale watu, sasa, wanamkanga asubuhi, akona bando za 100, anaingia online, anatusi jezi hapa, ana move kwa mtu mwingine, anamtusi hapa, ana move kwa sebe, anamtusi, bando zinaisha, anaachana nayo story, anaendelea kulala. Then wewe unabaki na stress ya hiyo comment. Karibu ukufe, oh my God, watu wanipendi online. But nasema, wapi bro? Huyo mtu hata alishiona bando, hajui hata kaa alicomment. Juu amekomentia watu lakini you need that person. When you check, ukienda kwa client kumwambia, I got views, I got comments, ni hao. Na wanakutananga hata wanatukanana. Unapata watu wawili wako na comments 100. Wamebishana, kwenda uko wewe malaya. Malaya ni nyanya yako. Nyanya yako alikufa. Bado wako. Hebu enda side za Ndhiwa utamuona. Wamebishana 100 comments, watu wawili. Na ukienda kwa client unamwambia, when I post one post, I get 200 comments. Na ni watu wangapi? Makachie dhabiro goi nate. Wameziandika. So that is a consumer. So you can make even your haters be your people you're selling to clients, and you make money. So haters are never there.
Yes.
They are consumers.
Yes.
For me, I call them fans with a different opinion about me.
All right, thank you so much for that. You mentioned about influencer and you talked about BN. I needed to just put it across that we have different type of influencers. So you need to know where you fall. We have the micro influencers. And micro influencers are people between 5,000, 10,000, 5,000, 5,000 to 10,000, or 15 or 20. Then we have macro influencers. Macro influencers are people about 100,000 followers. I always say I'm a macro influencer. Then we have the third part is celebrities. Celebrities are people with over 500,000. People getting over 10 million impressions per month. So don't call yourself a celebrity, you're not. Jesse, you are not, you are a macro.
What? Where?
10 million impressions per month.
No, you guys, mimi niko wapi? Na nimeapiliwa Kisumu.
Okay, so that is it. And then we have public figures. Now, you can be a public figure, but not an influencer. But an influencer can be a public figure. I don't know if that is making sense. I said you can be a popular figure, seen, known everywhere, but not an influencer. In short, numbers is not a synonym to influencership. You can have huge following, but you can influence nothing. You can only be an informer. You inform. Your platform, TV is not influencer, is it? And we watch it all the time. So that is the difference. You need to understand, where do I fall? Even when you're doing negotiation with your clients, you need to understand, where do I fall? You cannot be a micro-influencer and you're charging 200,000. You already lost that client. So you have to know if you're a micro or a macro. Number two, you have to cut your niche. And cutting a niche, let me push this to Winnie. Winnie, what does it entail to be a good influencer?
Thank you for that question. I would start with, I can contribute to the conversation around the differences between an influencer and all the others. So I believe that you can also be an influencer without necessarily being a sensational figure on social media, because there are people like our members of parliament, they're influential because they can shift a narrative. Simply, yes, he's a member of parliament, so he can present a paper on the floor of parliament that can totally shift a narrative in this country. The president is an influencer. So there are people, religious leaders in Africa are big influencers. They can shift a narrative. Cultural leaders, the chief, in our villages, the chief is an influencer because there are marriages, land deals that cannot be cut, unless they're involved. So there are people who are not necessarily sensational figures on social media. They might not know how to strut or look a certain way or anything, but they carry influence. So it's important, like you said, you need to know what is your niche. And so how to be an effective influencer? Wow.
How does one become an
How does one be? We were having that conversation actually before this started rolling with Odhiambo here. Can someone be taught how to be an influencer? And I was like, can someone be taught? And Odhiambo, I'm sure he's going to get the mic and talk about his end. He thinks that someone can be coached into being an influencer. Now, my own is this. First of all, how do you become an influencer? Is the ability to shift a narrative or to determine a different outcome. My ABCs or my ABCDs are one, be authentic. Each and every individual here is unique. None of us is alike. We might be the same skin tone, same height, have grown up in the same neighborhood, but we are completely different because we each have a different thing to offer. That's our uniqueness, that's our authenticity. So I believe step one is just by operating, flowing in your authentic self. That means you might not hold the microphone like Winnie Wadera, but you can be authentic as a runner, as an athlete, as a painter. So number one, the best way to effectively influence is by being in your area of quote-unquote calling, or your area of purpose, or your area of gifting, or your area of skill, or your area of talent. A fish will do best in the water. You can aspire to fly like the eagles, but at the end of the day, the truth is a fish does best in water. So find your niche and carve that. So number one is be authentic, flow in your authentic self. My B is, so A is authenticity, B is, what's my B? B is be impactful. And I like the theme of the association is impacting lives, is it?
Yes.
Improving lives, positively impacting lives. And that's my B, be impactful. You can have numbers, like someone was saying, I think it was it you or Sebi? I don't think so, I think it was Sebi. Who said, no, there are people who have numbers, I think it was Sebi. There are people who have numbers and they are not pushing anything. And Odhiambo was like, oh my God, imagine what a waste.
Yeah.
You have such a resource. Numbers are currency. You have this currency in your hands. And what are you doing with it? It's such a hopeless case. And it's not to say everybody that has numbers has to find something to do with it. It has to be, you have to be inspired. If you're not inspired, well and good. So be impactful. How can you push an agenda that is positive with your influence? If you can attach a purpose to your influence, at the end of the day, you will be effective. Do you think so?
Yes, of course.
If you can attach purpose to your influence, you'll make this world a better place. My C is consistency. I'm sure everybody in this room who is in of course all of us are in this industry. We know the part that consistency plays. You build a brand not by being the best in the room, but by showing up consistently every day to your trade.
Amen.
You can have, there's this quote on social media that keep selling to your 2 viewers, it makes a difference. And it's so true. It's so true. You know, when we began Facebook back in the 2000 and what, I don't want to tell you this my age, but back in there, when we began, you'd get 14 likes and you'd be very happy. You're very successful. You have achieved your goal of the day. But you realize with consistency, numbers shift, things change, and you get introduced to a whole new cohort of people and class of people or different types of people, and you're like, wow. So consistency really is a game changer and a deal breaker to anybody who's probably just starting, whose aspiration is in this industry, and you're wondering, how do people get to NCJC's numbers? My goal is to get to your numbers and above. How do people get to your numbers? But then you have to share with us at some point. How do people get to your, not now.
I will, I have to.
Yes. How do people get there is by consistency. Like every day just drumming this thing. It will get you. So that's my C. My D is, what's my D? My D is detox. Detox.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. That is good, but for social media, detox. Detox your mind. So, social media space is very toxic. If you do not take care of yourself, it will break you. Because it can become very, very addictive, especially when you start monetizing, and we're going to have a conversation around monetization later in the day, or maybe I think after this. Especially when you start making money, you can go berserk because you start attracting more and more clients. And money, pesa ni tamu. You know, now it moves from being, it moves from you're inspired to now you're doing a job. So at the end of the day, you have like, at some point, nilikuwa nahurumia Aziad, and I think Eriko Mondi is at that point right now. Eriko Mondi can put out 3 different contents by 3 different clients in a day. So imagine how creative you have to be able to meet that kind of, it's heavy. So what time do you have to just take care of yourself? Every day you're in this location, every day you have this costume change, you have this crew you're dealing with, all the dynamics, handling money. It can be very toxic, the pressure is real. So it's important for you, if you're going to last and be effective as an influencer, it's important for you to also have breaks in between to analyze and evaluate also your own work. Because sometimes, especially when you start amassing serious numbers, unafika pahali nobody can tell you. But it's important for you to also receive feedback and hear, man, this is how you evaluate your own work, detox, take care of yourself. Kuna saa ingine, as a content creator, you're going back to back. You don't even eat properly, to be honest. You don't even eat. Ama hizo za hotel. Imagine, as someone who's done that, we don't even enjoy that food. You won't believe it, but we'll have to look like we're enjoying it. Oh my God, this is the best, but I'm tired. No, still evil. I'm saying, the whole, ndio nifike kwa location. Okay. Alafu nifanye makeup, tie na waka kwa macho yangu, it is hot, hii food ishapoa, and then my whole head is about numbers, will this thing sell? Hata simezi nimezeke, because I'm just like, alafu ikipate two likes, oh my God, and then you have clients who they don't care how creative that thing is, they want to see numbers. Yani kuna mtu amekaa kazi yake ni kutrack numbers and comments. As for that thing was not successful. And as an influencer or as a content creator, you did your best, you did your part. People can see the skill, the art, the creativity, but the numbers did not number. So, kuna hizo pressure mpaka hata unakula samaki karibu hata kuwio. Unajua kuwio?
Nini?
So, kuwioni kuchoka. Oh. Yeah, so
ungesema tu choke.
So, it's important that you take time. So, I was saying that we don't even eat properly sometimes. We don't sleep properly. Una curate, unaandika effective and last long. It's important that you go at your pace and take time to detox. That would be my ABC.
All right, thank you so much. Before I come back to you, the audience,
yes. I think I wanted to add what she has said about consistency in a toxic environment. Okay. Just in a minute. Consistency, as she said, is very, very key for content creation. For example, when we are starting comedy, I can for sure tell you we are not the funniest in the country. We are not. We were just the most consistent in the country. Every week, ukiamka utaona MC Jesse. That consistency, hata saa ile ujisikia. You show up. So the secret to consistency is wake up, dress up, show up. It's your business. That page is yours. You know what you're looking for. So the one thing that you can do to yourself to get those numbers is wake up, dress up, show up. Hata ukiona una comment, sasa review hiyo uone nini inafanya mbaya, then change. Zile naeka and then they have a lot of traction. What is it that I'm doing? Then do more of those. But the secret is always do something about it. Wake up even when you don't feel like it. Wake up, show up. Dress up and show up. Hiyo yenye anasema una shoot content ya food na ujiski, that is work. That is consistency. Wake up, dress up, show up. Page ni yako. If you don't do that, you're not going to get the numbers. And we are talking of digital content creation here. That's the secret. That's like a master class that Winnie is giving you here for free. The second thing amesema hiyo kudetox. Sawa una detox kwa kazi. How about detoxing from people that you're doing that content for? Sana sana kama yangu how I detox, maybe I can just share mine kama kuna mtu ataweza. I'm sure hata nyinyi mnapatanga negative comments on your pages, right? Don't delete them. Just make sure you don't see them. Mi nilifika point yenye mi nitaangalia hii content imenapa, or you look for someone to be checking your page. Wala wanaitangwa social media manager. You can look for someone to be checking your page na kuambia, hey, hii content ya hii haileti sana, fanyanga kama ile ulifanya siku fulani. You can get your friend, your sister, someone who understands this to do for you. Si lazima umlipe, someone who is for you, or a very close friend can do that for you. Akuangaliliange, hii ilienda poa, hii haikuenda poa. Because the more utashindanga hapo kuangalia comments, you'll actually get so much hurt. And by the time you grow a thick skin, utakuwa already umeenda depression. For me, I agree a thick skin. Sijuangi nini watu comment, sijuangi nini watu wanasemanga stories zangu, cause kuna kitu nafuata. My consistency shows me, go do this, keep going. Because at the end of it all, ile we were discussing, there's something that you need to be doing to achieve a goal. You have to keep on doing it consistently. Detox, sometimes amua, you'll be checking what people are saying. Have someone to do that for you. Then do not care what somebody says about you on social media. Because social media is not real. Social media, niulize ati nimeona nani kwa social media akisema, do you know what to sema tu zile vitu poa? Tumeonyesha wa Jesus.
Kuna mtu ameniwekelea moja asubuhi. Huyu takataka amenichosha. Unataka nimwasie huko?
Sasa hiyo unamwachia. The more unampay attention, the more anaongezea takataka. Lakini ukilenga huyo mtu, ana realize kumbe hata sebs hata anionangi. They'll give up and go to someone else. Wanaendea Winnie akiwajibu watashindanga hapo. Wakiona Winnie ana shughuli nao, wanaendea mtu mwingine. But the thing is, sometimes lenga wase, because you don't really need that energy, that negative energy. Social media is not real. If it was real, ni nani huku wanafanyanga content ya lifestyle? Nani anajulikana naye hapa? Wale watu wanakaa kama kina Kabiwa Jesus huku. Baby Shark. Baby Shark ako hapa. Ako wapi Baby Shark? Nataka kuona mugane. Huyu ndiye Baby Shark. Aya, so we can use it as an example, yeah? Baby Shark anapostingi content inakaaje akiwa kwake. Aya, wacha niipeane tuka example hata kama afanyangi hivyo. Let me give it an example of what I want to say. You'll see a lifestyle content creator anaamka asubuhi. Diana Bahati. Ameamka
Arabian men.
Arabian men.
They have a tendency, if it's a wedding, it's dollars. And if they are going somewhere, they are taking expensive drinks.
Exactly. You go on social media, mtu ameamka anakaa poa. So, kwa ndoto ndiye aliyekwa makeup. Aliyekwa makeup kwa ndoto. Ama analalanga akikaa poa. Analalanga anaamka akikaa poa. So, the thing is, social media is so fake that our watu atuonyeshangi wakienda choo. Ile de mtu akona running stomach atasema tu, oh my God, yesterday guys I couldn't post for you. I was having a running stomach. Si ungetuonyesha hiyo mharo. If it's that real, tuelewe. Ati you just want to show. So it's not real. People only show the nice side of themselves. When you post a picture on Instagram or Facebook, you'll only utapiga picha kama 5. Hata wanaume tunafanyanga hivyo. Mimi ukiona picha yangu kwa social media nimepost na kafitu ujue ni ya 7. Nitakuwa nimepiga 7 na tafuta ile poa. Yenye najua hapo kuna today mtu wa Kisumu tunaniambia, "Hey, hello." Na tu wengine huko kwanza wa Kiambu Road ni wabaya. Wanaendanga direct. Hai sasa, si nibaie mzinga leo. Direct. Utapata hawa wenye wanakuambia hi. You get? Lakini kumbuka, it's so fake that you only chose the nice part of you. And lifestyle content creators are the ones who are so good at doing that. Wanakuonyesha nyumba yao ile part tu mzuri. Juu tuseme tuchukulie an example, naweza ongea about Bahati juu ni beshte yangu, hata niuliza nishaenda kwake, najua. Lakini nyinyi si pia nyinyi mmeenda kwake? Wapi? Nyinyi mmeenda kwake online, si ndio? Lakini ushai notice Diana anatokeanga tu place moja tu. Pale mali kuna two stairs. Anatokea hapo kwa two stairs, babe. Hapo Bahati yako hapo kwa ile couch fulani na TV. Aha. Mumeiona huko kwingine? Cause hiyo part ndio poa. No, si ati hiyo ndio tu poa kwa nyumba yao, but what I mean is hiyo place ndio mzuri, ndio wamechoose muone. Na kwa hiyo bed nyingine pale, ikuangi bed yao ya ukweli. Ni ya content for real. Bed yao hawajaiweka kwa social media. Ile wanaekanga pale ni ya content. Next time tukirudi tutakuja na yao waambie. So the thing is, social media is so fake that you only put the nice bit. Therefore, why are you taking that person's negative comment as your reality? And you know very well, whatever you've put there also is not your reality. So could detox from that, ni kujiambia, ai, si hata mimi wadanganya. So hata hii comment mbaya ni uongo. Then who can write something about you better than yourself? So mi hata uniandikie kitu gani kama Jesse. Me, you can't write something about me that I don't know. And who else can write their own story better than themselves? So kudetox ni unalenga. Huyo mtu takataka, muache tu hapo kwa dustbin. Atachoka. Oh, unamjua?
So, namjua.
Basi anakutaka.
So, thank you so much for that. I hope we are learning, right? I hope we are learning. I said we can forget about the tea, about the numbers, but we need to learn. Winnie said something, and I like to crown it like this. Fame without content is noise. Are we together? Fame without content is noise. Now, back to Prof. Odhiambo. There are people who spring to fame due to scandals, right? Or something, or misfortune, or could be something good. How can they change this into content creation or being an influencer? Because I see a lot of times we really struggle. Once you are there, you're put into fame. I did an article when Bradley, is it? The Goliath. I saw a video of him in Dubai, with all due respect, with the lion, and I was one of those people who were very furious. I was like, but what is the dog doing behind the man? I mean, I was genuinely concerned. And I said, people who are handling that guy need to be, if you follow me, you'll read my articles. I always say that you need to differentiate between ethical boundaries, whether you are crossing it or you're just within the prism of it all. When someone springs to fame, for example, Little Omutata, the first video of his, which was good, it was not the negative one, I saw was, Ore the bando man, something like that. My question is, how would he maintain that posture so that he moved from the waters of fame, because it comes in a span of moment, and we all know that most people get depressed after the spotlight is taken out of them. How do they maintain the spotlight? How do they change that into content creation? And how do they become influencers?
Thank you. Allow me to ask the lady in red to stand. The lady in red jacket. Yes, stand. You, in Chumalo.
The one with glasses on top. Yes,
the one. You stand.
Yes.
Lilo Mburi, stand. Take the mic.
Irene Lastborn. I've seen her.
Oh, where is she?
There.
Good. The reason as to why I have made this guy stand, I want you to understand, because I've been a producer in this city, and I want to use a practical example, okay, to answer your question. In 2017 and 18, together with Winnie here, MC Steele, and a team of creatives, Onyulo, etc., we established Kisumu City TV. How many of you remember it? Kisumu City TV. It was very popular, okay? a team that was organized, that was operating from my sitting room, from my bedroom, from my kitchen in Lolwe. All right? This team produced a lot of content. We produced The Source, and one time MC Jesse, one of my people, appeared on Churchill Show. It's called Onyulo, from Kisumu here, produced in my sitting room. Okay? What am I trying to point to? Teamwork. Teamwork. I saw this lady in red and Lilomburi do something very good. When you are doing an episode at Kajulu, somewhere next to the river, where this lady was realizing that Omburi was not actually in the US, he's actually Jachodhukuoyo in Kajulu, right? Then after that, I've never seen them again together. Okay? So I'm giving a practical example. That episode was a hit. I didn't know this lady. Today is when I met her for the first time. I called you Omburi, right? And we sat down and I told you what you needed to do. Teamwork. Teamwork. You're going nowhere without a team. You're going nowhere without a team, number one. See, thank you very much. And sorry for using it as an example. Number two, for you to move, you must have the discipline. The reason as to why Kisumu City TV collapsed, again, a living example, is because of indiscipline. Once you're made, once you're what? Once you're made, don't forget that you're only the tip of the iceberg. You have a team that is working around you. Okay? I had a producer, I had a whole team, but one of the products that we're churning out, Winnie Waderas was the most successful, of course. And she continued with it, and later on transitioned into Minoselu. But the one I produced, which went so viral, celebrity ilimungia kwa kichwa, Onyulo, is he here? Okay? We learn. This is where we learn. And with that one mistake, I had to close shop because this is my house, this is my family, this is where I run my affairs, this is where my wife and child is staying. And I'm bringing you in because I can see where we can partner. I am not funny. In any case, I'm very academic. Okay? But I see in you some level of fun, some level of niceness that can make money for you. And this fellow used to make money. We used to make a lot of money. We used to get adverts from around, even with Winnie. We could go to do those hotel reviews. So many of them. The point was, indiscipline brought us down. Now, when you're in a team, in these production units, you must sustain respect for each other and respect for the work you're doing. Number three, lay ground rules. Lay ground rules. Let me tell you, Kisumu people, I went to Nairobi in 2021, just the other day. You know what I've realized there? It's conspiracy. You must have seen me and Sebi all over social media. Whenever we are flying separately, we find ourselves flying to the same client.
I swear to God.
Separately. I find at the airport, or she finds me at the airport. They're like, where are you going? Oh, I have this client. Which client? That same client who has, okay? So imagine if I would be bad-mouthing her, and you're kindred spirits. So if you're going to operate as a team, which you must, and Steele has excelled in this, MC Steele, with his, it's called Rena? Rin Agency. Mm-hmm. He's brought together a team of MCs and is mentoring them, and they have jobs that they're doing, yeah? Now, for example, that Rin Agency, they've conspired to have the market. They're the cartel. And cartels are good. You must have a cartel. DCCK now, with MCJC here and the team, they are saying, can we have a cartel, okay, that can defend itself, that can promote itself. Now, that said, allow me to say this quickly in terms of how to become an influential content creator. Quickly, in 1 minute. One, determine your audience. Determine your audience. Before you do anything, who are you doing it for? Mm-hmm. Determine your audience. Without an audience, you're wasting time. And not that an audience that is solid. Just determine, me, I want to talk to Kisumu people. That's it. All right? Two, determine your minimum value proposition. Now, for you to understand business, content creation is what? Business. In a month, you can make up to 400K. In Kisumu, I'm very certain. If I have 100K in Kisumu, I'm living a good life. But in Nairobi, 150 is nothing. You're broke. 150K, broke. Sure. So, determine your minimum value proposition. What is your minimum value proposition? Am I going to produce videos? Like this lady is called Lydia, right? Lydia? Am I right?
if you've watched her on TikTok, she works with Zone 01, otherwise known as Lake Hub. But now she gives very professional advice on how to manage yourself at workplace. I'm one of her followers. I consume her content, but I've also trained them in their place. So her minimum value proposition is what? How to deal with workmates. And it is going, it's giving, okay? Very soon, people start calling you for trainings. And they pay very well for trainings. So Sebi and myself will live off that, yeah? Number 3, be current. Currency. 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 Whatever you're doing must be, like today we're talking about Tanzania MPs abusing us hacking their websites and their pages, okay? You see Njugush, you know him, something is happening, before you know it is trending, okay? Currency. Number 4, I already said is discipline, but let me say this. Popularity is the currency of today. But popularity can also take you to Chiromo Hospital Group if you have money.
Odhiambo.
If you are broke, it will take you to Madare.
Odhiambo, there's a day I said on
Yes.
social media,
Yes.
these people insulted me for 3 weeks. I said, if you are online and not making money, just idling there, if you don't cherish, if you don't change, perish. Bwana Odhiambo, I'm telling you, these people insulted me. They insulted my mother. They insulted everything because I said that. Now, yeah, I'm happy that you're saying, popularity is the currency of today. Do you know what they told me? We don't need that money online, Bwana. Now I'm seeing them needing that money and fighting for that money. So it means I was right. Having said that, when we are talking about popularity, what are some of the ethical boundaries? This is for the panel. The last question. Then
allow me to say this just before
I will
that.
join the group. I want to ask them questions. I want them to ask you on content creation. What are some of the ethical boundaries? Some of the ethical boundaries. I'll start with 1 because that is my area of expertise. I train on it. 1, make sure that your content is not dehumanizing. Do anything you want to do, but make sure your content is not dehumanizing. Number 2, if you are doing another brand, make sure you are not targeting another brand to market this brand. Go on.
I wanted to say this. There's a day, you were just saying, there's a day we were with you in Karachuonyo. And one of the people who has been abusing you for a very long time came to say hi. We didn't even know who he was by that time. And when he was leaving, you realized this is the fellow who has actually been abusing you.
Diambo, that's a scandal.
Let me just say, there's something.
That's what you have to avoid.
There's something
Okay.
I'm pointing to.
Okay.
From what MC Jesse was saying in terms of these haters online. Let me tell you people, these guys who hate you online, if they meet you in person, they really like you.
Sure.
They really do.
Sure.
I've had somebody tell me, I don't know how to train in public speaking. My friend, I've lectured for 4 years. Oh, lecture shule from 4. You're telling me, I don't know how to train in what I'm doing. But when I met this person in public, he joins my classes in Nairobi. And right now he's one of my best friends over there. So these guys look at you to gain your attention so they can hit at you really hard so that you give them the attention. They're just throwing tantrums. Yeah. So as you were saying, Jesse, of course, social media may not be true. But also know that these guys who are throwing tantrums, if you reach out to them in person, these guys really admire you. So continue doing what you're doing. When you start, they will dismiss you. When you're getting serious a little bit, they'll be like, will it really work? Then when now you are really into it, they'll be like, kumbe, I knew Jesse. Wewe unasema nini? Jesse nilimjua kama ndiye ameanza hiyo maneno yake ya comedy. Okay? So just do what you're doing. As I end and give the mic, another consideration to make in ethical considerations, look at something, do something that in 15 years you'll still be proud of.
Sure.
Do something that in 15 years you'll still be proud. Thank you.
All right. You've talked about ethical boundaries.
Yes.
By the way, watu mjue hata mimi na learn kutoka kwa huyu professor hapa. Kuna kitu amesema, what kind of content? Amesema mambo ya determine your audience, determine your minimum value proposition, be current. Thank you. Tami kuna mahali nilikuwa nimelala nikakosa pesa. But talking of ethical boundaries, Sebi, I believe the people that Odisa hapa prof anasema that they admire you is true. Hao wenye nasema haters. At the same time kuna wenye they don't care. They don't care. They just comment and move on. Wako na 10 MBs wako wa jahazi. Amecomment na ameenda. Kuna wenye they don't care. And others actually do admire you. The ones who admire you, chances are they are either upcoming content creators or they are content creators ni vile bado wako na masudo account wanakuchokoza tu juu maybe ya kawivu or something, but there are people maybe who know you. On the other side, I believe ethical, when it talks of ethics, you need to be very, very careful with what you also post on social media. I know most of the people here that know me because of what you've seen or heard about me. What I've allowed you to know about me is what you know about me. If I ask you whether I'm married or not, I'm sure I'm wezi jua. It's neither here nor there. Am I married? To who? To who? Nimeoa nani? Anaitwa nani? Anaitwa nao, niambieni mnajua niko na nani?
Bibi ya Jesse.
Nani? Jesse's wife. Na watoto? Watoto. Kiwezi jindana na mjaluo akili. But basically, sawa, that is what you know. But do you really have the details? No, it's because it is what I've allowed you to know. I don't feel comfortable kuwakaribisha kwangu kwa nyumba. Ama tio, this is who I am. Maybe I'm not Luo enough to say, Maumere, this is my car. I bought a new one. I did this. Maybe I'm not Luo enough to do that. But I believe iyo mambo ya ethics. Antoroka. Jona juu jamaa anaweza ni tusi vibaya sana. Ukikuwa wewe ni mtu unakaa godly, hata kama hujaiambia watu umeokoka, but unakanga tu mtu mpoa. That's how people will take you. I'm sure there are people you've met on, you've seen on social media, but the moment you meet them, they are totally different. Unashindwa guy, ule anaongeanga vibaya hivyo online. Kumbe, you need to realize that what you say, what you tell people, actually reflects in the person that you are. So in order to create ethical boundaries, ask yourself, na hii swali kuja na hii kutu watu sema all the time, internet does not do what?
Forget.
Does not forget. So jiulize, mimi nataka kukua nani? So be that person first. Hivyo ndivyo utaweza kucontrol ethics zako. Kama ni mtu wa matusi sana, bro, one day kitakuramba. Kama ni msee wa mambo fulani, siku moja tu itakuja ikue about you. What I'm saying right now, seated here, haiishi hapa. Kuna mtu ataichukua, I discuss somewhere, maybe Mombasa, Dubai, and then what I'm saying is what now people know me for. Whatever I'm saying, ndio utatoka hapo kusema, kumbe MC Jesse ni mtu wa aina hii. Kumbe MC Jesse anafanyanga hii. So that should define for you the boundaries that you're supposed to give for yourself as a content creator. If you don't have manners online, itakufuata. Utapata hata watu home kwenu wanakuchukia tu bure. Kwa nini juu online unanga nini? Unanga adabu. So just, if you want to have ethics, start with yourself. What do I want people? Hakuna mtu anatakanga kujulikana na vitu mbaya, si ndio? Kuna mtu anasemanga hapa, truth is not what? Truth is not what? Scandal. Ushai notice vile anaiekanga? Anasema, by the way, si mimi, hii ni ukweli yako. So yeye anajitoa. Hiyo ni disclaimer. Sidhani huyo mtu anakuanga negative. As in, anajaribu anaambia watu, truth is not scandal. So it is not me saying your scandal. Ni wewe ulienda ukafanya, mimi nimekuwekea tu. So maybe anajulikana na kujitoa. Or someone else kama yeye basi yeye ndiye scandal, anajulikana hizo scandal. So start the ethical boundaries with yourself.
Thank you so much. I always say it's called self-destruction. The biggest self-destruction we have currently is social media, because you tend to think nobody is seeing you. Actually, you're destroying networks, you're destroying friendship, and you're personally, I've ended friendship because of people who, wale wanasema, anarachga. I just end that friendship because kai ni rachga, then I can't handle you. Ni anchuny meno ai. I see the way sometimes we praise ourselves or say I pity you, because genuinely social media is where we meet clients, we meet friends, we actually refer and get a lot of things. So if you're going to take social media for a joke and say, ini rachga, luori nango shwali, who are you though? So I'll take one question from each row, 3 questions for the 2, before we unveil the SG of DCCAK. 1 question from this. Even the upcoming content creators was swali.
Can I say something as
yes,
in case
yes,
okay.
Yes, please.
So just chiming into this discourse right now, ethical boundaries, I would say it's important for you to be cognizant of your brand at all times. One time we went for a launch, I think it was of not Bangarang, but another film at the cinemas, at the Mega City Cinemas. And I was just growing. It was a couple of years back. I was just, starting out being a serious professional in this industry. And I remember after the launch of the movie, and the movie was shown, and there was a cake cutting. So partly I am professional, but partly I'm also very, very playful. Huwa sijali, na pia huwa najali. So during the cake cutting, nikaanza kukua playful. And then I remember there was a lady seated next to me. She was a senior brand than me then, and she said, "Winnie, don't do that. Don't do that. You know we are a brand." So in my head I'm like, so kwa brand uwezi enda kukula keki. In my head I'm like, why are you too serious? Then now many years later, that scenario keeps playing in my head, and I'm like, that is so true. You have to constantly be cognizant of your brand at all times. Another time there was an event here. I won't say the owner of the event or the convener is here, and I saw a very big brand on TikTok. Alijisahau. As a brand, usiwahi jisahau. So they got excited. I think a politician got into the room and started dishing money. So this big brand on TikTok got excited, akaruka juu. Akatoka from that corner to aliitwa akapatiwa 10K. Aliruka from that corner to I'm like, oh my God. Unachoma bro, So you have to be cognizant of your brand at all times. Hata kama you're excited. Yani jiite tu mkutano ujiambie tulia act ni kama 10K si kitu na ni kitu. Lakini just toward the end act like nimeona mingi sana hujaona hiyo ndio umeona hiyo month. Lakini cheza chini, you have to always honor and respect your brand. That way people honor and respect your brand. You have to act like a big deal if guys are going to believe that you're a big deal. Another thing is, usidanganywe na mtu. Unaweza hit squeezy. We were having this conversation just before we began that mtu tunaweza jifanya saa hii sisi ni speakers hapa hivi, na mtu atoke hapa nje afanye tu kitu moja stupid akuwe viral mpaka tukaidi kama tulikuja kwa panel ya bure, tungemuita. Unaona, they have something to tell us more than we. So ikikuingia kwa kichwa, mtu asiye kudanganya ati because one comedic act ama comical piece ulieka social media ikago viral, mtu akudanganya ati wewe ni comedian. You have to be so self-aware. Mtu asiye kudanganya. Sometimes we have friends of ours who we lie to them that they can sing, but we know that they can't sing. Alafu mtu mpaka unangoja mpaka aende project fame anachoma. You're like, don't you have friends? Ama mtu amevaa nguo nyingine afai kuvaa mpaka we ask ourselves, kwani hana mabeste? So it's important for you to be self-aware. Mtu asikudanganya ati because one comedic act went viral, now you become a comedian. You have to know, this is my boundary. I can only do this, I can only sing, I can only do this. Not to say you cannot try out other things or you cannot discover yourself as you go, but it's important that you're so self-aware and usikae kama people look at you and they're like, are you stupid? Like, don't you have people around you? Don't you listen? And then another thing is in the social media life, there are consequences. There are legal consequences. There are many consequences. For example, this happens a lot in the West or in China and countries out there, that people will just wake up. There's something now there's a wave now in the globe called streaming, where people choose to show their everyday life raw from when they wake up to when they sleep. Yani mtu anatembea na kamera, akiingia kwa bafu, akiingia kwa matatu, akiingia job, clocking 8 hours, bado ana stream. Like Kay, anatokea mtu nani yule mse? Kai. They will stream like that for 48 hours non-stop, and it's a big thing. It pays people in the West. So kitu isikudanganya ati hapa Africa, we are not there yet. Atunaingia kwa ofisi ya mdosi una stream. Mimi ni streamer. Utaenda home ku stream home. So it's important that you understand there are consequences. You can't just film people's jobs and people's hotels and people's things. We are not ready. As a continent, we are not there yet. So it's important that you know that there are consequences. Another thing is, I see families wash their dirty linen on social media. Let me tell you, at the end of it, like you said, social media is not real. It's your family that you'll go back home to. Imagine, usianze kuchomea sister yako ama kuchomea mama yako ama kusema mimi by the way my stepmother is workman, she's a witch, alafu unaenda home ni stepmother wako yuko hapo, sisi hatuko. We will say yes babe, go girl, oh honey, yes, fuck them. But at the end of the day, sisi hatuko. When they are going to split land, it is you that will not have land. As we are living in our bedsitter as well. You know what I'm saying? So it's important that you understand there are things you don't do. Don't get excited. You have numbers. People are live. Now you get excited. You start passionately. Yeah, there are boundaries. And another thing, there are political statements. There are things you don't say, guys. Africa is not ready. Kenya is not ready. There are things you don't just wake up and say. So, I don't want to go into the details, but just know that kuna vitu watu wasemagi. You have freedom of expression, freedom of speech, but there are consequences. So maybe
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Winnie, for that. Let's remember the ethical boundaries. So I'll have the first question here.
Thank you. My name again is Don Gray. Before I ask my question, all right. Before I ask my question, I would like to say thank you so much to Team DAC for this interactive session today in Kisumu. My question is, there is a beautiful part that we all forgetting. Now I'm advocating for the micro and macro content creators. Now we are doing content, but how can we use this content to put food on the table? Because people are going bankrupt just to create content and they are losing an end, or maybe how they can use their content to put food on the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your question is monetization of content that is coming on the next panel. So allow us to answer that comprehensively on the second panel. Yes, I have a gentleman here. Yes.
First of all, I'm Professor Dual Miongodema Bior. Allow me to use the three linguistics, that is Kiswahili, Dholuo, and English combined. You talked about dehumanizing content. And if my brain serves me right, you also said that we should work with current things, right? Per my view, the current situation in Tanzania, do you think all content Kenyans are doing right now, is it dehumanizing?
I will answer that straight. You're going to come for me, but it's the unpopular opinion. It is dehumanizing. Why? One, we have many ways of attacking. The fact that we are undressing her, and she's from a Muslim community. People have culture and beliefs. So that puts someone at the expense of umemtoa uhai. We can still attack them in different ways. We don't have to undress someone. When I'm talking about dehumanizing someone is taking my nudes to public. Do you understand what I mean? Taking my nudes to public. Or right now in the world of AI, do we even fact find that this is real or not? once a nude is running, it's running and people believe it, right? Isn't that dehumanizing? So how would I have you as an influencer to market my brand when you can post someone nude, for example? That's what we mean by dehumanizing. We can attack all we want, but we have the ethical boundaries where not to go. For example, we always say that if someone has dumped you, the femicide, let's use the word femicide. Someone will say we can, alikula pesa yangu na nikamsomesha nikamfanyia kila kitu. But is it that you can kill because alikula pesa yako? You can't unalive someone because of that, right? So we can have many ways of actually projecting our frustrations without dehumanizing. So that is the point I meant. Do not dehumanize. The last question?
Sebi, before utoke hapo kwa dehumanizing, sema dehumanizing in the Tanzania. Well, saa hii ni wakati wa vita kidogo. So tuko war kidogo ya social media na TZ. And I'm sure maybe you guys are happy when you see Kenyans attacking TZ in that big way. Because when they went to their parliament, walituingilia sana. Yes. Mulisikia kaibu. Yeah. So yeah, Sebs, ukinikubalisha kusema tuko kwa vita, you at least kuna ile unasema chapa, kanyaga shingo, finya. Hata mimi sitaki tuwezwe na TZ. Nani nataka tushindwe? Watupe heshima. So kwa hiyo heshima, kuweka Mama Samia kwa coffin and all those things, well, they are not good. They are not good. They are not good. But are they necessary now? So tuko kwa war. Si walituongea vibaya. The president herself aliongea vibaya. I'm not condoning it. I'm not saying we should. But it has already been done. Is it necessary? No, nyinyi ndio mtanijibu. Si poa, si ndio? Kuweka mtu kwa coffin. But is it necessary now tuko kwa vita na wao? Ninyi mmesema. However, hata wewe mwenyewe unajua kuna kautamu unasikia. So acha tusijidanganye, unethical, inhuman, it is okay. Lakini kuna kautamu, kanyaga. Weka, enlarge the coffin. Lakini you know si poa. Hiyo ni ile dhambi safi yenye mnaweza negotiate na Yesu. But it's not good, okay? Sai maybe kanyaga, but kwa hiyo besides hizo za huko when we come back home, that's when you need to understand there are also consequences, because for example as Winnie said, Africa, we're not there yet, we're not ready. Na watu wameweka Samia Suluhu president wa TZ kwa coffin cause wako na ile ya utadu. Hakuna kitu utafanya. And I don't think the government here, because of course you've seen sometimes kuna tussle between the president wa Kenya na wa TZ. Kuna vile chini ya maji unaweza tell, maybe hata hawasikizani. So you want to tell me, even if government, I'm not saying they're the ones who do that, but for example, waamue kuabduct wale watu wanaweka Samia kwa coffin. Do you think they'll really do it? Si hata wao leo bunge, I think they are going to discuss TZ. Senator wa Nairobi Sifuna said they are going to discuss in Kiswahili ndio wale watu waelewe. So meaning bado wanataka kuwa attack. So but when you come back home, you can't put Senator Sifuna kwa coffin. Be sure atakupata. I was explaining to the panelists how government were inashika watu wa social media. I know hiyo na deviate kidogo, but Sebs allow me to share it. Ndio watu wajue how government inashikanga watu wa social media. It's so simple. Ukienda Kiambu Road in Nairobi kwa DCI, wali launch something else during Uhuru's time, inaitwa forensics. Forensics is not a joke, guys. Forensics ndio wanakujianga watu wa social media. Forensics ni digital. Wako anti-fraud, anti-all that. Na unajua ni kina nani wanawakapo? Mapolisi majenzi. Watu wametoka JKUAT, wakachukuliwa, wakapelekwa Kiganjo, wakatrain ka police, now they are back with their training. I know some guys there, kuna beshte yangu nilikutana naye anaitwa Jesse, atakangi watu wajue. Nasty mbaya. Huyo ukipost vitu, how he does it alikuwa ananielezea. They go, they check their account. They are called forensics. They check ulipotea wapi, ulipost na nini. If it's your phone, they are able to see the IMEI number. Si mnajua kitu ya IMEI number? When they get the IMEI number, they're able to get the line yenye iliwekwa hapo, line ya simu. So now, once they get line ya simu, they have our data, courtesy of Safaricom. Remember, Safaricom is not your mother's house. It is owned, 39.6% is government. Why does government own Safaricom? They own data. They have allowed Safaricom to collect our data because they do it so swiftly and they want it. So, they get your number, your details from Safaricom. Wanaangalia na anga M-Pesa hapa. They track you, very simple. Hao ni watu wa forensics. Then they come for you, they arrest you na unajita sexy booty Kisumu 254. So unajipata umeshikwa, watu wanashindwa, who is this sexy booty? Kumbe ni IMEI yako ilikuuza. The worst is to use your laptop to tweet. It shows mahali iko. Kaa simu tu. They come there for you, wanakushika, unaenda. So as you do those inhuman things around here, uko kwa rada ya serikali, juu hatujafika hapo, as Winnie said, ya where tuko na freedom fully, and then they come for you. So yes, attacks, inhuman and all that, but utashikwa. Nani atakutetea? We can only say, free her, free Akinyi, free Achieng, and that's it. Then we go home. Utafinywa. Na angalia wale wote waliabductiwa. When they were released, did they talk?
No.
So ni nini hiyo walifanyiwa that hawaongeangi? Ni wapi unafinywa mpaka wezi ongea? Ati unafinywa mdomo inanyamaza. Unafinywa vidole zinashindwa cooperate. Wanaume wanajua mahali unaweza finywa ushindwe kuongea. Sijui madem nafinywa wapi. But it is that dangerous also. We don't have 100% freedom.
Thank you so much, the beautiful panel. Everybody with a question, please write it down. We want to go to the next session. You will ask them. So MC Jesse will remain behind for the session to start. So thank you so much, Winnie. Thank you so much, Odhiambo, for this amazing. So I will hand over this mic to you. I'll come back later.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate Sebi here for the good job. Tumpigie makofi content creators. Hii sherehe ni yetu. And of course, let's appreciate Professor and Winnie for the wonderful insight they've given us. Tupigie makofi. Okay, in all honesty, from your heart, ni wangapi wamelearn kitu? Be open and happy with yourself. Kama umelearn and this session is useful. Let me see by the show of hands, confidently. Fantastic. Appreciate yourselves. Now, mine now is not about teaching. It's not about content creation, how to make money. I know you guys are waiting on the monetization, yeah? Yes, monetization is coming in the next panel. Sebs will be coming back with the panel here together with our SG. SG is Secretary General. Ako around, ako in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, Terence Creative is in the house. Mpigeni makofi. Is here is our SG. Huyo tuliona, huyo ataweza kupiga kelele. Secretary Generals kina Sifuna na ule mwingine Hassan Omar. Hao wanajua kupiga kelele everywhere. Cleophas Malala. So tukawatafutia mtu mkubwa. Like literally. Anaweza kukalia na uta breathe. But the wife is still alive. So, Paul SG. Paul SG. You are our SG tunakupenda. Whoever sits on the other. But, but hiyo ni best yangu sana. Usione na wadisi hivyo. Terence and Chebi tumewak na wao for over 15 years. I can for sure say this akiwa hapa, wacha nimseme, because sometimes we never get a chance to say this. This has nothing to do with digital content creation. That guy, I really like him. Maybe he doesn't know. No homo, hapana. I like your wife more. You know that? No sharing, but you know, Alinishinda by the way. Nilikuwa nataka wife yake. Lakini sikuweza. So akanishinda nguvu. But this Terence guy was my vile anaitangwa Terence creative. Truly is a creative guy. If I don't say these things, if I don't give him his flowers while he's still alive, God might punish me. And I don't want punishment from God. And I want to say this. This guy has been very, very, very useful kwa maisha yangu when we started comedy. Mnaona zile jokes zote nilikuwa nafanya za wasichana wa Kiambu? Kina Boboku, Kisumu, ametoka Duberry. This guy used to come backstage when I'm about to go on stage. I couldn't do without him. Nilikuwa namtafuta, where are you? 5 minutes I'm going on stage. Anakuja ananiambia, what do you have? Of course I always had a story. Naambia niko na story fulani ya madem. Wamefanya nini? Wameachwa, dem ameachwa na chali yake. Lakini hiyo story bado sijaishika kwa kichwa. Anaanza kuact. Anasema, Akibobo acha nkwambie chali yangu alihepa, gain kamwambia wacha ufala. So I could just watch him doing anapiga character for 1 or 2 minutes and then anaenda. So our chemistry was he could act, I could see it and tell us a story. That was my strength. I could tell us a story, but he could give me scenarios. Sometimes alikuwa ananipata nikirihasa najua hiki kijamaa kina jokes. Anakuja ananiambia, "Rewe, sasa wewe unajua vile maneno tulikuwa tunafanya." So napata joke ya mbaba wa Kiambu. You get? Si mnamuonanga karakta zake anaakta akiwa caretaker. I did those content nikitell as a story. Anafanya kama Waria, anaitangwa nani? Abdalla. Anaakta akiwa Abdalla. Sasa nilikuwa namuona akiziact na peana story ya Isli yenye most likely itakuwa ya ukweli. Huyu jamaa alikuwa ananipea accent za Kijaluo na anaitwa Masharia. So anaact Kijaluo naishika. You get? So in all honesty, I thank you, Terence. You played a big role in my career ya comedy. Watu walikuwa wanasema Jesse ni mfani. But hakuwa anajua chini ya maji ulikuwa. But see what God is doing. God has rewarded you. You are a brand now to reckon with. You are a big brand and keep going. And you see you are our SG. We honor you. So let's appreciate Terence Creative. Now, for Digital Content Creators Association of Kenya. I'm sure mnashangaa why the association. Now, for the longest time, so nimeambiwa before I even tell you that, let me welcome our SG. At least nimembamba sana na mastori ya tusalimie, si ndio? Uko na ngoma kuji tu hivyo kumenyamaza, si ndio? Mwekee yote, ni mnono sana, punguze mafuta. Ladies and gentlemen, our Secretary General of Digital Content Creators Association, please, let's put our hands together as we welcome Terence Creative. Karibu, my brother. Welcome our SG. Karibu.
Thank you. Santi. How are you? How are you, fellow colleagues? Simameni kidogo jameni, ni kama mmekaa sana, msimame kidogo. Tufanye activity moja alafu ndio tuendelee. Nitaongea kwa ufupi. How many minutes do I have? Few, Few. Haya. Focus, concentrate, Pastor. Pastor. Nani, Jesse atuiko pamoja, Pastor. Polisi. Kanjo. Tunaelewana? Mahali utasikia watu wametajwa, you do the action, okay? If you don't, you fail. Sawa, nilipatana na polisi. Nikamuuliza we ni Kanjo? Akasema yeye ni pastor. Sit down. You need to concentrate. Jipigieni makofi kwa kuja hapa, ladies and gentlemen. I see my fellow colleagues when I stand here. And I don't want to say much, but allow me to say that there is one thing that I say. Before you become a king, you have to serve. Every king served at one point. Hata wale wanapataga inheritance, they normally serve. And I'm such honored, and I thank God that I'm able to stand here as a Secretary General for this association. There's so much that we can do as an association. And we didn't know these things. For the longest time, Jesse, the rest of the people, we didn't know these things. And we missed a lot of opportunities as digital creators. There are a lot of people that started. When you look at Kwanzia, a good example ni Kwanzia kwa kina Mama Kayai wakati walianza. Wakati sisi tunakuja kuingia, we came with a different wave of digital. And them, they are the people that we grew looking up to. But they have not been able to maximize fully to benefit from the digital era. But we are here in this digital era, and how do we benefit? How do we turn our passion into an income? That is the question everybody is asking. But I want to tell you this in all honesty. Before you earn, you have to learn. All right? Before you earn, you have to learn. Some of us stayed with people who had learned the game, but they never told us shit. Unakaga na mtu tu hivi anajua YouTube venye inaoperate, lakini hajai kuambia anything. And for us to move as digital creators, we have to walk together and work together. Because I say as an individual, you may be louder. But as an association, we may be heard because we have a voice. Are we together? One thing that makes us not grow, wacha kufikiria mambo mingi na nini, is because sisi wenyewe hatupendani. Sisi wenyewe hatufollowani. Kwanza hapa tuko karibu watu 400 hivi. If we decided to follow each other, and I want you to do that, wakati tutaenda pale for interaction and anything, make sure you follow. Angalia hiyo meza yako, mna follow yana hapo? Hapo, just look at your table. Ulizaneni tu. You already have 5 followers. In each table you have 5 followers, na wengine. So, angalianeni tu, follow everyone. Kila mtu tuko 400. Ukitoka hapa sahi utakuwa na 400 plus followers. Just imagine. Make sure you follow each one on that table. So I want to highlight a few things about the association as we go on. I like everything that has been said here by Winnie, and I've been following your discussion, guys. One thing that with the association that we want to do is to make sure that we are mentoring each other, and we are also equipping each other. Equipping you is not you having a camera. Unaweza kuwa na camera, unaweza kuwa na simu deadly, lakini haujui venye inatumika. So one of the things about association tunataka kufanya ni to make sure everyone is equipped. Know your worth as an artist. Know your worth as a digital creator. How do you do your quotes? How do you do your rate card? Kila mtu akona rate card hapa? If you have a rate card, mkono juu. If you don't know what a rate card menu, unaambia ugali omena 30 bob. Samaki fry 100. Same way to an artist. Umeitwa unaongea, utalipisha pesa ngapi? You need to be assisted ujue hapa uta underquote ama uta overquote. Sawa? Another thing is we need to build a sustainable digital careers. You're not just only a digital creator, but unatengeneza meaningful content. And I like what you people have been discussing here, because we are also pushing what is called positive popularity. Sio lazima uoneshane bra ndio tukufollow. Sio lazima utoe suruari ndio upate likes. You can just do sensible things and we will follow you and you will get your niche na utaendelea mbele. Are we together? Clap once if you are together. Very nice. I don't want to, before I introduce my fellow colleagues ambao wako kwa board, hii association ni ya kila mtu. We are just here as members and we want to work together with you guys. So I just want to teach you something. Before I became what I am, I spent more than 7 years behind the scenes. In my 7 years, I was serving. And I can tell you confidently here, 90% of the top stand-up comedian that you know in this country have used my line. 90%. Name them. Eric Omondi, Jalango, Churchill, MC Jesse. I was there. I was serving. and I learned whatever I learned. You understand? So let me say this. I don't like calling people upcoming creators because we are not upcoming. We are creators in the making. So to everyone here who is a digital creator, remember that greatness does not start with perfection. It starts with showing up. Wake up, washa kamera yako, jirecord, post. Enda kwa hiyo platform umepost, angalia view yako moja, ni wewe umeona. Onesha bibi yako ama girlfriend ama boyfriend, uko na view 2. Lala, amka after 2 hours, kutana na view zako 2. Sawa? Kesho tena amuka, weka kamera, panguza, ongelesha wewe na bibi yako. Sawa? Alafu bibi yako ataambia jirani, bwana yangu anakuaga content creator na hii ni channel yake. Uko na views ngapi? 3. Ukipita sokoni kesho, jirani atakucheka. Sema, ule anakuanga jirani yangu anajaribu kutengeneza content bwana. Angalia channel yake. Hizo ni views ngapi? So it's not about perfection, it's about progress. Wake up every day, do it, repeat. When I started doing my skits, nilikuwa najionea mimi peke yangu and I didn't have so much confidence. You understand? Sasa nawaelekeza mahali pesa iko, sawa? And you may not have the best gear. Si lazima ukuwe na simu noma. You may not have the biggest following. You may not have even a clear path of what you want to do. Most of us, I had someone mentioning here, I think it's Winnie, you are saying that people are waking up today, umefanya kitu imetrend, then you expect to make money from it. There's a difference between a trend and a talent. But it's how you can make a trend give you an income. Si umeona academ saizi? Wacha niongee, ilikuwa hivi, ilitoka huko, ikaenda hivi, unaona? Huo dema alihitaji kusema, na nilikuwa hapo na kunywa maji ya jibu, unaona? Nikitumia line yangu ya Safaricom. Hizo ni mado, ni placement. Sawa? Alifaa kutoka hapo ajiulize, now that I'm trending in this country, what am I supposed to do? And you have had a lot of cases that have gone to waste. Do you remember Serikali's idea? You remember? At some point she commercialized it, right? So limuona kwa advert ya Safaricom. You remember that guy for ni kama drama, ni kama video? Okay? Alikuja akatrend akasonga. What you need to understand is, once you start this journey of content creation as a digital creator, you need to create a niche. Understand yourself. And it's not bad to try. It's not bad to try. Amuka leo, anza kuimba, imekata. Sijasema yuko talented, we ni muimbaji bado. Pika, record. Unaweza pata watu wanapenda kupika kuliko venye unaimba. Siya una sauti. Prince Inda alianza kama dancer kabla. Sulimuona. Besti ya nani vale. I like what you're doing. He's a very good performer. So, inaitangwa kutafuta niche. Hapa kutafuta niche ndio watu upotelea. Because unaamuka unajiuliza, kisaini dunini, wamekataa kuona makeup, wamekataa tutorials zangu za nini, but don't stop. Keep going, okay? Stay consistent, stay hungry, and always learn. Hautajua kila kitu leo. There's one thing that we are doing right now, and inatukula sana. Don't compare your chapter 1 to someone else chapter 10. Right now, you are here, you're looking at me, nimepiga suti kali, utoke hapa, ukimbie Kondele, utoe savings zako za 30,000, ununue suti ndio ukae kama mimi. Na mimi tu kitu nahitaji ni kusema, at Kioko Designs. Mimi nimetag, wewe umenunua. Sawa? There is a difference, eh? Sawa? Unataka kuniharakisha? Yeah. So, ukianza saizi, most of the people, and I'll tell you, and Jesse is a witness, most of artists tumekufa juu ya pressure. I'll give you an example of our good friend. I won't mention, Jesse will know once I mention. This guy will wake up every day from Langata, go to the airport, take a photo. Dubai incoming. Na anapost. Na anapanda gari, anarudi Langata, analala. Sawa? Ametesa hajatesa? Amejitesa. Because akimake mistake hapo kwa ploti, akutane na mtu mwenye ameona hiyo post ya Dubai incoming na aliona 8 na anajua vizuri Dubai ni 5 hours. Hi. And I normally tell people, be yourself. It is affordable. Be yourself. It's affordable. And never be shy of your situation because it's not permanent. Kama una simu poa, hauna simu poa. Kama ukai mahali pazuri, hapo ndio uko kwa sasa, na tumia hiyo kama motivation ya kesho. I'll tell you one secret. Even to the lifestyle content creators ambao wako hapa nasema, mimi lifestyle content creator lazima ni post nini? If you don't post what you drive, who will ask you how you arrived? Anyone? Si wewe ndio unatuwekeanga Mercedes anga what? Na ni za kuhaya. Sasa hiyo uko hapo unakata simu za kwa haya na utafinyiwa ikiwa hapa kwa parking Acacia wakuzimie. Na umeambia watu unataka kuwapea lift. If you don't post what you eat, kuna mtu atakulazimisha. If you don't post who you are dating, kuna mtu atakulazimisha. You have all the powers to decide what kind of direction you want to take, what kind of lifestyle you want to as a person, as a digital creator. Most of the post, if nani hajakwambia JST or if it has not been mentioned, some of social media posts are curated because of what is called clout. We are in the clout business. And the reason why I'm emphasizing this is because less of us are real. Less of us post what we own. Don't compare your chapter 1 to someone else chapter 10. Because ujui kama alikuwa chapter 1 akakata hizi pages 9 ndio afike page 10. Lakini wewe unaamka hapa, umeanza kuchukua fuliza, umeanza kukopa, unataka kucompare yourself na mtu fulani. Amenunua iPhone. Ametag, wewe umechukua mkopo. Kila siku unazimio, nimefungiwa simu, ni zile za kufungwa. Wewe nitumie 400 ifunguliwe. Ishi maisha ya songa pole pole, you will get there. So don't compare yourself. Every master was once a beginner, so don't give up. I told you that. Your content may not go viral today, but your growth, your impact, and your journey are far more important. When you get where you are going, they will always ask you, how did you get here? And I'll take you back to school. Unakumbuka tukikopi. Tumekopi number 1. Tunaenda kumakiwa. The only thing that failed us ni teacher kikuuliza, how did you arrive to this answer? All right? It is same with life. It is same with the digital creation. And I want you to mark this. You will never earn before you learn. Never in this industry. Never. You'll never become a king before you serve. We are in the years of service, some of us. Kuna wenye tumezaliwa na wazazi wadosi, wametufacilitate. Kuna wenye tunajifacilitate. We keep going. And I'm happy to be in this association because there's a lot that can come. So keep creating, keep showing up, and keep believing in your dream. You never know who is watching, even if you're watching yourself. Shiko kwa nyumba umeoga, uko peke yako, unajiangalia kwa kioo, kuna mtu. It's the same way, you never know who is watching. So wake up every day, create. Lakini kitu ningeambia wasanii, there is a reason why we need this association. CPG Debe, it's a good thing to be in here. It is for all of us. And I give this example. When it was during COVID, tulikuwa na opportunity ya kupewa pesa na serikali. As creators. Makosa serikali ilifanya ni kuuliza, nyinyi creators, mkubwa wenyu ni nani? Pesa tutaweka wapi? No government gives an individual money. Sawa sawa? No institution gives an individual money. They do give, but of different purpose. Ukienda uone rais, ama uone governor, upigwe zako za macho ni wewe. Lakini 100 million ilirudi kwa serikali sababu ilikosa mali pa kuwekwa isaidie ikakosa accountability. Saa hizi tukiulizwa muko aje, tutasema tuko na association, iko na director, iko na CEO, tuwekeeni hapo. Afadhali tuongeleange ile kitu tunajua iliwekwa pale, kuliko kuongeleanga pesa iko kwa state house kwa mfuko ya mtu. Unaweza, mimi nafikiri ukinipea naweza wagawia, inaweza fanya kitu. It does not work like that. But most, I'm here as a fellow creator, and I like to tell us, last thing, ni ngumu kupendana kama creators because people are in competition. Umeamka asubuhi mtu anataka avae shati mzuri kukuliko. People are in competition. But I'll tell you the secret. Wadosi yuko juu, they don't compete, they collaborate. It is time as digital creator we collaborate. Hii Kisumu venye tuko hapa, we have numbers, we have the algorithm, we have everything, we command online here. You don't need, and I'm not inciting anybody, you don't need an influencer to come all the way from Nairobi akuje kufanya job ya Kisumu. Do you? Do you? You don't need. Ati mimi ningiange Terence, mimi takatani kitomboka. But by the time, in all honesty, by the time naitwa kufanya kazi ya Kisumu na watu wa Kisumu, inamaanisha bado hawajaamini watu wa Kisumu wanaweza fanya hii kazi. But what if they call me from Nairobi and I say, I'm coming to Kisumu, but I cannot work alone because I have a creator who does what I do, we will work together. So umeunda do, nimeunda do. Tumesonga. Most of the time people are selfish. Watu wanaingia kutoka Nairobi, kutoka wapi, chini ya maji, wanafanya job yenye nyinyi creators wa hapa mnafaa kuwa mkifanya. Sawa sawa. So let us not miss opportunities. We start eating home, tumalize, tuhakikishe Kisumu kazi zote tumechukuliwa na members of association wanafanya anything, digital management, everything. And the association is here to guide you. Don't lose your money again. If you need guidance on your contracts, come to the association. If you need to adapt a corporate culture, how do you quote? How do you present yourself? How do you come up with a rate card? Come to the association. Kuuliza ni bure. Usaidike. We took time, most of us, we took time to grow because we didn't have someone to lead us. Unaelewa? Mimi ni mgeni Kisumu. Ndio nifike pale Lepal, nikule samaki inaweza take 2 hours. Lakini wewe si ni mwenyeji. Si unajua shortcut. Ama unajua venye utafika hapo. That is what we lacked in this industry. Otherwise tungekuwa mbali. But now that we are here, let us grow together. And I'll tell you for free. And I'll repeat this again. Unless you guys come together, it will be very difficult for us to milk the money that is in the digital space. Start working together as Kisumu artists. When you come to Nairobi, the association will link you to whoever you want to do a collab with. Kuna wengine hata labda tujeonana hapa na unataka kufanya collab na mimi, hauwezi nikuta. But now that we have an association, come to the association. Sema nataka kufanya collab na Jesse. Jesse yako kwa association? Yes. Mbona Jesse asiwaka na wewe? You understand? Start collaborating. Last thing, it is better to make 50% than 100%. You may make a lot of 50%. Not most of the time you'll do 100 because even life is not 100%. God bless you so much. God bless the association. And I'm looking forward to do work with you. Kama uko hapa, uko na TikTok, unataka kufanya nini na mimi, whatever. I'm here for the next 7 hours. 7 hours. Lakini ikibidi nitasongesha ndege. Tupige content. I'll make sure I follow everyone here today. So, and you follow me back. Those are 400 followers when you're Jenny follow. God bless you so much. God bless the work of your hand. And we will make it together. God bless you. Wapi makofi? Thank you so much. Before that, let me allow me to call members of the association ambao wako hapa. Please come. Allow me to introduce my CEO. Wapi makofi ya Director Trevor. The rest of the members kujeni tafadhali. Pigeni makofi bwana Trevor. Yeah. Very nice. Bwana Chairman, ulikuwa umesalimia watu? Sawa, wadosi wasumbuli wangu. Wapi makofi of our chairman? tuweka karibu. I just want them to say a few things, then you'll allow me to sit, maybe take a few questions on monetization and everything. Part 2, it is okay. I'll be here. If you'll need me to participate, I will participate. But I want to give them a chance to talk and remind you, the digital economy has money. We need to know how to get that money to our pockets. So introduce yourselves and then mtanirudishia niombe chakula.
Hi guys, my name is Director Trevor and I'm the CEO of this organization.
Makofi kwake. Hello, my name is Joseph. I'm the marketing director of DCCAK. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Kila mtu anaweza niona? My name is Alan Munene. I'm the operations director of DCCAK. It's a pleasure to meet all of you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm CPA Chris Olwal. I'm the national treasurer and also acting as the finance manager. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon. My name is Bob Ndolo. I'm the chairman of DCCAK. Thank you. Before I take it back to you, we have a representative from the governor's office. MC, you give him time, yeah, to greet the congregation. Thank you.
Asanteni, wapi makofi ya this team? Ongezeni makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much. I don't have much to say. All I can say is that we are together in this, and I'll use the old term that has been said before. If you want to go far, you can walk alone. Fast. If you want to go fast, you can walk alone. But if you want to go far, you walk together. So let's walk together, work together. We have an opportunity, guys. Let's not miss it. Si wanasemanga tuko na shelf life. Kabla mtu mwingine akuje, we'll have made whatever we want to make and reach our dreams. Thank you so much. God bless you and God bless the association. Mr. Jesse.
Makofi kwa SG. Terence Creative. Yes. Kuna watu wananishangaa, na wewe uko wapi na unaongea hapo? Mi si official. Yeah. Reason being, I had a political inclination in 2022. Sikuanguka by the way. Nadhani nilishindwa. Siwezi shindwa. Siwezi shindwa na sikushindwa. I postponed my victory. Okay? The creatives themselves. So, what we made sure is tukasambaza majina kwa a lot of people, users, influencers, and other digital content creators. Kama hukupata, it's okay. Maybe you are represented by someone here, or 2 or 3. If there was none, it's okay. We asked the whole country, and we had people voting to have these people. So they are interim leadership. Not voted, but suggested by a lot of creators. Tukasema, tutahave watu hivi, so that now from there, they will lead us to the election of the Digital Content Creators Association. Because everything that needs to start, it needs to start somewhere with some leadership going forward. Munakumbuka there was a time IEBC, when we moved from Electoral Commission of Kenya, ECK, to IEBC, yenye tuko nayo saa hii, tulikuwa na IEBC, Interim Independent and Boundaries Commission. Every time pia manager akifutwa hapa hata wa Acacia, kuna mwenye atakuwa acting. Not by merit, but because maybe kila mtu ana agree huyu anaweza shikilia before tupate MD. So we have a team here. They are the leaders here. They are going to steer this association to whereby we are going to have elections. We couldn't do without the leaders there. So they were suggested by so many people. Others are not. There are people who consume our content. Leaders, wengine ni watu wa kawaida. So they suggested this team. Na tukaona ni vizuri put them together like that. They lead the association to election. And how are we going to do that? We're going to go around the country. Sahi tuko hii pande ya West region. Tumezi segment into regions. We can't go to each and every county. We can go to regions. We're here in Kisumu with people from Western. pande ya Bungoma, Kakamega and other creators from there, wale walitoboa kuja na wale hawako pia, I'm sure they're watching us, so that we have at least somewhere to start. So we come to Kisumu. Next we are going to Mombasa region. We'll cover Kilifi, Lamu and Malindi. Na Mombasa itself as a county, na Taita Taveta there. All the creators are going to meet in Mombasa. From there, we go pande ya Murima. We're going to Meru. We gather watu wa Meru because uko wako a bit wengi kiasi na distance ni refu. We'll just have Meru and then we do pande ya Nyeri. That is uko Nakuru, sorry, so that we do Nyandarua, LD and all those people. And then we are going to do Northeastern. Tukishafanya hizo zote, tukisha meet wote, then we are going to have elections. Tutaanzia national, alafu tutarudi hizi za ground pia. But nataka mtaanza kujipanga. So we'll have delegates. Delegates ni nyinyi who will now elect national leaders. Kama SG Next atatoka hapa Kisumu ni sawa. Kama atatoka Wajia ni sawa. Kama atatoka Samatar, atoke Modogashe, ateremuke mpaka Isiolo, si ni sawa pia? So what I mean is apende mpaka Kotulo, afike wapi? Elwak, ateremkie hapo mpaka Mandera. Si tunaelewana jameni? So what I mean is we are going to have leaders all over the country. Every region will be represented. Kisumu will have their leaders. And kama hao leaders watatoboa kwa national leadership, sawa. But it will be creators, for the creators, by the creators. Mumeelewa hiyo vision yake? And of course, from what we have learned today, hiyo ilikuwa part 1. Do you guys want us to continue with association ama tumeuma nje? Ni nyinyi nawauliza. Niambieni in unison. Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Exactly. And just as the SG has said, we need a home. If you don't feel like you belong somewhere, this is it. Lawyers have the Law Society of Kenya SG. Ama ulishaisema? Law Society of Kenya ulishasema. Farmers wako na yao. Kulima wa kahawa. Me, I come from coffee and tea. Pande ya chini yetu ni ya kahawa, pande ya juu ni ya majani. We have associations. Wanaenda mpaka wanaambia government, musiguze majani chai. Tunataka tea reforms like this. They are the farmers saying, association yao. Today, as a lawyer, ukileta nyoko, you saw one famous one, alishikwa, ule Brian Mwenda. Alishikwa, amewin 26 cases, na hakuwa anajua. Why was he arrested? Na aliarestiwa na nani? Law Society of Kenya. And he wasn't a member of the association, because hakuwa amequalify. That's why walimuita a quack lawyer. There was a disciplinary there. When madawa zinauzangwa huku ovyo ovyo, uende kwa pharmacy, uziwe dawa mbaya, ukireport, the medical council watashow up hapo, association yao, and they'll close that pharmacy. Watu wako na order. Association of Manufacturers wako na order yao mpaka waka create Competition Authority of Kenya that unga ikiuzwa Kisumu 200 ndivyo itauzwa kila mahali. Kavagara wakileta hii au ni Raha Premium, Pembe walete yao, Jogoo walete yao, ziko na range. You cannot go beyond 3 bob. Kama inauzwa 100, itauzwa 102, ingine 101, but you can't say yours is 110. Lazima kukuwe na order. Is he your head? No, let me ask you guys. Is he your head? Has he called you for a meeting? Tunajuana, si kumbad mouth, but I just thought, who are you leading? I am a creator. Are you leading me? Are you speaking for me? Ama uko hapo kuprotect political interests zenye zinatouch creatives, but you are actually not helping us. So why not have sisi wenyewe tujipange so that people stop abusing content creators? So that did you know last year but one, we had a whole national day dedicated to creatives. You remember? There was youth and creatives. Kukakuwa na Jamhuri Day. Tagline, creatives. President akaongea akasema ameongea na mdosi wa Facebook. Hata aliyeko kwa TV wakiongea naye hapo. Akatu promise by last year June tutakuwa tunalipwa na Meta. You remember? Were you guys there? So which creatives were they talking about? Let me be honest and tell you, you guys even have a ministry. youth, sports, and creative what? Economy. Youth, sports, and the creative economy. Who are these? Tukienda kwa youth, si wako na youth council, si mnawajua? Si kuna mpaka secretary wa youth anaitwa Raymond Omolo. No, huyo ni PS. Anaitangwaje? Raymond Ochieng. Fikirini ni PS. Ana PS ya nani? Maybe youth and sport. Si sports wako mpaka na sports fund. Youth iko mpaka na youth fund. Mali watu wanaenda kuchukua vitu. So that ministry imehang. Iko youth, sports, creative, there's nobody. Hakuna, hiyo ministry ni jina. Na ni sisi. Ni sisi, but it is just a name. Hollow. No office, nothing. Wataenda waongee creative, the US Embassy has promised creative 2 billion na tutahakikisha ya kwamba. Lakini sasa ikikuja hapa kwa creative, nothing. Because we don't have what? A home. We need to be a forceful association that takes care of itself. We don't need no government to help us be who we are. This is not a political party. This is not anywhere affiliated with politics. That's why I say, mimi nitasema hizi vitu, because naweza sema, hawawezi sema wataabdaktiwa. Mimi naweza sema, hakuna mtu atanifanya kitu, si mtanitetea. Hapo muende home. But what I mean is we have to fix this for ourselves. So once we have our own home, tujiran. There are many forums tunataka kufanya. Si ya leo imekuwa mzuri tunajifunza. Hakuna mtu ameaitu organize ama kunae. We have to do it ourselves. Kuna watu kama sasa nimeinvitiwa Terence, nitakwambia twende huko as my SG by the US Embassy. Wako na content creators conference Ole Sereni. Bro, niliangalia list hivi, hakuna content creators. Ni wale waseukula pesa zetu ndio wanaenda huko kutuongelea. Wako hapo, mimi kuna beshte yangu tu ameniweka hapo ndani. Nitamwambia twende SG, nitakwambia twende. US Embassy wanakuanga hivyo. They have a budget for our trainings. But kuna msee yako hapo gatekeeping. Anasema watu hata wajijui, hakuangi wameshikana, leta hiyo pesa tufanye. Anakula mamilioni ya pesa na hakuna kitu tuta benefit nayo. Why not have our association? It has a treasury, iko na watu wote. Tujue na itakuanga public. Tumepewa 1 million. All right, sawa, tunaenda Kisumu. What are we going to do with it? We pay Acacia. We pay for food, drinks na everything na kila kitu hapa, and we make sure we learn. We facilitate wale watu watakuja kutufunza. We get someone from America wenye wako mbele yetu na content creation sana. Wakuje wakae hapa tuongee, tuulize maswali. I am on Instagram. I have 1 million. I don't make a coin. How do I make money? When Instagram, the Meta guys and Google and YouTube wanaitangwa kwenda State House, who do they go to discuss? They discuss you with the wrong people. Akunanga any creative hapo. No association, no body there to talk about your money, to talk about you, how to monetize. We are going to have the next session in the next 2 minutes here. Sebs that are to lead na hiyo. Terence, our SG, will be part of the panel. Wale wanaongelelea monetizing. Si hata nyinyi mnataka pesa. Yes, wataongelea, but I'm telling you, mtasikia how hard it is to make money online. Niko hapo, I have numbers. Yes, we are paid. But do you know, being watched on Instagram, we never paid. I had personally to go to the UK, where I have a friend, to register my channels there. Ndio, when people view my content, I can get some money directly. People are paid for views. TikTok pays for views. Instagram pays for views. We are paid peanuts on YouTube for views. When you go to Tanzania, South Africa, and Nigeria, they earn more than us online because their policies are different. How you earn here on YouTube, si ndivyo msee yako huko nje analipwa. Their terms are higher. Their percentages are higher. Nani atatutetea? We need to do it for ourselves. That's the meaning of this association. And again, we want to make sure the trainings continue, tubaki pamoja, tufuatane. Ndio pia mtu akituguza, tunatokea kama jeshi moja, tunamprotect. Mnataka hivyo? Because wewe uko hapo uoni ni kama unaweza patana na janga, utaatakiwa. But the only place that can protect you is the association. Utasema saa hii watu wanahakiwa ma YouTube, manini, ma Facebook zinapotea. How will you get it back? Ndio Jesse ataipata, Teresa ataipata juu tunajua ukiingia kwa ofisi ya YouTube hapo Nairobi, that is Google, ama ya Facebook, watakujua, wakurudishie channel. How about you, Winnie? We need the association to assist us. Mtu akituhack hata usiogope, tuma barua kwa association, si wako. The association will take care of you. Wataenda wa make sure channel yako imerudi, because they authenticate that that channel is yours. And then irudi. You get what I mean, guys? So that's why we want you guys to be members of the association if you know that you want to be part of this. And then the policies that we are going to develop as the association, we are going to make even the government understand we exist, and then any interest that we have as an association will be taken care of. And we are an industry that can never be ignored anymore. Praise the Lord. Are you there? Because I want us to go to the next segment. Sitaongea zaidi, lakini tuchangamke kidogo before tuende. Our digital guys, do you have the link where people can join? Najua watu wengi wamejiuliza wanataka kujoin aje. Ama mliscan QR mkiingia? Yes, na mkajaza details, yeah? So you are members of the association. It's that simple. And then sambaza hiyo. Wale watakuuliza online, I didn't come, oh how was it? You are the ambassador of the association because you came. Kuna mtu wako nje anashindwa, mbona mimi sikuitwa? Juu sisi tunangojanga tupigiwe simu. So put the information publicly. Mtu akikuuliza mwambie, by the way, ni ya kila mtu, ndio hii link, click on it and join. Or you can take a picture of the QR code, then you share online. Let people join the association. Members are growing 11,000 plus. Tunasonga sana. So join and the association will be there. Tutaleta matraining mingi sana huko. Na mimi nataka kuwa mkereketwa. Mkereketwa ni? Nasema activist. Nataka kuwa activist. Activist ni? Mkereketwa ni mwenye mwana harakati. Mimi, ukiniuliza role yangu, mimi ni mwana harakati wa hii Digital Content Creation Association. I was to go to Parliament to create this thing. I was to go to Parliament, propose a bill in Parliament that will going to have all these things. But sasa sikutoboa, lakini si ndio hii tunatoboa saa hii hapa. Hii ikue. Munaelewa? So we didn't achieve it, but we can achieve it as content creation, and that's it. I don't need to go to Parliament now to defend, to say we need creators. No, we'll have done it with or without being in Parliament, and that is the dream. So mimi nataka kuwa mwana harakati. Anybody anarusha mishale hapa, tutakutana. Mimi ndio nitakuwa go nikisema no, haiko. Na nikiona politician anakuja wrong side, nitaenda kumwambia bro, you got no idea who you're messing with. Sinyi mnaweza salimia watu. Leo mtu akituletea nyokonyoko, tunamsalimia na akwende. So nobody will touch you guys here in Kisumu. We are going to protect ourselves. Now, as I finish, I want to invite the Director Communications Office of the Governor wa Kisumu akuje atusalimia. I hope umetumwa na kakitu. By the way, funding ya hii kitu kama saa hii, it come from the pocket of these people. Nobody is funding the association. Ni mifuko zetu watu wanatoa pesa, led by the chairman Bob Ndolo. Let's appreciate Bob. Hatuna wafadhili yet. Tukipata wale wanatulipia hivyo nimewaexplainia, we'll still tell you because the association is here and they are open. So sasa hii natoka mifuko ya hawa wangwana. So where is the Director Communication Office of the Governor? Oh, he's here. I hope you are talking to the governor. Amekutuma na milioni ngapi? So, karibu sana uwasalimie.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sure most of you are surprised with those titles, because most of you know me as a photographer and everything. That's where I began, and I'm still one of them. Thank you. I'll ask to leave after this because, as you all know, the president will be here tomorrow for the launch of affordable housing and Makasembo. So I'll have to leave and go for some other errands. Okay, I have like 6 things to share to the digital content creators who are here. The first thing, as I've been told here, is just about knowing your value. I'll tell you this in reference to a story. Just yesterday we were somewhere, and there was my friend Jarunda somewhere. So someone had called him to negotiate for some marketing of our project. So the guy, project on an event. So the guy said that, I don't have money, but what I'll do, I'll give you a ticket. So when the guy stepped a bit to go and pick a call, Jarunda whispered to me, Neil Enox, yes, joge wewe, wasichulo jege ticket yao. Ticket kuja konyo matu. And gibuild angi projects mwana kubania temu. Kuro nyisingano onyisogi moromo pogore. So it's about knowing your value. Because if you are there that you only want a ticket to attend an event, people will misuse you. But if you tell them, let's negotiate for something before we can get into this, they will also buy that. I'm sure some of you here, we have worked together, but the challenge that we have with the old age, they don't appreciate social media and other things. So it's very difficult to have these things budgeted for. Or when it's budgeted for, they give it the least figure. So let's keep fighting, and I'm sure as days goes, it will always be better. The other thing, in this market, you have to be very consistent. I'm sure most of us usually lose. Most of 19, I volunteered for campaigns for the current governor. At that time, the governor by then was Jack Ranguma. Ranguma had a lot of financial muscle. So we were campaigning with nothing. But at the end of the day, we were very consistent with this guy. I'm sure I had even some other aspirants for the same gubernatorial position who could call me someplace and tell me, why are you supporting a 70-year-old? They're not giving you anything. Come and support me, I'll buy for you an iPhone. Because they're saying, I said, it's okay, that is the person that I'm supporting. But I need to regret that statement because the day the current governor of Kisumu was elected, before even in inauguration speech, my name featured and appreciated the effort that we did for him as the digital warriors. So whatever you're doing somewhere and you're sacrificing for somebody, he will see it and he will reward you. No matter how long it takes, just be consistent. The other thing, embrace building each other. I'm a believer that whenever I get an opportunity, I call a friend so that we go together to the negotiation table. I'm sure most of you, whenever something happens, you'll call you, Nani, come, let's do this. You never lose by involving a lot of people. Because whatever was budgeted for you will not be given to someone else. So let's try and build each other. Back to the county support. I'm sure before 2017, it's like 1.5 years since I became the director of communications. But anybody here who's been doing events, counties usually have strained issue a budget, but there are things that you can do for you. Actually, most of the people have approached me, just do this letter, do this letter. If you do those letters, they help us to waive for you some charges, like the tickets, the licenses, and other things, or even give you visibility, you have digital screens and everything. We'll do them for you for free once you give us those letters. Okay. Always learn to giving each other a chance to grow. I took one of the guys that's here in Kisumu and nikamwachia hiyo kazi and he's doing well and he's growing. So it must not always have to be you. Give others a chance to grow. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I forgot to say, my governor is #1 fan of creatives. I'm sure most of the events he has been attending, or the First Lady, Mama Lupita. Thank you. And we'll support.
And waambie governor, as the creatives, tutataka Lupita akuwe part of us. Alafu, yeye anatoa kitu, Lupita anakuja. Hatutamlipia, atoke America. Yeah? So go and please make sure you tell His Excellency Honorable Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, Governor of Kisumu, to ask Lupita to join the Digital Content Creators Association of Kenya, and also yeye tunahitaji support yake sana hapa Kisumu and nationally. Utafikisha ujumbe?
Itafika.
Itafika. Na akutume na kidogo ya leo.
Tumesikia. It will be wrong. I had some staffs from my office that we work with. Maybe you can just wave so that can know that counties here. Thank you.
Thank you, county government. We appreciate. Let's appreciate him once more, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, kuna kitu nilisahau. I invite Apesi so that twende. The Digital Content Creators Association is also advocating, as the SG was saying, for the creation. Vile watu, unajua wewe saa hii hata uende kwa bank huwezi pewa loan. Si ni kweli? We want to see whether the government will also create the Content Creators Fund. But being a member of association, unasaidiwa hapa, ndio unaenda unachukua ka loan ka kufanya kazi yako. Hata kama unajibaia iPhone ya content ama light ama camera, then utalipa hiyo pesa kama unataka. All right. Now, wacha tusimame kidogo to stretch ndio tuende kwa the next segment. Simameni kidogo at least to stretch. Alafu tuende, then we'll have lunch after this. And remember, we are going to have our leaders from Kisumu kutoka papa hapa. So stretch kidogo because I want to invite this musician to stretch, and then tupe ngoma mbili Sebs akirudi kuendelea na part 2. Let's appreciate, ladies and gentlemen, one of our own creators, and of course a super duper musician from here, one and only Apesi.
Nyama mkali. Naweza niongeza volume tu kwa nikisema Pesi mnasema mnyama mkali. Apesi. Relax DJ. Nikisema Pesi mnasema mnyama mkali. Apesi. Apesi yudonya timale. Apesi yudonya timale. Wodo kinyonya timile. Wodo kinyonya timile.
Ogwande mo
Cinderella chumto chwako chai kurwako sikati tarwako tai mitakolungore jirengete chwanyore. DJ kila mtu tu Riseudonya pimale wande mora Apesi yudonya pimale wande mora Wodo kinyonya tinile wande mora Wodo kinyonya tinile wande mora Nyakwaru bugenya tinile wande mora Nyakwaru bugenya tinile wande mora Nama yudonya timale yudonya timale wande mora Cinderella chumtu chwako chai kurwako sikati tarwako tai mitakolungore jirende chwanyore mitakolungore jirende chwanyore ngamalo yonge niriduto imayo kompe ngamalo yonge niriduto imayo kompe aweyo nirima woda aweyo nirima mada aweyo nirima kima aweyo nirima weda timbe magalagala kubulus sero manya kubulus kongo ginjaga kubulus maga weote kubulus super weote kubulus super weote kubulus timbe magalagala kubulus sero manya ati kongo ginjaga maga weote super weote sunga weote champum ulango hafu Mama class 3 koroma college. Kastu yako niko na boyfriend Karua. After the stomach you gave has subtracted me from school. Now I'm forced to sell sugar cane on the tip of the road. And when my father catches you will get the cane that you don't know the mathematics. And the boy won't get it done. What you mean to hivi? Mano crazy monkey. Engineer Madiwon Kisumu. Mango. To the left, to the right. Mukana motinga ya. Sale sale. Baby imegoga chuga kibiga kulo. Ndio imegoga figa itwe kulo. Imegoga pile ni mwangolau. Ingisoride ni romolau. Imegoga pile amani. Katabugo limtadwari. Silim smile silim. Hati silim weli. Kirip naitawi. Haji Selim Selim, Selim Ismail Selim, Haji Selim Wali, give it light away. Namalo yonge, nini dutu imeru kombe, namalo yonge. Asego jara pesa mochula Martin, anamavo, baada ya kazi ya bile Martin, ntarudi.
Kidogo tu, we are coming back. We forgot to say this. We are having hashtag. If you are inside this place, just take your seat. Just take a seat. Kidogo tu. Hashtag. If you are posting anything on social media, our social media handles are Digital Content Creators Association of Kenya on all the platforms, and make sure you use the hashtag DCCAK Kisumu, hashtag DCCAK Kisumu, hashtag DCCAK Launch Acacia. And make sure you put yourself in all those hashtags. Let's trend this. Let's have all of us posting about this beautiful event and how much you're learning. What a time to live. We are going to the next session. We will take maximum 25 minutes so that we can go and eat. Because I know this one is the one that you are not going to concentrate. We are about to have our meal. There's something these guys didn't tell you. If you are here, please create content. That's why we chose Acacia, so that you can create content for yourself. Have something on your page. And as you learn, make sure that you tailor-make what you learn from this and to your social media pages. So I'm going to have an amazing panel that will be talking about monetization. Of course, that is the best part of this event. And I want them to take maximum 25 minutes. You tell us how you make money. So we have the moderator of this event. I've been standing here for a long time. I need to change. She's a podcast host, corporate MC, comms guru, coach, and she's going to be a moderator for today. She's passionate about health, lifestyle. She reads a lot. Angamshi. A woman I would like to emulate. How she talks, how she walks, and how she carries out herself. She didn't know that, by the way. I always tell Winnie Wenga that, and Odhiambo Tieno. She's a public speaker. She's a coach. She's a content creator. She's a presenter. And by the way, most of you interact with her content. Minoselu. She's called Winnie Wadera. Please step on the stage. Look at how she walks. I tell you. Hi, Dichol. I like that. Nasemanga kila siku nikiona content ya Winnie nikiamka hivi nikae kama Winnie. It will be over for you guys. Hey, this one. Wacha tu. He said he's your SG. Where is he? Terence. Terence on stage. She's going by the byline, a youth leader, mental health enthusiast, fitness coach, Zumba instructor, a content creator, a girl from Kisumu, Mercy Malel. I like that. please come for this session. Oh, she's light skin. She's brown. Rangi ya thao. Rangi ya pesa. Thank you, Mr. Terence. Your moderator is Monica. Until Amado. So I'll hand over the mic. I'll come back later. Guys, we need to interact more. We need to ask questions. This is monetization. This is money. How you move from your content to making money. Ask questions. This guy is a millionaire over the same. You need to ask him how he got there. Please. Please. Make sure you put your phone down. And anytime your phone is up, you're only picking something that you need. Ask questions. Listen to them. Kizungu mingi, I hope they can mix kidogo kidogo so that we understand them better. Some, you can even talk in Doluo. It doesn't matter because majority here speak in Doluo, right? So ask questions, please. Thank you. Oh, can you imagine? And I saw it. Sorry, guys, I forgot one person. He's a communication strategist, a photographer, Kisumu influencer, and he has also worked with the government at the Senate and also private sector. We call him Fred Nyasoro. But wait, Fred, you come from Homa Bay. Why are you calling yourself Kisumu influencer? I genuinely think you guys need to understand when we will be choosing leaders. How will we be? Fred, unakimbia Kisumu na Kisumu Evans atachukua. Where do Kisumu man? Guys, will be choosing leaders that we have said. You need to know where you're coming from and it needs to come out clear so that they don't fight you. Can you imagine, say, be vying as a secretary in Kisumu, yet I don't come from here. So that is something also you need to think about. Thank you so much. See you shortly. I'm giving you guys 30 minutes maximum. 25, then the 5 is for the questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Sebi. And thank you very much to our panelists as well for being up here and so that we can share knowledge and also be able to impart knowledge. And in the interest of time, I'm going to go straight away to my first question. But before I have you answer this question, I'm going to ask this question to my audience. And the question is, does social media and content, does social media actually pay? By a show of hands, how many say yes? Okay, a good number of hands. And how many say no? So nyote mnapata pesa? Nice, very good. Okay. Thank you for that. So I'm going to ask to our panelists, maybe if you guys in about 30 seconds, because tumepewa time kidogo, can just tell us, does social media actually pay? I know we have different strength on different platforms. So maybe if you can just relate to the actual platform that you are on, does it actually pay? I'll start from the far end with Mercy.
One, two, one.
Can we please have her mic fixed up?
1, 2.
To me, iko na credit.
So hi guys, most of you know me. I'm Mercy Malel, and yes, it pays. For me, indirectly. Not yet directly, but it pays.
Okay, thank you. Fred?
Thank you very much. I would say that social media really pays if you know your niche.
Mm-hmm.
And if you know how to use it, it pays.
Okay. Mr. SG.
Yes. Social media pays if you allow yourself. You give yourself time and be patient on your way there.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much.
Social media pays in various ways. One, as the platform itself, like YouTube, TikTok. There are platforms in countries that actually, but YouTube pays universally. but they are like TikToks and There are countries that they actually pay you for views and comments, like we had the conversation in the morning. And then there are clients who see you on those platforms that want you to push their brands. They will pay you. And then there's a currency that is not talked about often, which is, which is your brand pays you in kind. For instance, I'm sure people can relate to what I'm about to say. There are public figures or influencers or content creators that get things from places for free just because they are public figures and they are known. So you can step into a meeting, you maybe were not invited, but because they see you, so they say, kuja mkubwa, kaa mbele. So you just got something that people probably paid for free. So most of the time we focus on the infrastructure, on the platforms, but there's also the sense of just because you get perks for free. You get dresses for free and food for free and sleepovers and flights for free. Yeah.
Good afternoon. As a filmmaker, I'd say I'm here on the basis of a long format content creator. Long format is feature film. I know social media pays, but for long format it's a different story. It's paying in some places, but for us, people still measure on short format. Short films, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. But we are in the right direction now, and we'll talk about that, how the long format is also now paying on social media, I think.
All right, thank you very much. So, as you can grasp from the two questions that I've asked, I think we all have an idea of what we're going to be talking about. So we're going to be talking about monetization and social media utility, all right? So if we can just, stay, keep our focus here so that we don't miss out. So then I'm going to go on to a very important question. And I think that's a question that most of us here would like to be able to understand. What are the different ways as a content creator that you can be able to monetize from social media, and what are some of those different tools that we can use as content creators to be able to earn from the social media pages? We want to focus strictly on the social media pages, so maybe we can speak on different strengths depending on what social media platform that we are active on. So should I start from this end? Okay, so my question once again is, how are we able to earn from the social media platforms, and what are some of the strategies and tools that we can be able to use so that we are able to gain financially from some of these social media platforms? And what, if you can probably explain to some of us that are still new in the industry, what are some of the criteria that are used to determine how much do you get, what do you get?
Just like I said, I will be speaking on long formats. Long format is not meant for all social media. Like if I do a 2 hours movie, I cannot put it on Facebook, because most of social media are for people who want something they can watch quick and move to the other one. So the social media that works for long format first is YouTube. Yeah, and just like any other art, we need authenticity and a niche. Just create your audience. I will use, for example, Awenja's Disco Matanga. If you watch that series, alifanya tu research yake. There are people, akona watu wenye wana watch you. There are so many people. We have 40 million Kenyans. Just get a little, or just target like just 5 million. Most of them, not all of them will watch, but learn what they want. Learn what they want. Then serve them. You cannot serve everybody. So we create two audience yako that will love what you do. Then you will get money on YouTube. Because we get money on YouTube, TV, and maybe other platforms like Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So perhaps basing this on your own personal experience, what are some of those tools that you personally use to guarantee your monetization, and what are some of those criteria that are used to determine like how much do you get? Like you said, you mostly, YouTube works best for you. So maybe if you can just divulge based on YouTube usage.
First of all, my tool for selling to my audience is like me. I don't do my movies in English. Those who know me from the start, I've been doing movies in Dholuo. I just moved to a bit of Kiswahili, but I am doing it in Dholuo because I've identified the people that I want to sell to. Yes, and those guys, once there was a gap. There was a gap for local language. The stories we want to do, we've been doing them in English. Now, once I've got that, and I move with them to YouTube, it takes time. First of all, consistency is the thing here. YouTube does not make money overnight. We all know that. But it's like, just like Terence said, get your first view, alafu ya bibi yako na ya maid if you have a maid, then just consistency. There's a way that format works, that there's a watch hour. They calculate your watch hour. Like ukiingia kwa YouTube ya mtu, unaona wanakuleteanga advert. The moment you click skip that advert, umeninyima do. Because those people, they're at the back end, they calculate how many hours have people watched my content, how many, how frequently do I post. You can hit a monetization level like it happened to me. Kuna time nilifika monetization level, but I took too long without posting. Wakani dropped, and so I had to again work hard to qualify for monetization.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Wadera.
If you are good at anything, and by good I mean very good, ile ukweli na si chocha na kujichocha, you know very well I'm humorous. Kuna ile unajuaga na kuna ile watu wanakuambia unajua wewe ni deadly. You know that you are wewe ni mrembo. Kama wewe ni mrembo, you can monetize it. You can start doing this makeup reviews, get ready with me manenos. Kama uko na banging body, everything can make you money. Sasa wewe, you can sell clothes, you can influence for boutiques and whatnot. So let's come back to comedy. Me seem deadly sana. I just have a funny way of seeing things and turning them into minoselu. I don't believe I'm like funny, but I have an eye for what's gonna make people laugh. So I realized that what wanacheka sana na inisaidi. So how can I turn this? As they checker, it pays me. As they checker, it cashes my check. So then I decided to attach brands to my comedy. So whatever it is you're good at, attach a brand to it. If you're a great dancer, don't be dancing for people for free bana. Na uko home na una kitu. Enda place kama Acacia, useme nawezaga dance na hapa kwa gate yenyu hapa palikuandikwa Acacia. Na as I dance, it's going to go viral because I am good at what I'm doing, but then it's giving you visibility as Acacia. At the end of the day, I'm not, and then I come enjoy your services, maybe, whatever, or you can pay me. You can pay me in cash or in kind. You give me a space where I can dance that looks good, and then you feed me, you take care of me, because I would have gone elsewhere and spent money on that. Naeza kuja Acacia nilipe niseme wacha nifanye kitu hapa. Or you can give the space to me for free. I give you visibility and I get to sell what I say. So whatever it is you're good at, guys, don't ever do anything that you're good at for free. Imagine usai pikia besti yako chapo hivyo tu, imagine. I'm not saying that it's so mgumu. Of course you can cook for your friends and stuff, but musema hakuna haja upikie mabeste wako chapo kwa baby shower and then you're having to ask for lifts from them as you go back home. Alafu anakuambia, "Hey manze, wewe ni deadly. Na kuna roho safi, hakuna roho safi hapa town, tunatafuta pesa." Unasikia? Roho safi gani? Tunatafuta pesa, yet you're offering them services that they would have paid for. So, monetize whatever it is you're good at. And then another thing is you can get paid by not paying for those things. I am a girl who grew up in Nyalenda slums. Nimeishi Nyalenda slums for 25 years tukitesekaga na my single mother. So one of my dreams growing up in life was to fly on an aeroplane. So when I started flying, I discovered that a lot of people at home could not relate to stories zangu na wapigia washiki. Naambia ukienda huko juu bana, mvua inanyesha lakini haikunyeshei. They're like, how is that possible? So I always wanted to bring that dream home because I don't have the money to fly them. But how can I bring that experience to them? So then I had an idea of one day I wanted to just capture the whole experience of traveling via a plane. So I went and spoke to Jambo Jets and I said, guys, mi manzeni kuna following, lakini si wengi lakini wanasikiaga maneno. So if you give me an opportunity to shoot inside here and share the experience, watu wanaweza wajua na watakuja, lakini mimi ma followers wangu wako ghetto, hawatapanda ndege, lakini wewe amini watakuja. So they said, okay, you can come. So they didn't pay me, but I was able to live my dream. So I went and I shot everything. Watu wananiangalia na mimi sijali. Mimi niko hapa, mdosi wa Jambo Jet ananijua. So I was shooting everything. So at the end of the day, they didn't pay me, but they paid me in kind. As a content creator, I was looking for content. So I got that without having to spend money. I didn't pay for the flight. I didn't talk to anybody, to kiss anybody, to give me freedom to do what I wanted to do. I just did. They paid me in kind. So I was able to create content, and then I was able to fulfill my dream. So another way, they might not always pay you in cash, but they can pay in kind. And then sometimes also as a human being, you are tired, your back hurts, your feet hurt. Unasikia kwenda massage na una pesa. Pesa uko nao ni ya mboga. Hello?
Yeah.
So unasema na niko na following. Nikienda kwa Hispani waambie manze mimi nakuoga na watu, mkini massage. Now market. So that's also something, you don't get paid in cash, but your needs are met. That's a lower level of influencing. There's a higher level where I'm sure you are at that level, where you get paid and you get massaged and you get all these things. So that's also a level in influencing that you can benefit from.
All right, thank you very much. Perhaps I'll have Mercy and Fred, and then I'll have you conclude this for us. So Mercy.
Money. Now this is why we are into content creation. But before we get into content creation, what are you on the ground? Most of the people know me as a fitness coach. I go anywhere, ule dancer. But how do I translate this to my content creation? First, I work with brands that provide solutions that align with my content. That is one. Secondly, I check on my algorithms. I look at the people who follow me. Most of the people who are interested into fitness. So I'd create content that would go along that line. Is it? The other thing is engaging back with the people online. You might be engaging with people on the ground, but when they get to you online, you don't get back. How are you going to make that money come to you? I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. I will leave the complex part for Terence to handle. I will handle the Kisumu part. Content, social media pays us in Kisumu. And sometimes, most of the time, a lot of the times you hear people talk about Kisumu influencers, this and that, this and that. These guys are actually getting paid. Maybe not monetized by the app, but through endorsements, through gigs. And even sometimes, I'm glad that MCJC explained what a brand and an influencer is. And you realize most of us, we are given brands to run with, and we actually paid for them. You know, sometimes the only thing that one needs to know, because the people ask, how do you become an influencer? If you know your niche, you know what, concentrate on one thing. I remember when I came to Kisumu, the first gig I got was for the tourism week, because I was doing a lot of traveling content and destinations. So I was known for a traveling influencer. So I got the first gig as a traveling influencer. So the moment you know your gig, your niche, people ask themselves, somebody has 5,000 followers and is called an influencer. I have 10,000 followers and I'm not an influencer. Why? Because when you don't have a niche, you don't have where to specialize, the client will not even know how to look for you. Because the followers that you have, probably, even if you have 20,000 followers, but they're not interested in a tourism gig, so the client will not be interested. So when they know where you specialize, what you're good at, then they'll reach out, or you go and seek out for those jobs. Number two, also payments, you can get payments through through license content. If you have a content that has gone viral, and maybe probably you're doing a content, you're wearing a t-shirt imeandikwa ya Safaricom, you're doing a very good content and it goes viral. Sometimes the client can reach out so that you can license that content to them and they pay you. So that has also happened a couple of times here. And lastly, I would say that when you're also doing brand influencing, you need to be very consistent. You need to be very consistent. Sometimes you get tired along the way. Sometimes you don't even know what to, because content creation is not for lazy people. So when you know that you stick to your niche, if you cannot do everything, you find somebody is doing tourism, the next thing they're into, they're also doing modeling. You would also find them hyping an hospital gig or account. You can't do. When you stick to one, then people will be able to identify with your content. Then you grow from there, so that you have an organic following. Sometimes, just to clarify something, most people think that when you're controversial and you get following, then you can monetize your followers or your. Sometimes when you're controversial, you get the wrong audience, such that even when you do an advert, when you're given a brand to run, your followers don't relate to what you're posting, because they're used to controversies. They don't relate to what you're posting. So sometimes it is good to stick to your niche. You can be, Sebi said here that I will be speaking on behalf of the micro influencers. There are the micro influencers and the macro influencers. Micro, the ones who have 10,000, 5 to maybe 100 is macro and above. And you'll find that most people get gigs, trust me, are these micro investors. Terence said here, get 50%, mingi, imeshinda ku get 100% moja. Thank you.
Yes.
Mmeniweka pale. Wapigieni makofi jameni, tukeni. Hii sijisikii vizuri.
Okay. Can we please
niongeze sauti kidogo. Unanisikia ule yako pale nyuma? Ule amevaa black. You. Oh good, if you can hear me that is good. This is quite it's called, I don't want to call it a sensitive topic because but it is sensitive as it is. If you may write, pick what you will pick, it will help you. And it's a good topic to discuss. First of all, we have an issue of the different ways of making money as a digital creator. But before I get into the money bit, let's get into how do we get there. As we said before, we have to learn before you earn. In the word learn, you just remove the L, then you'll remain with the earning bit. So most of us want to earn before we learn. First of all, he mentioned about creating a niche and packaging yourself. You have to first package yourself. If you want to be a millionaire, you'll have to start behaving like one, even with 0 shillings. You want to be a digital creator, look at what other digital creators are doing. Come up with your rate card, come up with your business card, unakuwa nayo, unatembeanga nayo, because when you're walking out here, you have to be prepared. You don't know who you meet somebody, ukona kadi, what do you do? I'm a digital creator. For further information, you can do this. Create a profile. What do you want to become? You want to be a fitness influencer, you have to be a lifestyle influencer. Create a portfolio. Sawa sawa. This is what you're asked when most of the corporate, they ask you, send us your profile. A profile is a brief to tell them who you are. It's you introducing yourself to those people. Now how do you come up with because some of you will ask, hey, mimi bado sijaanza na nini nitakujaje kukua kwa hiyo kitu. Identify the platforms that you want to be in. Open all of them, even those that you won't be. This is another thing I need to teach you. Ingia Facebook, andika jina yako, @Winnie, chukua your handle, secure that handle, go to Snapchat, do that. LinkedIn, do that. The reason why you are doing that is because you're protecting your money. In which way? If I didn't have a Snapchat account, somebody will open at Terence Creative. I'll have to buy my name from them. You understand? That is money I've wasted. They can take my content, duplicate it in their Snapchat, and make money from it. So these are ways of making, creating a profile for yourself. Not to sound controversial to what you have said, that there is no free gigs. But I'll tell you a secret that most people maybe won't tell you. You want to be a digital creator. You are there, you want to be an influencer. Nobody has seen your job. Nobody is giving you a job because you don't have numbers, you don't have a name. What do? Look around, tafuta auntie yako mwenye yako na supermarket, mwambie auntie, wacha nikufanyie hivi, the same way you did with the Ndege people. Look for a hospital, wafanyie for free. The reason why you're doing these gigs for free is because of what is called proof of concept. When you approach a customer, utamwambia ibadhi na kuwaga influencer, I've worked for so and so. They don't know if you are paid or not. I'll give you a good example. A few years ago, I did a gig for a lady for 15,000 Kenya shilling. I was doing something to do with endometriosis. Then she really complained, oh, sina pesa nini. I did that gig for free. Nobody knew I, na nikaifanya fully. Then years later, this lady comes back to me and says, we have something that you're doing a walk for, mnakumbuka time ya Beyond Zero or something, those walks, the heart, the whatever. Then she calls me again, but she says, these people saw what you did, and this time they have a budget. And for the next 3 years, that lady gave me a job of over 4 million. Nobody knows I was paid 15,000. So when you want to create your profile, you will need a proof of concept or proof of work. This is what I do. I'm an influencer, I do this. So after hizo gigs za bure, if you're an MC, tafuta mtu mwingine anafanyanga UMC, mwambie wacha nikuite kwa stage. You understand? Wacha nikuite. Na wewe ni MC, hautaenda kumuita tu. You will say 2 things. They will recognize Jesse. That's what actually I need to mention. That's what Jesse did when I was coming up as an MC, corporate MC. He'd say, kuna gig nafanya, we kuja tu uone. Then unaitwa unasalimia watu, unasema vitu mbili. They say, Jesse is good, but also that guy was here anajaribu sana. Guess what? For example, these people will have their end year party. They call Jesse. But Jesse has a gig in Dubai. Who is the next option? I'll be the first option. So when you are creating your niche and you're creating a profile, allow yourself to do freebies. Those are not free. Those are for you to show other people that you can do something. Another thing, and during this time when you're doing your content creation, kuna time content yako itakuja itashika. Na something happens to the industry, unakuta jina ni kubwa kuliko mfuko. That's where pressure comes in. That's where depression comes in. You have to allow yourself kusota your time, but don't lose yourself. You understand? It happens to everybody. Even me, Nani, Churchill, whoever, Eric Omondi, we made names before money. The problem we're having right now, we want to make money before we make brand, before we make a name. All these processes here is for you to make money, but you have to build a brand first. They've mentioned about growing your audience and everything. As few as they are, wake up every day. That is your office. Social media is my office. Somebody asked, by the way, we overwork more than office people here. Somebody asks you, what else do you do? My friend, let me tell you how I wake up. I wake up to Instagram. I go to DMs. I talk to people there. Watu wa mashida, watu wa matusi, I talk to them there. I go to the comment section. I respond to people. Even putting a like, a love, or whatever, that's a response. I'm engaging with my audience. I go to YouTube. I start with community. I start with feeds. everything. I go to Facebook, natukanwa na waangalia, na block wenye na block, restrain. By the way, the power is in your hand.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, block as many as you can, because what those people are diverting your energy. Sawa. And if you can't have the right energy, you won't make money. So engage with your audience. That is your money. Now you'll get to a point where you'll have a crowd. Now this is the most interesting bit. You'll get a crowd. You'll get a crowd from Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. Identify your audience. Angalia hii audience ndio inanichangamkianga. Prioritize that audience. And once you prioritize that audience, like this is what I do. I know maybe YouTube itanipea pesa. Instagram client wangu wako hapo. Before I reshare to any other platform, I make sure imeingia Instagram. Sawa. Once you have an audience, you will see how they behave, what they want. The thing that separates us from getting money is the lack to convert our audiences into our clients and customers. Sawa. And that's how we, now once you get, you remember I told you they are free gigs, Yeah. Your customers will love you for your comedy, they love you for your poem, they love you for your music. But tomorrow, they look at you, they don't know how to support you because you have not shown them, this is how you support me. When you're doing your music, talk to Acacia, venye mesema, kuja piga sherehe hapo, kuja na maji yako. Be purposeful. If you're targeting, come on a purpose, una target. This is how you work, This is how you get money. When you're doing your video, so una target watu wa maji. Sawa? Hajakupea pesa. Chukua maji yako, toa branding. Sawa? So umechukua maji, kama mimi niko na watu wajibu. Chukua maji yenye unawaka nayo. Toa hiyo logo ya hiyo maji kwa hapo. Piga sinema yako safi, lakini hiyo logo ya maji haina mtu. Kuna tomato sauce pale kwa meza. Toa hiyo malogo yao. Unapika ugali, blah those brands. When people watch your content, they're saying this content is good. We sell unga ya ugali, but we are not here. Na huyu jamaa ametumia ugali. Why don't we engage him or her? And that's how you get your money. That is called product placement. Most of the time, we create content, we use money, and return on investment is zero. Right? True or not true? Unatengeneza YouTube video, I'll give you a good example. Acha nianze hiyo kitu nasema sababu when I did Wash season 1, kafanya season 2, I use a lot of money. But now haina do, ile do nimeweka kutumia hiyo kwa hiyo movie na ile pesa napata kwa YouTube, it is not matchable. When I did Wash 4, I used over 7 million. YouTube gave me less than $1 million. But now what helps me to achieve this is because pale niko na mtu, niko na naongelea mashamba. Nenda naongea na mtu wa shamba, naambia kuna mahali nitakuwa hapa naongelea shamba. Unaona aje? Anakupea yake, unamweka pale. Sawa. Unaenda pale unamwambia kuna mahali tutakuwa tukikula crips. Nataka nikuweke pale. Those are streams of money. So if you are doing something na unajua ni noma, na ni noma sana. I see a lot of musicians, I see a lot of content creators giving and marketing products for free. Umeingia kwa bar, wewe ufanye na EABL, lakini tumeona mapombe hapo. None of that alcohol is paying you nothing. You go to a hotel, umepiga video yako, umembe cameraman nataka uingie nikiingia hivi. Probably you have paid for the venue. You have marketed them, you have shown them in your product and they are not paying you. A good example, kuja tu hapa, nimewalipia venue ambia cameraman nikiingia kwa mlango nataka nionekane mimi peke yangu. Wale watu watakuja wana sinema waseme, na ukianza na sisi hapa kwa editing utatucharge ngapi? Remember what I said, if you want to be a millionaire, behave like one. These are areas of packaging yourself. All right? So if you package yourself this way, you are going towards monetization. Another thing you need to do to get money is to collaborate. When you're starting your digital creation and becoming an influencer, try as much as collaborate with other people. Kuja uki-collaborate na mimi, one thing that collaboration does, if you collaborate with me, I'm introducing you to my fan base. Wataona kuna dem fulani Terence amewaka na yeye, wacha tumfollow. They follow, you get my clients. Remember, every day you wake up, look at your following as customers. Always think, ni nini nitauzia hawa watu? Kando na uongo, kando na nudity, hawa watu juu wako na pesa, ni nini nitafanya nao? So make sure una collaborate na hawa watu. Kabla ni is not about monetization, but also once you want to grow your audiences and your visibility, every day make sure you comment on popular people's post. Unaonanga NGC watu wameenda hapo wamesema wameweka moto, ni kuonekana. So unaonanga ponaona Tumbili also liked by Tumbili. Inakuanga on purpose. You're increasing visibility. So if you are here and you want to grow your numbers, that's one secret I'm giving you. Ukiamka asubuhi tafuta maselebu wote, nini wameweka comment. Sawa? Comment, weka moto, weka love. You are broadening your visibility. People will see you. And remember, the more they see you, the more customers you will have. As I finish, let me finish. Brand partnership, brand placement, and mock videos. Mock videos is what I've said. You want to advertise Coca-Cola in your video. Tafuta soda ingine hata ina jina huko hivi, weka. Ipige video yako vizuri. Every time you're doing your video, do it perfectly. But if somebody has not paid you, let their brand, let their logo not be seen in your video. But do it perfectly, mpaka waseme now, ni sisi tunataka kukua hapa. Another thing to protect your money. Remember, jina yako ndio pesa yako. Protect your brand and your name as much as possible. Usifanye vitu mbaya, umepatikana huku, umefanya sijui nini, jina yako inaenda. And let me tell you how your name affects you. Nowadays, if you go for a visa, in every visa, Syria's, UK, US, where, they ask you, put for us your social media handle. Wanatafuta hapo jina yake, Jesse Samatat, nini, Kotulo, Mogashe. Huyu anaweza, 10 bila break. One time, wanaangalia hapo. Alafu tena, ilacha nikwambia wazungu wanakuanga wapeti. No to homosexuals, sijui manini unaambia. There's a comment to make here in 2016 and I don't think wanafanya kitu ya ujinga. The internet, remember, to leave positive digital footprints. Lastly, how to make money. Unaweza kuwa uko na jina lakini hauna pesa, hauna client, platform haikulipi. Do your own merchandise. Anza na watu wa kwenyu. Babako, mamako, anko yako wavae hizo hoodie zako hata kama kuna joto. Wazivae. Ukienda event, kama sasa wewe venye umekuja hapo umeperform, ungekuwa pale na t-shirt zako. Umeziweka pale, uko na hizi zinaitangwaje, Stanley Cups. That is a way of making money. So for now, I leave that for there until I get further question. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. And unfortunately, in the interest of time, I'll have to cut down my questions. But I have about two questions. And the next question I want to direct it to you, okay? Because you've been in the industry for a while and you do operate on different platforms. So this is my question. What role does platform diversification play in monetization? And is it essential for the long-term financial stability of a content creator?
Platform diversification is, we normally have different audiences. Facebook iko na watu tofauti. Unaweza amuka tu yuko uitwe matako bure tu. Umeweka kitu hata kama ni Sunday injili umetukanwa. Kasia so. Kuna siku nilipost mtoto wangu my first day my daughter's first day in school. Akaniambia, so tufanye nini? Okay, so atukusoma. You have to understand these platforms. The corporate people are on Twitter, they are on Instagram. Sorry to say, those wale watu wengi wanajifunza social media wanaanzianga Facebook, alafu sasa wale wa matusi wako TikTok. Mtu anakuuzia jampa, Suzi na kuona umbwa wewe na unasonga. The reason why you have to be on all these platforms is that you gather audiences. In that, most of the time, you will post, you will focus on Instagram. Content yako itatolewa na mtu wa repost TikTok. Labda watu wakujui huko. Watauliza huu ni nani, wakienda kutafuta hauna account. But wakipata post nini yako imerepostiwa huko, watakutafuta na watakufollow. There is money you will get. There are clients. And let me touch a bit on you're doing your rate card. When you're doing your rate card, please make sure every platform you charge independently. These are my rates for Facebook. I will charge you 200,000 for a video. Instagram, I'll charge you 300,000 for a video. TikTok, I'll charge you 200 for a video. If you want me to reshare, now we can negotiate. All right? So each platform attracts different customers. Now let me call them customers. The one you call followers, my followers. All those likes, all those views, always look at them as customers. The reason for you to diversify is that you don't miss out on anything or any audience. Work at Facebook, reshare, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, everywhere. Yes.
All right, thank you. And to my final question, and I think I would have our panelists in about 15 seconds each. Yeah. If you could please tell us, in the interest of all of us, how can content creators protect their intellectual property? How do you, as individuals on our panel, protect your intellectual property? Okay? And so that we ensure that fair compensation when it comes to monetization. How do you protect your intellectual property? It's easy with the music, we have copyrights and all that. How does it work with content creation? In about 15 seconds, please. Okay.
Okay. The best way I know for protecting intellectual property is through KECOBO, Kenya Copyright Board. It's free, actually nowadays it's free. It takes like less than 24 hours and you have your certificate. That is the only way nikiiba content Terence Leo, kesho anaweza confirm this was mine. Just patenting it. You cannot patent an idea. Unajua anaweza kuwa na the same idea na Winnie, alafu Winnie awake and say, I had that thing in my mind. You cannot patent an idea, but always have it either documented or have something that you can prove, then you patent it. That's the only way. Thank you.
All right. Winnie? Okay, to Mercy.
For me, how I protect myself, I work on the ground. So even if you steal my content, when you post it, watu wanajua, huyu ni ule Mercy wa fitness. So you end up marketing me more than stealing my content. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I think I will also be learning from this because I also learn how to protect my content. But I will give an insight. There's a time I pulled a video from somebody's page and I reposted.
All right.
And it got very good impressions. The person realized and they restricted my page. So I came to learn that sometimes we can do content. We do a lot of, especially on Facebook, we do a lot of we copy a lot of content. Mtu ameposti, unakimbia, una lift, una post huku. So there's no that originality, authenticity.
Okay.
So I'm also open to learn how people protect their content, especially on Facebook, where I know I have my big reach.
Thank you very much. Winnie, and then Terence will finish.
Yeah, there was a time a friend of mine who also does comedy, we were just bantering, and I floated, and we were just talking, and then something came out, and it was funny, and I floated, hey, tukeka hivi inaweza kuwa funny, hey, haha. And then they picked it up, and they built on it, and I knew, hey, and then they're equally funny. So I'm like, mtu akinitangulia kwa mtandao na kitu imeenda. So quickly, nikaenda kwa choo, nikarecord Minoselu kwa choo, na nikaipost saa hiyo. So my friend was like, I see what you've done, but it's like, yeah, it was my idea, but when ulikuwa unaijenga sana, nilikuwa najua utaenda home na utaifanya. So sometimes just have your face, your voice on it. And then for me, because I have dual personality on social media, I have another face and I have this other face. So kama ni kitu najua ni kali sana na nataka inijenge beyond comedy, I do it with my own face. So that you know it's me. But if it's something I don't mind losing, I will put it in Minoselu. But it's still Minoselu.
Yeah.
But if I know this one inaweza kulia for 10 years, naifanya na sura yangu.
Okay.
So ensure your face is on it, your voice is on it, and then hashtags is also a key thing, because sometimes you can search, unaweza enda kwa search bar na usearch kitu, na because mtu ameka hiyo hashtag itakuleta kwa page yake na kwa hiyo content yake. So hashtags also is a key determinant to leading people to where you are.
Thank you.
All right. Very interesting. First of all, for issues of intellectual property, I'll talk on. There's something called fair use. Ndio inakuwa imetuweka chini sana. For instance, when you're using, let's say, Tom Daktari's voices, unajua hiyo ni fair use, but it's spreading. But if Tom is clever, he knows where. Before your music comes to Instagram, ile unaona search hapo Prince Inda ama apesi kabla usearch hapo kuna mahali ameregister. So make sure umeregister ndio iko protect. The platform can protect you. And make sure you are the first. Prioritize platforms that protect your content. For instance, if you upload first on YouTube, mtu mwingine akichukua itamualert. All right? Itamualert hii content ni mtu mwingine. So ushapata hizo za you are now sharing revenue with so and so. But if you post your content on TikTok, niichukue niipeleke YouTube, it will register me as the original owner of that content. So because we may miss on this one, when you're doing your content so that you may gain from it, not necessarily even in terms of monitoring, but in terms of visibility, make sure you have a watermark. Unaweka watermark, logo yako pale, inaenda na hiyo video. Unaonanga video zimeenda mbali, then people will come back kuangalia ni nani. It is good to work with Kenya Copyright Board and do what is called a trademark. When you trademark, it may be a bit expensive, but it will help you. It will help you. Kama mimi sasa uwezi tumia nga. Unaona kama ngamwaya, ngaleta one fine wine hizo. So hiyo ni copyrighted. It's a trademark of Terence Creative as a brand. So you need to trademark your brand. Ndio mtu akitumia aweze kukulipa. You remember what happened to Willis Raburu with Bazu? Akashinda 5 million. Ni jio kitu. Also don't expose yourself. When you're doing your content, especially for influencers, na uko na product ya mtu, stop using local music. Because those people will sue you. You remember Nonini? Ameshinda kesi mtu alitumia music yake. Trademark, watermark, then another thing in terms of intellectual property. Content creators, when we get our contracts, we are only interested with ninalipwa ngapi, then sign here as an influencer. We don't go through the contract. Because you may sign a contract na client as an influencer for social media platforms. Lakini contract ameandika atakutumia mpaka kwa TVC na atakutumia kwa billboard. So you go back there, they show you the papers. Nakwambia si uli sign hapa. And I want to alert also parents that are here. When you are registering your kid to a school, there is a bit that you miss where the school asks, can you use your kid for media purposes, unaweka tick. So all of a sudden unaenda mtoto wako ako kwa brochure za shule, ako kwa billboard, ako kwa nini, that is money you should be earning. So before you sign a contract, wacha uzembe ya kukimbilia tumeagree VAT nitatoa. Go through the contract, especially the clause that says intellectual property, the right to reshare your image. How long? Do you know how long you have signed for? Like you have seen my photos in Shell petrol station across the country. I've signed for Kenya. I've signed for Kenya. Kenya is the region that you're supposed to use that image. Ikitoka Namanga, that's a different pay. If it goes to Tanzania, it's a different pay. It happens also to filmmakers. When you're doing your movies, umeenda umesign release model, nini yako inaenda, let's say for example Showmax, alafu imeoneshwa Kenya, alafu kidogo kesho unakuta Malawi, the same movie imeinterpretiwa, inaoneshwa watu wa Malawi, Burundi, Burkina Faso. Then you go back to complain to those people. You did not go through your contract of how far can you use my image, how far can you use my voice. All right, so make sure, and the best thing with association is that we have legal. They will help you interpret your contract. Don't be excited with the money, be excited on how much more can you make from that. So go through your contracts. Itakusaidia sana na intellectual property.
All right, thank you so much. So I'll stop there, and I think we're going to take 3 questions here. And I was meant to ask this question to our panelists, but I'm going to ask it to the audience. So as you stand and speak to ask your question, I just want to hear what are the challenges you're facing as a content creator. Just give us a maximum of 2. So anybody with a question? Okay, we have some on my left. We'll take a maximum of 3. Gender balance if possible. So as you stand, just tell us your name. And before your question, give us 2 challenges that you're facing as a content creator.
Thank you so much. My name is Fulgence Rabach, the founder of TVSDG. One of the challenges that I have as a content creator is consistency of following the content calendar. You might have a schedule on I'm good at this, but how often do you follow your content calendar? Number 2 is obviously every organization and everything has financial problems. I want to shoot in Acacia perhaps. How can I meet the charges of shooting in Acacia or even at the airport? So those are my 2 major problems. To my question, these are the tough times of the country and of the economy. Everyone here has a niche of, has an interest of making money, right? Sindio? But then we are not forgetting this aspect of image. There's a platform you're not talking about. It's called Fans Only or OnlyFans. And you want to create content, right? At this point at this conference or this workshop we have today, if I want to create content and be famous, I also want to make money. Are we going for image or career? Thank you.
Okay, I will have, or do we take all questions?
No, answer that first.
Okay, I will have Terence answer that.
Okay, first of all, in terms of challenge of content of calendar, one thing you need to do, nowadays you can schedule your content. You can schedule your content. There are those contents that you do. Also, another thing you can do, teach your audience. This is the time that you put your video. You see most of the content creator says, premiering at 4, premiering at 2. Amefunza audience yake, saa 8, ndawaekea video. So you teach your audience your timing. And right now, if you go to your Instagram, for instance, go to your algorithm, where you do about your algorithm insights. They will tell you what time is your audience active. They will tell you what time they are your audience active. Go check there, study that, use that to post your thing. When it comes to a matter of posting on OnlyFans, is called, those are survival means, and those are shortcuts. And now this one has to do with morals. Wewe umelelewa aje? Umefika mwisho that lazima utoe nguo ndio upate pesa. And I am to give you a homework. Go on Netflix or YouTube. Look for a documentary called Life After Porn. Life After Porn. Most of those people end up committing suicide because they never live to enjoy that money. I leave that for that. That has to do with morality.
Thank you very much. Can we have the second question?
The second lady?
Yes, please.
Lady? No question. Hey.
Okay, I have a question. First, nataka kuuliza siku hizi kwa social media kama Instagram, Facebook kuna cross posting. Unaweza post kwa Instagram na ikuje Facebook. Does it affect Facebook performance ama iko tu sawa? Juu unapata ukipost engagement yako saa zingine inarudi down kwa the other platform ina pick. Second question is on YouTube. Najua wengi wetu hapa tuko YouTube na tuko na copyright claim. Na kuapproach hiyo challenge ni ngumu sana. For example, kama wale wenye wanafanya media, yenye unafanya same thing TV inafanya ama radio station inafanya. Unapata utamonetize but within a short time uko demonetized. So unajaribu kuclaim but upati feedback kama usaidi. You don't know who and where to get the solution. Kama mtu ako na hiyo unaweza tusaidia.
And you didn't give us your challenges, please?
Yeah, that is a challenge.
Okay. Sawa. So then
Faster, we are going for lunch in the next few. So the last question.
Okay, let's take the last question and have them answered together.
So my name is Tabitha Amoke. My name is Tabitha Amoke, and I want to ask about niching. There's so much about either you should be able
Please
to
come up
niche.
again.
About what?
Niching on the type of the content you want to create.
Oh, the niche.
Yeah, the niche, yeah. So when it comes to niching, I'm a social media manager, and I've been able to work with different brands. But now it reaches a point where one wants to niche down to a specific industry. So how do you determine when you should, okay, the question is when should you niche down to maybe a specific industry? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Let's answer those.
Yeah, for the gentleman's question, I'll have Mercy answer the first part, and then I'll have Robbie answer on the YouTube aspect of it. So you can please pass the microphone to Mercy.
Yes, about cross apps posting. For me as a fitness coach, it works more for me in Facebook when it comes to fitness. But in TikTok, I do content creation. Most of you know Demwacho. But if I post on fitness, then I put it on TikTok, I won't get likes because the content is not the same. So you will not get the same engagement you'll get on Facebook as on TikTok. But on the other end, you get to introduce your audience on something else that you also do apart from content creation. Let's say the comic part that I do. Yeah.
Okay, Robbie?
Okay, on copyright claim on YouTube, if I got you right, you are asking, maybe you posted something on your page, then let me say, for example, Ramogi TV picks it and posts it. If you are very keen, you will realize that these stations at the end of, even when they are airing news, there will be something like C 2025, copyright 2025. They're keen, they have legal advisors. So in most cases, you have not copyrighted your content before you posted it, and they have copyrighted it. Believe me, even if you go to court, you can't win over them. That's why I advised, always try to copyright. The cheapest way to copyright your content is Kekobo, very cheap. That's before you go to trademark, that SG was saying is a bit expensive. So even if you do it and they copyright it before you can't claim. And if anytime you want to claim copyright at the back end of your YouTube, at the back end of your page, there's a way you can access the metadata and everything. There's a place you can claim copyright if you are sure you patented it. Yes, thank you.
Fred, you'd like to add something? Is there anything you want to add? Okay, fine. So then for the next question, you want to add something?
Yeah, let me add a brief one. For the resharing, you have an option. Nowadays, when you reshare Instagram and Facebook in a reduce, so you can post independently. Also, if you have time, you have to understand these platforms. You can re-edit your piece to suit each platform. So if you want to re-edit your piece, you know TikTok is musical. You can re-edit like that. You can do a shorter version, like 130 minutes, Instagram. You can do a longer version kwa Facebook na YouTube.
Right. And on to the final question, I will have Fred and Winnie Wadera respond to it.
Yes, please. We are having one.
Let's have the second question answered, and then you have one more question?
Yes.
Okay, let's take it after this.
Okay, I would give this about the niche. The three things content creators we have. You're either doing content creator because you're passionate, or it's your profession, or you're talented. So these three things will guide you on your niche. Maybe there are people, like I would say, Odhiambo is a very good professional. If he decides to do content today, it will be very on his line of profession. There are people who are measuring on their talents. There are people who are measuring on their passion. So I think this will guide you on the best niche to take. Thank you.
Thank you. And to Winnie, you can use my.
Yeah, my sister talked about how do you carve your niche, and just to contribute to what my brother has responded, the easiest way to go about this is, what can you easily do? What don't you struggle doing? Is it cooking? Is it green economy farming? Maybe you have a kitchen garden, and these are things you do behind the camera, when the camera is not on. What do you easily do, whether someone is not there, or whether you have an audience or not? Are you just funny, maybe growing up, primary school, secondary school, and the whole time you've just been told by people, hey, no, they just laugh around you. There's a sense of humor there. So that is something that you can tap into. Or are you more inclined towards politics or reviewing policy documents? What excites you? What excites you? So you start from what you're passionate about. Then as you grow, you discover, because even what you're passionate about is broad, is very amorphous. As you continue to do it, because you talked about consistency, you discover that I don't only like to work with human rights. Under human rights, I like children's rights. So you see, there's this one thing, but then as you continue doing it, you discover there are other mini things or subsections that you're leaning towards more. So don't look at, like right now, just the other day I was speaking at a conference where we were looking at career guidance and slotting as a student, how do you slot your university course and stuff like that. And the conversation was leaning more towards what has money as a career. And I felt, it's fine, we can all go into tech, but what if it's not your strength? You will not make money in tech. But there are people who that's unnatural for them, so they will not even get employed, but they'll creatively find ways of being employers. So what exactly do you do very passionately that you need less help with? You might not be perfect or be an expert, but it's something that you do easily. That is the genesis of your niche.
Thank you very much. Sebi, last question?
Yes, last question.
Thank you very much. Nitakuwa short kiasi with my question. I'm a rapper here in Kisumu. Na kuna place moja Muguzi. I don't know mnaiacha kwa nini. Let's talk about the Facebook monetization part. Nimekuwa monetize Facebook. I'm earning with that Facebook of mine. Hii pesa wanaitoa aje? My bank account iko active. My bank account iko active. Amutuambii Facebook nifanye aje after kupata hii pesa. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll have Terence respond.
Yeah, I think that is the last question. So
yes.
before we head for lunch. So let's have Terence explain where. Hata mimi na.
So I wish you will start with that gentleman. Unasema umemonetiziwa, pesa inaingia lakini uitoi.
Haoni. Hatoi na haioni pia.
Lakini pesa inaingia.
Inaingia.
Unaona pesa lakini hauwezi toa.
Anashangaa inaenda wapi? Hiyo pesa iko lakini inaingia kwa account gani, because his account is active but he can't get the money.
Right.
His M-Pesa is also active but he doesn't see the money.
Yes. So now that means most likely you have somebody who is managing your account, and this comes to who do you allow to run your account? And in the account, Facebook, we have access. How much access do they have? Are they just editors? Can they delete your account? Unaelewa? Unaweza kosana mtu wa delete account yako na aende kabisa. So when you're inviting people to manage your account, just know how much authority do they have. Because according to our brother, somebody is managing your account and they have put their account, bank account, where money is able to withdraw and go to the account, either PayPal or straight to bank. So you need to go back to the settings. We will help you. Trevor is here. Just see me after here. Then we will go and we'll identify who has been eating your money, and thank God we are able to trace back. Tujue alianza kukula tangu lini. Another thing is that for now, monetization ya Facebook, hatujafungulio all features. There are like 4 main features that we are trying to push also as an association to have these tabs unlocked, because hapo ndio tutapata pesa. We have 4 major features of monetization that have not been fully opened to our access in Africa. Actually not Africa, Kenya. So kijana utaniona after hapa, then tutajaribu kuretrieve hiyo pesa yako mwenye amekula arudishe. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. And Sebi, just before we close, I would love us to hear from Ombuti Matata on how monetization has worked for him. I don't know if we can get the microphone. I don't know if we also have Gabiro in the house. So if we can please just hear from Gabiro and Ombuti Matata on how monetization has worked for them very briefly before we conclude.
Kuja mbele, kuja hata wengine wakuone. Waone pesa venye inakaa.
Huyo ni Jairus kweli. Let's clap for him as he comes to the front. Can we also have Gabiro come if he's in the house? Gabiro mtu necessary? Si tunataka kusikia Gabiro pia? Haya. Thank you very much.
Hello guys. I go by the name Lilo Mbure. Watch Nango Shauri. Okay, so as for me, I'll go straight. I don't earn from YouTube, though nimekuwa monetized. Just na msee alikuwa amesema hapa kwamba unaweza fika hiyo stage that you are monetized but you don't post for a while, it goes back. Mine bado haija go back, but naona niko na 42 shillings hapo, hiyo bado ni pesa. So my main source of income here is through brands. As you can see right now, I'm working with hapana, tumeshamalizana. But ukiangalia kwa page yangu, mostly we work through brands. Facebook bado sijafika hiyo point ya monetization. So it is through easy brand endorsement, alafu na the small business around, wale wese wenye wanakuona wanasema Lilo Mbure, man, I like your work, come show this kwa duka yangu. So that is the main, apart from the social media ones where I don't earn that much.
So I think what's clear, thank you, sorry, to our SG, even as you go out there to fight for us, I think what is coming out clear that we are not earning from social media. Yeah, so as you go out there and speak for us, I think that's a very key point to note, and I think all of us are here agree that we are not earning from social media. So maybe your parting shot. As we should.
Yeah, my parting shot will be, we are not earning from the platforms that we post our content as it should be. The reason why that is happening, it is a matter of policies, because most of us hapa unaweka kitu in a trend, uko na views mob, but there is no money. But for now, what we can do before all these features are open for us. Let's see in this Kisumu, because we have an association, and I'll speak to chairman and the rest of the people. Who can we approach from Acacia? All businesses that are here, I believe there is also an association of Kisumu business people. We talk to business people and we front you guys. Useme wacha kutafuta watu kutoka nje, tuko na watu wanafanya kazi hapa. That is what we can start with as an association. Let's look for these brands. Let's do brand placement. In the meantime, as we wait for more fully monetization of this platform, don't stop creating. Because the more you create, the more you sustain your algorithm. All right? And your insights. Hata kama itoi pesa, keep creating. And we'll see from the association, what do you do, who do we talk to? Yes.
All right, thank you very much to our panelists. Mercy, thank you. Fred, thank you very much. Terence, our SG, thank you very much. Winnie Wadera and Robbie Odongo. Asanteni sana. And to our audience, thank you for staying active and being very participant of this. Thank you so much, and that's how we conclude this session.
Thank you. Round of applause for them. Please clap. We are going to eat now.
Yeah, what are we sing? They sing. Watch.
Unazima aje musiki Kisumu bwana. Hadi ndio picha iwaka. All right, now ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate our panelists here. Tuwapigie makofi, tushamaliza sasa. Tushamaliza. And of course our able SG alikuja amejipanga kabisa. Mbona wewe haukujibu hiyo ya OnlyFans? Mbona hakujibu? Si ni wasichana wanafaa kutujibu. Ama kuna maboys wa OnlyFans? Wako? Killing the monkeys. All right. Hey, Kisumu. Munajua hiyo wimbo? Wabiro. Ladies and gentlemen, Costa Ojwang is in the building. Siwasiki inasema the sensational Costa Ojwang is in the building. Tupige kamoja kake. Ongeza sauti DJ. Costa Ojwang, Omera Biro. Bika bwana. Simama bwana, Costa ndiye huyu. A member of the association.
Satire is the attire we wearing. Yes.
Yes, in the music. Beginning using my coffee. Everyone's a song there. Omera. Ongeza volume.
Wabiro kimaino, ero wadonjoka uno. Wabiro kimaino, wana wabiro. Wabiro kimaino, ero wadonjo chinende. Wabiro kimaino, wabiro mama. Wabiro kimaino, ero wadonjoka uno. Wabiro kimaino, nama wabiro. Wabiro kimaino, ero wadonjo chinene. Wabiro kimaino. Satire is the attire we wearing as we retire to the southern hemisphere. Jomilambo march your horses and get ready. Find your armor, Piagli Gangla Wachomolue. And now we here, ready or not, you gonna hear us. Wabiro gitonge go kumba wadungremo. Na washika bango mimi nina mpango ya kufanya mambo tukisonga. We're singing songs of freedom to the walls of Jericho. Wabiro, wabiro kimaino, ilo wadonjoka uno. Wabiro kimaino, wanu wabiro, wabiro kimaino, ilo wapesu chineke. Wabiro kimaino, wabiro, wabiro kimaino, ilo wadonjoka uno. Wabiro kimaino, wanu wabiro. Wabiro kimaino, ilo wadonjo chinende. Wabiro kimaino, ngamudum to chiongongo, ayaye chiongongo. Ngamudum to loro mudo, ningano loro mudo. Ngamudum to chiongongo, nano ayaye chiongongo. Ngamudum to loro mudo, ningano loro mudo. Obonya chogulo na magerege gori kogalo. Yamamona video wacho penye poko ndiye kochamo. Obonya chogulo na magerege gori kogalo. Onage manene. Yamamona video wacho penye poko ndiye kochamo. DJ Kanyoro moya. Give it up a best in the Charlie in the building. Sasa wenye wanataka kusikia hizo ngoma wakuje show on Saturday. Hapa Tomboya Labor College.
Siku ni gani? Siwasiki, siku ni gani? And just as we said as an association, we will make sure kama Costa akona show, sisi wote tuna na pia Costa Ojwang. Unajua mimi ni kutoka Meru, Mount Kenya, na ninajua Wabiro. Na tulikuja nawe kwa ndege tukaelewana, tusisahau. So guys, I want to tell you, tafadhali issue yake at Tomboya Labor College, make sure umefika hapo. Are they supposed to pay and they are members of association? Yes. Omera simuniambie, you're paying?
Ombuti. Lilo mburi. Aya, otiko ya kila mtu 1,000. Alafu ukifika kwa gate kwa 1,500. Otiko ya VIP ni 3,000. Alafu otiko ya wale watu wa kwenda mbinguni na kurudi time wanataka ni 12,000.
Hey, Omera yawa. Kwa hivyo only 1,000 what? One kwa Kijaluo ni? Achiel. Sawa. 1,000 achiel, not adik bwana. Achiel. Elfachiel. Sawa. So now I want to thank you so much. Sebs ulikuwa unataka kusema vipi? 1 minute to make this announcement because we are done. Nani hana mail card? We want to make sure kila mtu ameshiba. If you don't have a mail card, make sure ziko kwa registration desk. Make sure you pass by the registration desk and get your mail card. Every person lazima akule hapa occasion.
After food, there's a climax of this event. So make sure umalize kukula, urudi, tumalize the climax of this event. Don't go. And then as you eat, make sure that you're not sitting with the same person. Take contacts, collaborate, take pictures as much as you can. And don't forget our hashtag. DCCAK launch, DCCAK Kisumu launch 2025. Sawa.
Leo sapa tunakuladi mpishi, bora tushibe. Mwiko refu tunafungadi mshipi, bora tupike. Kamba ya kuto mneza gongewa, hauna mbota na bado timing unatolewa. Mpishi jumpishi bora shaolewa, easy bad niko easy ganji kitolewa.
Baby don't touch me there, mikono weka juu in the air. I miss it, touch me there, sugar down low, find me there. Hakuna jolly fast nikisha kanyaga si, I'm always on time. nipe your number kauna paya gaki calls. Likunisha nkajipata nimedoze. Tundona vili hini dawa hini dose. Spirit iko so high uwezi shusha walai. Baby don't be so shy, tisha Kenya na die. Feeling real high,
kama taka zinakuja kama video nikipiga kama licho kama tracks zinakuja na sadaka bura boss nikipiga kama vitu kama kama tracks zinakuja ni pepete na video nikipiga kama tete Arsenal wale kuja na atete na ngia tu kwa kaja na pata na vendetta kama doba zinakuja kama video bura boss. Listen mano nilitaka kubonga leo lazima wacha niseme mandogo kutoka ushago weka sikio kesho uiseme uambika na vako za spita basi hapa peso nijenge kuna kitu naitwa Cheki, listen, skiza, hey. Kama doba zinakuja kama video bra boss nikipiga kama vitu nataka na kama video zinakuja kama doba bra boss nikifanya kama vitu nikataka na kama video zinakuja kama chucho na kitu nikipiga kama toto woda kwa kiegi mado na wachi toko lokoja na cyber ndo na paki wacha mabaye hizo loko mdani ni Kenya ndo pande kwa chuni video yaji chemuro achela beta ndo kwa dot na ndo nkapa roni choma nguon yakwa achelo video ko tingore look on the face na ngeno dimere adanjo kana kiteke na video baza bra boss iko fiti moti cheki napiga na video nikanjoti na kadoba zinakuja na kakoti na video nikipiga kama motive na kadoba zinakuja na kavoti cheki listen na kadoba kama video nikiteka kama video zinakuja na kadoba nikipiga kama jabo na bros niko video zinakuja kama kodi nikipiga na kakiki Kisumu ni city napenda Kisumu ni city napenda Kisumu ni city napenda senator walisema kuna Kisumu ni city napenda Kisumu ni city napenda listen manze nikisema spita unasema 99 spita bado sijasikia nikisema spita unasema 99 spita listen unakotia kimado na wachi buda lamnya Simon idage wacho tipe tobeta magipuko ni latch wacha kwanza nikupeleka di sababu buda boss adonjo kake tegi koti alisema nataka mapaja governor senator nikasakaja
wapi kelele ya spita 99. All right, one of the best rappers. You can check him out. Unaweza mfollow hapo hivyo social media. He does amazing. So kinataka kufanya, nataka tu stretch kidogo. So kama uko hapo hivyo just rise up on your feet tupige moves 2 3 alafu tuketi chini tafadhali. Simama juu kidogo. Simama juu kidogo. Alafu DJ Vess, finya mali huko. Simple moves. Simple move kidogo tu. Simama juu. Just rise up on your feet. Na najua tumekula, tunaweza lala kwa hii session next. Tusipofanya hivi. When you're ready, and you know right now on the decks, the one and only DJ Vess.
The Rave Master.
Tushaskia. Kwa that please.
Aya nyawizi. 1 2 3 go.
Tushaskia tukiingia ni kupla.
Weka kidogo. Anguka. Ako bingozi.
Patikani. Hadi late night saa 6 ndo tani wai.
Evo. Make it easy.
Najua utakuwa irizo release. Acha nikushow kwanza form.
No pressure.
Na twende chini kwa chini.
You know this one, wake up position, wake up baby.
Tuna feel free. Teka video na post pale NGC. Jina ni Kante.
One time. Drop it.
Anguka now, check it.
Busy.
Anguka now, twende down low now. Stand up to your feet, mikono jua.
One time.
Uliza pesa lafu.
One leg say.
Anguka now. One leg. Anguka now. Anguka now.
Aya tuanza. Let's go. Aya kuna mtu mwenye bado amekaa. Rada ni gani?
Piga smile, check it come.
One time.
No like makuma kupita. Una
So simama tu juu so that you can do this together. Everybody. Hey,
smile cheki kam gapi statu na ku like na kupita tu zipita gidinya sema kwa du una bend pose alafu raru piga statu inua mkono alafu cheza na mguu.
Make it easy, make it easy.
Kama kuleka na
Mapangale, mapangale, mapangale.
Kode mini kwa mabubu. Ashajileta disha za machugulu. Jikalile kimaka kafurisha chugulu. Shani italiani kame full.
Aya, Sebi kuja tujaribu na wewe. Kuja tujaribu na wewe.
Disha za machugulu.
Sebi unajua wewe pale.
Mapangale. Kichefani wacha maneno weka muziki. Sindo wabaya hizo zingine wakakiki. Mahita washajua.
Uko juu ya kana hapa na kuza kudimu. Fala puta kula maviting. Nuza kani kuona kunge joni taxi na utaporunda kupodia. Hapo skele u stingoni skubidu. Shuka zina pandisha jupiga mtakale kama mbuja mkuzu. Kupamba kwa kina tuka. Skele u stingoni skubidu. Tako zikianza kushuka zina pandisha jupiga mtakale kama mbuja mkuzu.
Sema
Aya malele nipe dance, nipe dance.
Mwana sema
Oya motieno hiyo ni gani? Twende. Give me some dance, jump low. 1, 2, we go.
La la la. Ako kapendika area. Na kakitaka mitrapa. Na kula chapo ndai hapa. Sit down on it nikirusha mamistare. Viungo wene nguwa mwili halpare. Wine and cut nishikishe male. Ende maeneo chuma ilale yama. Boy kijana wa ingo. Napenda njugu na mkombero. Kingo masela napenda masingo. Kipo cha bende ama wajibu. Ufadereva makanga.
Best nipo hangla kidogo tuone kenda.
Sema
wewe. Singa no.
Unakuja kitanda. Udojo kutunda na yeye.
Amchanga mti.
Sija vile wanu wanaweka vizuri kama Tanza mimi
Stanza kizindi chisi lazima Tanko mbibe na kwita ya shrimpings Tumishi inge mudingi ya ringi Dubis na nini nimezoea free things Sherehe kila tarehe mani sinanga penki Tunapaka Kite bisfesh tulimpaka cheri
Aya weka mikono vizuri, moja mbele ingine kwa juu twende. Kaza.
Lando kwaro Atobo wangelero kwaro Iro motendo ya wangayo Iro mopako ya wangayo
Give it to me, sir.
Miadi amora
One more time.
Miala amora
Leta.
Unacholisa Kumarungu unacholisa
Aya imeisha.
Ukinyo Wachilabu wema sando ya kama Ukiukara chwa
Asante sana. Before we finish, I would like to recognize this amazing gentleman, Ngosi tafadhali kuja. How many people were invited here through Ngosi?
Take a seat, please.
A majority of the room. So we want to give this gentleman his flowers for coordinating. Tumpigeni makofi mazuri tafadhali. We want to give this amazing gentleman, Ngosi, for making sure that we are all here gathered to participate in this amazing journey. Asante sana Ngosi. And on behalf of us here, we appreciate the granted. Asante sana. One more time, makofi yake tafadhali. Thank you so much. And now back to you, Sebi.
Mkuje msonge mbele. Let's feel this. Songa mbele. Kama uko nyuma na kuna seat mbele yako, kuja. Songa karibu tumalize hii story. Songa karibu. We are going for the next panel. Manyi ukikaa nyuma, haya, sitasema Kenya utapata. Songeni mbele kidogo, akiwezi kuwa tumeshiba, tuna learn na pia hutaki kumove. Sasa wewe utamove lini? Uko nyuma, mbona mko nyuma na kuna spaces hapa mbele? So we are going to the next session. I know most of the time we've been wondering what is AI. Unasikia tu wakisema AI. Ukiona kitu unasema
unaona AI, unashangaa hii AI ni nini? We are going to have a panel of experts explaining to you what AI is. We are going to talk about misuse of AI and how we can meaningfully and maximally use AI. Quickly, let me have 20 minutes. Let's time them. 20 minutes. Then the 5 minutes is for questions. And then we wrap up this beautiful event today. And as we call them, I just want to thank you people for cooperation. Not so easy to get people cooperating. A voiceover artist, an actress, MC, journalist by profession, and she was nominated as the best supporting actress. I've always told people, if you watch some of my videos, I say the best time to shine is when introducing yourself. That is, you're tuned your ways in miss. Like, miss everything else, but don't miss to introduce yourself. We call it a byline. Make sure your byline is as rich as this one. Terry T. Round of applause for Terry T. Hey, I like your byline. Award winning. She's going to be our moderator for today. For now, I'm giving your panel 20 minutes. So you make sure you, all right? Story wakate. Meaningful content. Pierre Wadgi. Okay. Social scientist. Principal communication in the office of the Deputy President of Kenya. Francis Kowor. Majority of you call him Viscount Kowor. Please step forward. Hey, wapi makofi ya broad-based, bwana. Founder of Homa Bay TV, digital platform, filmmaker, featured in 14 short film and 1 featured film. Currently working on a film on Simbi Nyaima. Mr. Fred Odongo. Hey! This one, wacha kwanza nasikia baridi. A branding and communication strategist and also an AI specialist. Majority have seen some very controversial interviews on TikTok. I once saw him interviewing a woman who said, ukienda kwa bathroom pale unatumia kidogo alafu unarudi nje. Hi! Jagero. Dialogue with Jagero. You need to watch Jagero, by the way. Quite resourceful. You need to watch Jagero's videos. You'll learn there. I mean, I heard things women do. Where? I was shocked. I think I'm born and bred in the village. She's a finance manager. Zone 01 Kisumu. Women in tech and a specialist in AI. Nimekuambia hapa tunatumia specialists too. Step forward, Lydia Ojowi. Founder of East Africa Plus Size, Super Mama Cleaning Company, Zen J Events, influencer, Western region, probably the best. Loves body autonomy, plus size. Winnie Wenga, step forward.
How deep is your love for me? Yeah.
I think Winnie should vie for MCA, right? Hi, because hiyo kelele hata governor hawezi pata. Media in profession, passive content creator, director in content creation. Get me another set. This one is a hot one. Director in content creation, passion, maternal health, matters AI. Teresa Charo. Teresa Charo. Woo! Charo.
Thamani yako, uzuri wako.
Ona venye anatembea.
Naujua mwenyewe, sikuachi pengine.
Tajua mjui.
Alimradi unanipenda, peke yetu tutaishi kwenye dunia.
No, I have to correct that. She's not in media. She's just corrected me. I said medic. Medic. Yeah? Yeah. So that is the panel we are going to have. Let's keep time, yeah? We are timing them. 20 minutes, they give us proper content. And then the 10 minutes, we are asking them questions a day. Thank you so much. I'll hand over this mic to the moderator.
Round of applause for Sebi tafadhali. Jamani, makofi jamani. Now, thank you so much. Let's get back to the business of the day. We have Jagero, Francis, Winnie, Sejo, Lydia, and Teresa. We have been given 20 minutes for content matters, misuse of AI. Sawa sawa? Let's get down. Now, use of AI as a tool. Content creators use AI as a tool. All right? You've used AI yourselves? Sindio? Mike, Winnie, just confirm you've used AI? Yes. Mike, tafadhali? Jagero, you've used AI? Just pass the mic to Winnie. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes. You've used AI. For clarity, tunataka tu kujue what are we dealing with today.
I have used
You've used AI. Sejo?
I have used AI.
You've used AI. Francis? You've used AI. Teresa? Now, my first question. I'm just going to hit the nail because it's 20 minutes. We need content for this matters misuse of AI. How can creators strike a balance between leveraging AI for efficiency and preserving human creativity and originality? Remember, human creativity is, having the spark for human creativity is very important. So how can creators strike a balance between leveraging AI and with human creativity? I think I'll start with Winnie. Animanza na Winnie sana. Teresa. Please pass the mic to Teresa. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. From your question, it's very clear, AIs do not replace your creativity. AI just help you amplify. They help you to be more creative. They give you more ideas on what you're supposed to put outside for us to consume. So as a content creator, what you're supposed to hold high regard of is your authenticity and what your audience will relate with. And then from the use of AI tool of your choice, it will help you to add more ideas and be creative in what you want us to consume. So really, whatever you think about or whatever you want to put outside there for us should remain as authentic as possible. Yeah.
So Teresa is talking about matters on authenticity. Another one, let's have another. Sejo.
My name is Fred or Sage. Sage is a field name. I think it's important that we as consumers use AI as a collaborating tool, not a replacement. I use AI daily for content creation. If you look on our website, homabaytv.co.ke, we have some software running up there, creating some response every time you try to interact with the Homa Bay TV website platform. And maybe to add, you have a responsibility to look for the right channel of searching your content using AI, and you use it correctly by identifying the most current trending topics. If you are a content creator or a script writer, like me, you can use AI to fact check. You can use AI to search, identify the current trending topics, and then fact check before you use it. Alongside to that, we have tools like, for example, Grok. Grok is owned by X. You can use Grok to look for most trending topics and try to make sure that they are right. And before people consume them, you have to make or confirm that they are the right conversation you're going to take out there.
Tiza, you have something to say?
Just to add on to that, my name is Lydia. I work at Zone 01. It's a tech startup. And part of the solutions that we develop are AI software. So the AI systems, they're developed by people, and the information therein is from people. So when you're using them, you need to know that this was developed by someone who was probably not as qualified as you are. And if you look at some of these upcoming AI software, they even have typos. So as you use them, you need to understand that they were created by people. AI is not a human being, it's a simulation of human intelligence. So then what makes your followers or people who are following your content, what makes them like you is the fact that you are different. So when we all go to ChatGPT and type the same thing, we get the same answers. So what will make you different is using whatever you get on ChatGPT and giving it your own authenticity, originality, or adding on to something that makes you you. And that is what is unique to your viewers.
Mate's uniqueness. Jagger, you want to add on that?
Before Jagero goes, because Jagero is a guru in this.
I agree.
Allow me to just add a few. I think we are all assuming that everyone sitting in this room understands what AI is. I think that's our assumption. Right?
Who doesn't know what an AI is? We need kidogo tu. Sebi? Okay, that table ya VIP. Nana nizombea AI ni nini?
We are literally all assuming that everyone in this room understands what AI is.
Kidogo tu. Wacha tusonge mbele pamoja, sivyo? Who doesn't know ni ile table ya VIP ndio hajui? Nana hajui AI ni nini verse? So ambi tu AI ni nini apart from DJing? AI ni nini? AI, artificial intelligence, sawa? Si mnajua? Na mbona mbibi mkono jamani? Can everybody say artificial intelligence? Let's move on. Now we ni wamejua. You're okay with that?
You're not
nani ajui
okay.
tena?
Okay. So probably Jagero will take us through what exactly AI is. And then I could talk about how we can navigate and use AI as creators and to magnify what we are trying to do and still maintain our authenticity, and originality in our context. So there are different tools in AI. I think my comment will make sense after Jagero, because I am going to talk about tools like ChatGTP, Jasper, Copy AI, Sora. So we are going to need an explanation of AI before I get into the details.
Yeah, before Jagero onge, we need to go ahead, okay? So we just want to...
I think that we need to sort of calm down in this panel and think about really what we are discussing. First of all, we were given a very short time. We saw lots of time given to other people.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sebi Jamani,
All
thank
right.
you so much.
So I think that AI is a very specialized kind of conversation that we should be having. And I think that, first of all, as Udur Jagero, I did not want to start by talking about AI. I wanted to start by talking about the fact that I am very happy to be in Kisumu. All right? And I'm so happy to meet so many people that I've seen online, on Facebook and everywhere else, and I've met them today. I've just sat with a gentleman that said to me that I started a YouTube channel because I was watching your YouTube channel. All right? So, and I have had so much love in this city. And what I was telling Bob, the chairman, the other time, is that when I started my content creation journey 3 years ago, I did not have anything close to what we are having today. And I was telling Bob and Terence that I think
the conversation that has started and the formation of this association is the best thing that has ever happened to any creative that is just starting their journey now. I think I wanted to start from that. And I wanted to tell everybody in this room that what has come to Kisumu has not gone to Mombasa, and you guys have to take it very, very seriously. And if I you, you know, I would clap my hands for these guys that have started this thing. And so going back to AI, I think basically AI is artificial intelligence, and the definition varies from one person to the other, all right? And I think in this room it is not important for us to define what artificial intelligence is. But I think also the first question that we asked about who is using AI. So I think there is Grok, I think there is Gemini, there is ChatGPT, there is Claude, my favorite, and many of them. And I was thinking that we would, Chair, that we would ask about what people are using, so that after they have told us what they are using or what they understand, and for me, I would really, I thought that we would be asking these people about what they understand with AI. Because the first question makes a lot of sense, but it's also a very technical question. You know, the creativity, and so I think for me, I understand that question, that are we supposed to be using AI to do everything in our content creation, or what should we be doing? So I think I will answer that question by saying that for me, I use content creation for all my content creation. I am a writer by trade. I can write, but I'm also know that English is my second language. I was born in Nyakach by the shores of River Nyando. So English is not my first language. And I've seen a lot of people struggling with writing even a caption. So you can gather as you want, you know, in Luo, and then you do your Ingluo, and then you tell it to AI and tell AI that I want this to make sense. And so then AI comes in and articulate your thought. So for me, what I do with AI, especially as somebody whose English is not their first language, is to just articulate my thoughts and help me do things that I cannot do. I also use AI for research. So researching the things that I need to do. Most of us are creating content in the dark. Like I've realized that in larger Nyanza area, a lot of people are doing comedy kind of content because they are seeing other people doing the same thing. But they are saying, how can I niche down and say, okay, people know me for this. Then you can be able to use AI to research on other areas of life and then realize that there are so many other places that you can create content with. I heard Robbie saying that he cannot put his films on Facebook. And I'm wondering, why can't he put his films on Facebook? Okay? So, and yeah, so, so I think that is the way we should be able to approach this topic. But otherwise, I am here to enjoy. Thank you.
Now, give Francis the mic. You have to say about, yeah.
I think it's also important that we do not assume that people understand what intelligence means in totality. So I would want to say that when we are talking about intelligence, first of all, think about human intelligence before you think about artificial intelligence, because there is no artificial intelligence without human intelligence. Now, what is human intelligence? Human intelligence incorporates learning, so that when you are in a classroom, you will find that there are a number of students who are faster in learning than the other. That is the degree of intelligence that varies between them. Number two, about intelligence is about problem solving. That is why when we are making artificial tools, then they are tools to solve specific problems. And then when we are talking about intelligence, we are talking about perception and understanding. When you look at something, how are you able to perceive that thing correctly, so that in your application then you will be correct in application. So then intelligence means ability to learn, problem solving, perception, and then lastly, communication. So when you are all round in intelligence, that means you are able to learn faster, you are able to solve problems, you are able to perceive things appropriately, and then you are able to communicate. Now, there are multiple theories of intelligence, and that fits in the type of tools that people then use in artificial intelligence. For example, people are not intelligent in similar ways. One is good in logical, mathematical intelligence. They are good with numbers. There are people who are good in linguistic intelligence. Like women know how to communicate better than the men. That is linguistic intelligence. There are people who are intelligent emotionally, what we call emotional intelligence. Then we have the kinesthetic intelligence, those people who can do acrobatics and many other things. And then there are people who are spatially intelligent. If you tell him about a direction from whichever point, he will be able to understand it. How then do we apply that multiple theory of intelligence in the use of artificial intelligence? You will realize that for every tool, there's a specific function for that, so that you are not able to apply one artificial intelligence tool in all the things. There's just a tool for video, there's a tool for article writing, there's a tool for photos, and I forgot that we also have musical intelligence. That is why we have people who are more creative than the others when it comes to the music industry. So it is important that you balance both human intelligence and artificial intelligence so that you don't just rely on one. Lastly, when we are talking about creativity, we are talking about reflection. Are you someone who sits down to reflect on issues? We are also talking about intuition. That natural intelligence that comes to you maybe because of experience, practice, and many other things. So you are intuitively intelligent. And then we are talking about practice. And Odhiambo will tell you that there is something called neuroplasticity, which simply means practice makes perfect. If you practice something for many days, for many years, the brain expands and the neurons are formed around that particular thing so that you are able to be an expert in that.
Thank you so much. Now, back to before I continue the panel, back to the creators. Has anyone ever used AI before? Yes? Yes, right? Now throwing it back to the panel. Winnie, you had something to say before Jagira Lyonga? We move forward? He summarized it. And now I think we are together. We know whatever we're talking about here matters AI, matters misuse. Jagira unanisikia? Yes. Thank you so much. Matters misuse of AI. Now, what are the various platforms of AI? In depth. I think Winnie, you can talk about it. Various platforms of AI.
So, I could start with accelerating content production, and that would mean that even as Vice Count was talking, we could use tools. In AI, they're called tools. Tools such as ChatGPT is actually a tool,
Yeah.
and it's the most common. And there's Jasper, there's Copy AI. There's also one of the tools called Sora that is used for video generation. But I don't know, I have seen it in one of the questions, but allow me to just touch a tip on it a little. That if you feed AI correctly, it could generate ideas that you could use in your own video creations. It doesn't have to necessarily have to be what was created by AI. You could get ideas from there and create now from the ideas, develop what you would want to get. Like magnify on what you already have from AI. So it becomes a helper. It doesn't become what you depend on, okay? Then number 2, it could help with enhanced personalization, and this is how. For example, as a marketer, as a digital content creator who would want to garner brands and speak about brands in a deeper way than how the normal people would understand it. Apart from using Facebook and apart from using X and apart from using our social media platforms, for example, you could go deeper and use email optimization. And when you're using email optimization, for example, this is something that you can feed into AI, and AI will help you to optimize it to what you can garner from it. So it gets broader and broader as you go deeply in it, but the more you read or the more you practice with AI, the deeper you understand that actually this is a helper. This is not a competitor, neither is it a replacement. Yeah.
Enlighten more on that. I'll come back to Winnie, the parts that she has said. Matt is using AI as a helper, but I just want you to talk about the various platforms of AI.
I actually wanted to just add on to what Winnie has said. AI comes even in the most simple ways, like filters when you do your videos on TikTok. That's AI. And you should not feel ashamed of using filters, because that's one way in which machines are making our work easier. So there are very many types of AI. They might not be having like known names, but they exist. Even right now we have those that are incorporated in the systems that you use in your, your spaces, even in the office spaces, even in content creation spaces. So you can use AI not only to create the content, you can use it to organize your life. Let's say there's someone who asked a question on having a content calendar. That is something that you could go on ChatGPT and ask it to create a content calendar for you. You do ABCD, you are into fitness, you are into coaching, whatever it is, and it will give you a list of the things you can have in that calendar. It can actually give you an Excel template of the same. And then from that, you can develop something that is specific to yourself. So it goes beyond like just what we put into it. It can organize your life, it can create it for you, and it can also present itself. It can help you present yourself better than, not really better than yourself, but it can make you present yourself even better. Yeah.
Sage, you have time something to say?
Yeah, sure. Also, I would like to add on the AI you can use to do scripting. There is one we called Synthesia. There is one called Toolbars. You can use them to come up with a script and present it for production. So in the process, as you do that, you can also try your best to fact check before you share it. And secondly, use the right prompts when you're searching for content. When you use the right prompts, it will help you, it will guide you in the process of production or in the process of finding coming up with a script. But do not rely completely on AI. Go back to the ground. Like for example, I'm working on a film on Simba Nyaima right now. I cannot focus or concentrate on AI because there are some facts I cannot find online. I cannot just focus on AI to try and ask somebody about the old woman who visited a village and the village became something else. So try your best as much as you'd like to use AI. Try to do groundwork, walk out of that internet, and then try your best to find the facts right.
Allow me to move one step ahead by talking about investing on AI. And one called So first of all, know your identity. Number two, train on it. Even if you think you're good, still you have to train more so that you perfect the game. Number three, then you have to cut your niche within your environment so that people know that when it comes to this, you have to go to MC Steele. If you want to do this, you have to go to this comedian. And then pay the price. You know, these tools, if you want a good tool, you must pay for it. So that when you want to use something, then you know I am putting a price to this tool, and then you will not joke with it after paying a price. If you are paying a price, it means you have to monetize what you're doing, because you're not going to use a lot of funds to maintain an app when it is not giving you money. And then it is important to say that we must be consistent. These things are not instant. coffee. Now, for you to take this seriously, I want to tell you this. In the past, people earned a living through communal labor. Then the second epoch was about slavery. Then the third step was feudalism, where people worked for a lord, and they were given pieces of land to till for their own benefit. Then we went to capitalism. Now within capitalism, we have the industrial revolutions. The first industrial revolution was about the steamship and every other thing. The second was about science. The third was the digital age. Then the last one that we are now in is artificial intelligence. Now what does it mean? Then you do not have to have land like in the past to be a capitalist. Now you can be a capitalist using a phone. You get the point? You can be a capitalist by being an artist. So the idea that we have a capitalistic system where you must have big money, where you must have land or industry for you to succeed in life is fading because of artificial intelligence. That means as a young person, you can be rich and wealthy using artificial intelligence. If we don't understand then, it means we will be complaining about life, yet we have the tools to make money for ourselves.
Teresa, you have something to say? Now, just a bit of concern, right? I'm throwing this question to the panelists, right? The misuse of different ways, or rather you've seen people misusing AI. I'm saying this not as people misusing it, but me naniharibia kazi. Okay? I'm a voice actor. Sasa watu wakitumia AI, you know, with the voices you hear, stapata kazi. I call it a misuse because I wouldn't be earning anymore. Sasa, what are the ways that you've seen people misusing AI, and how can that be sorted out? Because I believe you've seen one or two. I would need views from all of the panelists. Please.
Yeah,
Jagero.
I can start by saying that I think that, like when we were having our other meeting in Nairobi, I said that I do not think that when somebody is, for example, creating a voice, is taking the voice away from you, is taking the work away from you. This is, first of all, somebody that perhaps might not be able to afford you. Secondly, this is somebody that might not be able to reach you. And thirdly, this is somebody that perhaps, for lack of a better word, does not like your voice. So they are looking for a voice that they like, okay? And I think that even for example, Costa Ojuang was here singing. You can never replicate Costa Ojuang on stage, okay? But you know the kind of music that he's doing, and you go to Costa Ojuang and tell Costa Ojuang that I want to use one of your music on YouTube, and he tells you that you are going to have to pay 150,000. Now I'm thinking about the gentleman that was there with me, telling me that he started his YouTube journey just the other day, but wants to use that, not his music, but the type of music that can be done by AI. And by the way, he does not need 4 minutes of that music. He just needs just a bit of, let's say 30 seconds of that music that he can generate out of AI. So I think, and somebody also talked about in the morning about fair usage. And I think that most of us in the AI world are using AI, we're just fairly using it. So that I am not able to reach Diamond, but I want a Tanzanian sounding kind of music to go with my documentary. He's now doing a documentary on Simbi Nyaima. And perhaps he wants to get a musician like, let's say, I saw Prince Inda here, and they cannot agree on the price. He's not stealing from Inda, but he's making music, kind of music. I don't know what the kind of music that it is called, rumba or something like that. So I think that is the idea of how I think fair usage of AI is. Even before, people were watching Prison Break, and Prison Break was not here in Kenya, so people had to go and get it online. They were just fairly using it, for lack of a better word. Now, right now, we have the Tanzanian president being, her clothes being taken off. Okay? So I think that is a direct misuse of AI. You know, and I think a lot of misuse of AI is targeting women, you know. taking their faces and then putting them on nude pictures and things like that. Or if I don't like you, then I go get your voice and then I run it on AI and then I have a voice that sounds like Jagero or like Koksebi or like Brian, and then I use it for profanity or vulgarity. So I think that is a very bad use of AI. The other thing that I think is a bad use of AI is actually using AI correctly, but in a bad way. For example, you going and writing a whole thing with ChatGPT and then telling us that that is your story on Facebook. I think that is misuse. Or just creating things here and there. Especially if you go to LinkedIn, you see a lot of AI usages. And it sucks. It makes LinkedIn look like a robotic kind of environment where nobody is actually, you look at something, somebody has posted something, and then somebody pastes the whole thing and then feeds it into AI, and then comes up with a long response around that. I mean, come on, you went to school, high school, university, you can reply to somebody. So I think that is a misuse of AI. Thank you.
And just to add on to what Jagero said, in as much as there is fear that AI could be taking your voice, it's actually creating another opportunity for you. Let's say, T, your voice is unique, and someone in Uganda wants to use that voice. They can have a contract with you that now they're going to use your voice to develop an AI software. And you'll be paid more than the amount of money we are paying you here. So it's creating more opportunities. And then also, just to link it to what was said earlier about neuroplasticity, the more you use AI, the more you get comfortable with it. You'll not be able to, like even a simple email, your boss has asked you to do this. You don't want to respond with your own wording. You want to go on ChatGPT and ask it to respond for you. Recently, we had a case where I work, where two people were asking for leave request using the same wording. It means both of them went to ChatGPT and typed the same thing and then shared with the boss. So you see how that is. It's monotonous. Like when the boss is reading this, it's like, what is this? Now, about voices again. When you're on TikTok or Reels, there are the AI voices. They don't sound good. They do not. Yeah. So for that, there's someone who will be willing to pay a real person, a real T, pay the price for having you, do the voiceover. Yeah.
For me, I think it's a personal responsibility to protect your fellow content creator. We are here in the name of content creation, right? So you who is out there, you have the responsibility to protect me, to help me face the market, experience the world. But since AI is open for everyone, and I'm sure very soon it's getting crazy, it will not be too late. We have the responsibility to help each other.
For me, there are two concepts. That is virtual personality and virtual character. It is true that you cannot be the same personality on social media as you are in real life. There's always some variance in terms of personality. But do we say the same about character? No. You should be the same character online as you are in real life. So the idea of abusing someone online, and then in real life you want to pretend that he is your friend, you respect people, that is totally wrong. What am I talking about? I'm talking about ethics and artificial intelligence. Let us have different personalities that suit different environments, but we must be of the same character all the time. That is having a value system. So when we are talking about AI, it doesn't preclude the need to have human empathy. Accountability. Are you accountable for what you do online as you are about what you do in real life? Are you responsible with the use of these machines? So young people, if we really want to help ourselves, because you have a friend who pulls you down on social media, yet you know you earn from it. And in real life, he wants to pretend that he's still your friend. Block his ass.
Terry, I think it narrows down to what Viscount had said. Ethics and artificial intelligence. It goes down to maybe educating creatives on educating creatives and users on responsible AI use, and that goes to everyone else who can access AI, whichever AI tool, and maybe pushing for AI transparency and labeling. That's all. I don't think there's any other way out of it, because AI was brought forth to add on to our human intelligence so that we could be better. And the fact that we can use it in a more creative way does not mean, people are still going to misuse it. That is, if we do not have the right ethics towards it. So it goes down to ethics and intelligence and artificial intelligence.
Thank you so much, Riza. Now, Winnie, you have something to say about that? Thank you.
I think it also narrows down to, apart from what Terry has said, I think it also comes down to, if I look at AI as if it's taking over from, for example, Terry T's voice, how can I look at a way of incorporating AI into Terry T's voice in such a way that Terry can earn more? Just like what Zone 001 was saying, Lydia was saying, is that if you can get an opportunity of your voice being made as a prototype, and then it can be used to develop a sound. Then, now you have both Terry T in the AI version of it. You get. So that elevates you to some level, because when I want the AI version, it's available. Then when I want the real T, it's available. So yeah, incorporate, collaborate, yes.
Thank you so much. Incorporate, collaborate. Triza, you've talked about ethics. Now, what are the ethics? The creators would want to know what are the ethics while using AI, you know?
Okay, so the most important part is to be aware, and that is the part where content creators go wrong. They are not aware. Right now, there are so many platforms that have come up. I've seen them being popularized on TikTok and even other social media platforms, where you go do a survey, you put in data, maybe your voice, or you type in something, there are responses, then you're given some token, maybe 2,000 or something, like some small token. Sometimes the information you're feeding into this system is going to be used for something. So if you had stuck to the long run of creating content on your own, you'd get more than doing the surveys, and then your voice is going to be used elsewhere. So part of the things you can do as a creator to cover yourself is ensure in the contracts that you're doing with whoever is giving you the work, like the brands, ensure you mention that you're not willing to have your information used for AI development. Because there are instances where we just get people giving free information and we will use it. Like if we need the information, we'll use it. So you need to cover yourself with contracts that ensure that your content cannot be duplicated into an artificial intelligence software. So that's one way.
Jagger?
I think that there is the learning that we are also forgetting in as far as this is concerned. Because if you look at each and every platform that uses AI, they have terms and conditions that we never read about these things. And it is very important. Even there are so many cases of right now people who are monetized on Facebook having their posts taken down because they are copying content from other people, which is basically duplication. And right now, one of the reasons why a lot of people, my friend called me last week and told me that his Facebook account has been restricted and he's no longer earning because, and the reason he was given was that they thought that their content was not original. Turns out he's using AI that lots of other people are using. So Facebook is looking at it because Facebook has no people going around looking at content. They're basically using tech. And they realize that people are duplicating content for other people. Even images that have been done by the same AI because they've got metadata on them. So these social media accounts or platforms are looking at them and seeing that people are doing the same thing. So if you are the first who did it, then the other person that did it is going, their account is going to be restricted because of that. So for me, I would say this also, that when you're using, for example, Gemini, they have got an elaborate terms and condition that you can look at. They also have a lot of documents that you can read around that. The same to Gemini, the same to Claude, the same to Grok, the same to Perplexity, and all these things. I think that you can take time. And I like Viscount because it talks about understanding and contextualizing these things. So the best thing is to understand what you're using before you use it.
Ethics? Winnie? Francis, pass to Teresa, please. Thank you.
When we talk about ethics and artificial intelligence, we are talking about matters accountability. Of course, I cannot get a result if I did not give a command. I have to input my command for whatever I'm looking for in my tool, and then I get my results. So we must be responsible for whatever we put out there because it was your command in the first place. Second could be matters transparency. You have to be very clear, this is AI generated, this is not your job. Can you tell us the truth? Because we are in a position, for one way or the other, we will know, this is not your job. So yeah, and then there's matters safety, matters privacy. My personal details, why would you put it out there? Just because you can access them because of matters? AI, you have a way of getting out my details. How did you do that? Do you respect me in the first place? So it narrows down to morals, normal rules and regulations that govern our behavior.
Let me not leave. Sejo, then we go to the creators. Questions, get ready.
I wanted to say something as my last comment. And this is about our community and the future of these young people that are here. There's something called political social media influencing. When you look at Nyanza region, we are doing we are doing so poorly. Like today, among the group here, if you are to list down 10 serious social media influencers in the sector of politics, you would struggle to get those names. And do you know the consequences? The consequences are that we are losing out nationally because we cannot get strong, young voices that can influence politics in a serious manner. People are earning big money through political social media influencing. People are getting jobs. Personally, I was a boda operator in Kisumu here for a number of years, and I was also a hawker. Today, I'm working at the office of the Deputy President. It is from the work that I've been doing on social media over the years. And I want to believe that young people can also get such opportunities. Alai got elected through social media influencing. Lema Queen is now a millionaire from political social media influencing. Why don't we get young people from Nyanza being serious about it? Then lastly, you must have some interpersonal skills if you want to be a serious political influencer. If you are disappointed for a given deal, over a given deal, don't blow it out. Don't start attacking people. What you are doing is that you make someone fear engaging you in future because you know if you get disappointed, this is how you react. Disappointments are common, are normal in all businesses. You must be intelligent how you handle deals. That is how you can succeed in politics. So take that challenge, be serious about political influencing, you will get opportunities just like we have. Asante.
Thank you so much, Francis. I'll throw the ball to the creators. One question from each row. Matters misuse of AI or anything?
Misuse of AI.
Misuse
questions?
of AI. Anything matters AI. There's a question back.
By the way, we are warming up for elections. So you better position yourself better so that you can be one of the Viscount co-ward. So a question here.
Hi everyone. I'm Brahimu Christobert. I'm here representing Lolwe AI and Robotics Studio. Actually, I was so interested in the evening session, particularly because it talks on AI. I'm a creative in the line of software development. I've been developing AI tools for 12 years. And right now, since in 2012 when we are developing AI tools, there was no data protection right. This came up in 2019. And we are in a very good space at the moment, but I think we are missing the opportunity because we are not discussing. I think we are missing the opportunity because we are not discussing the policy framework of implementing AI. Because you know, something about AI, AI is a tool that is learning, okay? It requires data sets that you put in. Sorry. My question is, since AI are adaptive technology, they are always learning, how are we as creatives programming it? Like, how are we interacting with the data sets, the ones that give us this information? And I also have a product that I would wish to present to the content creators here. There's a platform we are creating. We are co-creating with some developers in UK and India. It's called Curatora. It's specifically for content creators. And this is something, at the moment we are training it to learn local dialects so that at least when you prompt it, when you want to extract content creation from it, it's like Perplexity. But now, Curatora, what we are teaching it is how to localize your content. Now, the biggest, last week, the Ministry of ICT launched the Kenya National Data Strategy and Data Policy. How are we safeguarding the privacy and individual rights as content creators? Because we've seen a lot of abuse, and it has been raised here, where now some prolific leaders, they get attacked using AI, and we are not safe. Like, if they can do that to our leaders, they can also do it to you. So how do we support AI development through reliable and high quality data sets? So that is our challenge to us as content creators.
Thank you so much. Question on AI?
There's a hand this side. And this side as well.
Where?
Still.
Okay, so before I ask my question, mine is just to add a little bit. The conversation is really great, like you said, that for us as creators, we need to use AI as a co-pilot, like to really complement the idea that we have. But then my question is, for the creator out there, how then do we as creators be at the center of the AI conversation? Because just like the guy who has just spoken, he has said that AI is still a learning in progress, and still they are feeding it. Like, even if you look at some of the research of these AI brands and companies. And so my question is, how then, because they are feeding material, whether it's written material, visual material to these AI, so more so for creators in Africa, how then can we be the center of the AI conversation? Like, we can get some of our content to be used to teach these AI. Maybe somebody like Jagiro can help us.
Let's go first with the three, with the two. Oh, MC Still.
Yeah. Take Still.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is MC Steele, and mine will be very brief. I'll just like to ask, tried using AI, more so ChatGPT, for research and any other thing. Gemini and all. One challenge I have come to realize is anytime you're looking for information that is cultural or information that is Obunga, ya watu Obunga, you'll find that AI doesn't have most of the answers to that. What are the possible ways that you can preserve our culture without AI interfering with our culture? Because sometimes you realize that there are certain nitty-gritties that change the authenticity of our culture if attached to AI.
Thank you. I think we'll
Can I
handle
seek
it
clarification about that last question?
Yes.
Are you asking how to preserve the culture or how we can have artificial intelligence learn the culture?
How we can have artificial intelligence harness the culture, preserve it for the future.
The question is this: how many books are digitized? How many books on culture, or how many content on culture are digitized, so that AI tools are able to pick the contents? If they are all in hard copies, if all our books are in hard copies, how do you expect AI tools to pick? Because these are digital footprints. So if we want to ensure that we can use AI progressively, even in harnessing or refining our culture or getting cultural content, then it means we have to digitize our cultural contents. For me, that is the best way to go about it.
Satisfied?
Yeah, there's a gentleman that asked about how we can have, AI train our staff. And then there's the other gentleman on the other end that talked about something that is very interesting. He talked about data sets and how we can have, AI learning on our data sets and how to find those data sets. First of all, I'm very curious, gentleman. The data set that you are learning on, where did you buy it from? You and your friends from the UK. That's very interesting. That you are having your AI learn on our data set, our local dialects, and we don't know where you are getting it from. So perhaps there is money there. You'll tell us what is going on there. The other question that the gentleman asked about the data sets and how we can learn it, actually something very interesting is that last month I had a contract with OpenAI to learn on dialogues with Jagero podcast. So, and when we talked about monetization, that's, I think, is a very big thing that is going to happen. It is important, actually, that if you want to learn on somebody else's material, then it is important that you ask them. If you want to create a voice out of the chair lady here, then you have to ask them to do that. So I think it is something that is going to be very profitable for content creators when we allow our data sets to be used for teaching AI. So I think that is interesting. And some of the questions that we are asking, for example, the gentleman that is talking about Obunga, I grew up down there in Obunga, and it's interesting that a lot of people, us, are not creating content about these things. Like I said before, that a lot of us in the area of Nyanza are going the way of comedy. And I think they are doing that because a lot of people before us were doing a lot of comedy. But if somebody was documenting Obunga and writing about Obunga in long form text, then you can imagine that AI would have something to train. AI trains on what is already there. The gentleman talked about artificial intelligence and said that we cannot have artificial intelligence without human intelligence. So we do not have human content on Obunga. So AI can't learn on it because it is not there. The other time, last year, I was trying to test if AI can do Amapiano from South Africa. It's not able to do Amapiano because it's not been trained on it. So I think that is what I would say, is that people need to create content. And I would say what Viscount has said, that there is a lot of opportunity in Nyanza. And I think that the best thing for us is to go out there and start creating content. And I was talking to a lady there and I asked her, which do you know if there are podcasts in Kisumu where people are sitting in a studio and talking for 1 hour about a specific topic? And she's telling me that there are very few. Few. She told me, huh?
She lied.
She's lying. Yeah.
Bobby, do you agree?
There has been an upsurge of podcasts within Kisumu in the recent past. The last 6 months, I believe, we've had a skyrocketing upsurge of podcasts within Kisumu. And there are even spaces. I cannot put a number to it, Sebi, but even in the house, today, right now, we have Tribe Dala in the house.
All right.
Yes, we have Tribe Dala podcast in the house. We have Major Son Weddings in the house. We have
Ideal Corner.
He asked Kisumu.
I was born in Kisumu.
Oh, sorry, Jageru. There's Ideal Corner. There's one that Howie used to run. There's one that Howie used to run. I'm forgetting the name.
Okay.
Then there's Unmasquerade show that is run by my friend Monica, MC Monica. There's been so much.
Okay.
There's also a lady that usually runs one of the podcasts that keeps on getting awards year in, year out during the podcast sessions that happen within the East African region, and she wins the awards from here. So I disagree with that fact.
All right. Anyway, so then that means we have got the data set to train our AI on. So that is what I want to say. Thank you.
Just to add on top, Fred Odongo said that he is working on Simbi Nyaima. I guess when that go online, then AI will pick it. So we shall have a story, or we shall have information or data on Simbi Nyaima, right?
Thank you, Sebi. I'm hoping kila swali imejibiwa.
Okay.
Pati tu ya mwisho tu.
Okay, good evening. I'm Mike Bildad. So mine is a concern and also a question at the same time. My concern is in the past days, I came to realize that AI is taking over the content creation industry in a very massive way. In that currently you can find that there are movies that are being generated by AI. And I came to realize this when I was going through my FYP, and then this person called Dejinova, his contents pop up, and then I get to realize that people are now using AI to generate movies and also animations. So you find that this is going to an industry in that somebody like a camera person, an editor, is going to lose they are going to lose their job, because now there will be no that part of pre-production, because the AI tool shall have done it. So my question is, should we fear these AI tools, or should we cooperate and incorporate?
To answer that, I think we've tried to say we are supposed to be collaborating, incorporating AI in our day-to-day. And what AI should do to you as a professional, say a photographer or an editor, you need to go over and beyond and outdo artificial intelligence, because you're human. So you need to really tap into your creativity and do better. Yeah? So it shouldn't be a competition between you and AI. The real competition is between photographers who use AI and photographers who don't. Like, if you're really using it as a helper, you should do better than someone who is not using it. You need to use it as an assistant.
Thank you so much. Final thoughts? Let's wrap up. My speakers, final thoughts?
For me, my final thought is not going to be about AI anymore. My final thought is going to say that if you are into content creation, I think that DAC, or the association, has given us a lot of help. And you can now reach anybody that you want to reach. I was telling my people like him that want to start a podcast, they should start it now. They should start it now. They should have that conversation now. And the other thing that I would like to say is that content creation is a gateway out of poverty. Is a gateway out of poverty. When I started it, I didn't think that I was going to be paid about this thing because I just like. And people just think that podcasting is going to give them money with the content they create. If you are talking about branding in your podcast and ask Brian there, he will tell you that a lot of people will come to you to brand with you and to give you business. So it's not just about the content that you're creating that is giving you money, but even what you learned in school is you're getting business through that podcast. People call me to go and speak and interview others for them. Yesterday, okay. Let me not say that. You know, so content creator, not just creating that content. Even people giving you things and donating to your projects, you know, it's a lot of things. You have a phone in your hand. Please don't wait for a camera.
Sure.
All right? And as saying this, I would like to say, I don't know whether an MC is going to be here after us. I want to give a mic to somebody who wants to create content, but does not know how to create content. I am going to sponsor one person to have, what is it called? There is something in Kisumu called Baraza Media Lab. You know, right? And so I want to sponsor one person to go and be creating their content there. They charge 12,000 a year. Right now it is going at 50%, the offer. So I will do that for somebody. On Saturday, I am at Baraza Media talking, creating content with the content creators in Kisumu. Please come, let's just talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I want to say thank you to my speakers, Winnie, Jagero, Lydia, Sejo, Francis, and Triza. Thank you so much. It was Matters AI content creators. Please, Matters authenticity, tafadhali, originality, and most importantly, be informed and do your thing. Do your thing. My name is Terry T. I talk for a living. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, panel. We really appreciate you all for that. And by the way, the conversation about AI can take more than a day to just learn. We all agree that we use AI in our daily activities, ChatGPT and all that. Even on LinkedIn, now if you want to do something, they will ask you, do you need AI generated something? So AI is becoming part of our daily operations. So round of applause for the panel. Did you guys learn something? I'd said that forget about the girl, the number you got from this. Make sure you learn. And that is how we move forward. Make sure you meet a new person. Make sure you learn. MC Jesse, because I'm not the MC. Okay, I'll hand over the mic to MC Steele. He can do the way he does. Final remark is that we are really grateful and we want to thank this gentleman called Evans. We reached out to him. He will definitely, I'll give him a mic before the MC, so just come. Now I be a Siri. I once said that you must stand out. When we shall be electing leaders, make sure that your name can be suggested. Make sure, I know you guys, by the way, you have something that we don't have in Nairobi. You have a WhatsApp group for content creators and influencers. Amazing, amazing. So one challenge I want to put to you is that make sure that you stand out, make sure that your niche is there, make sure that people can actually point, when they say who can influence a shop, then your name is there. So when we be electing leaders, then you don't have a problem.
you will not face challenges. So we reached out to Evans and he's done an amazing job. I believe everyone here had a call or had a hand or he had a hand on it, and you're here as the proverbial tortoise. Ukiona tortoise kwa meza, ujue mtu ameiweka hapo. So today we are here courtesy of Evans, and I really want to appreciate you for the good job. Definitely I wouldn't have jazzed this hall, and he did it single-handedly with his people. So thank you. It's your time to shine.
Good evening, everyone. Meshiba. Okay, according to me, mimi napendanga vitu zenye zinaenda straight. So I think hii event imeenda straight juu venye tulikuwa tuna collaborate na chairman or secretary na kila mtu na kina Sebi pia. So thank you very much for coming. Mimi na appreciate sana. Mimi sinanga mambo mingi, mimi ni keyboard warrior. So hapa kwa kuongea like sina mambo mengi. Sebi, thank you for giving this opportunity. I appreciate.
Thank you. Guys, don't forget to follow Digital Content Creators Association of Kenya on social media. Make sure you follow Digital Content Creators Association of Kenya on Facebook. Please. We were 400. At least we shall move from 60 to 460. Make sure you follow. We are on all platforms. So I'll hand over mic to MC Jesse. As we wrap up, Bwana SG, we've had amazing event. I mean, amazing. Yeah, you were listening online on Matters AI, and we've asked, how can AI doesn't know about Meru? What are you going to do about your culture? How are you going to harness your culture into AI? So thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Hata clap, surely. Kula kizungu.
Ebu appreciate huyu mrembo wenu wa nyumbani. Yeah, so AI Meru tunaitanga AI. Naona siku hizi watu bwana wanatumia AI. Umeona zile AI zimeenda Tanzania? Hata waitangi Tanzania. Umeona AI za Santania? Kiangai watu wameenda huko wamefahamia surubu. Ule mama Samia wa surubu wa Tanzania saa hii alishanyulia. Amekufa amewekwa kwa coffin bwana. Na wa Kenya watu wanatumia AI. So guys, have you enjoyed the session? Do you want us, wale wako nyuma wote na jomko kwa simu, it's okay, ni digital creators. Lakini nataka kuuliza, do you want us to come back here for another training session? When do you want us to come back? Okay, not tomorrow. Hata si leo hata nyinyi bwana. Tumewaona sana. Wacha tukaone wengine. So don't forget. I've been told there are people who came late. They didn't hear about what we said in the morning and what SG said. But we'll be giving closing remarks together with our Secretary General, Terence Creative. We were just following the conversations on our platform online just now, and we are trying to get ideas and some of the things that we want to do in Kisumu again. So I want you to do this, yeah? Just as we said, follow each other hapa. And then also, najua nyinyi hapa hivi, hata kama naandika kanga Kijaluo, niko na watu naulizanga, what does this mean? Wanatuambia, wao wengine hapa, kuna wenye hata waona nangi, mnachukiana online wengine, lakini leo mmekaa, wengine mmekula hapo na mnajuana. Unajua, wewe ndio unaitangwa nani? Ni mimi na mimi nakutusingi. Ni wewe. Okay bas, mambo uko mzima? Matusi yako inakuanga hatari. Na yako pia ni noma. Tuendelee hivyo hivyo bwana. You see, mnatukanana online, lakini hapa nyinyi mabeshte. Let me tell you, kwa comedy si tunakuanga na hizo banta. Nikiona Terence online naweza muenjoy. Na hata ni enjoy back. Obina kama mimi na Obina na demu wa Facebook ile inakuanga ni beef. Tunashindania nanga huyo demu online. Sawa? Online. Kuna siku nilitoa comment ya mtu anaweza gongea Obina demu wa Facebook, anaweza pia mgongea mama county. So
watu wakakuja tukaambia users, you're not welcome here. This is our 3 people thing. Si ni mabeshte, si supportiana, mtu akiona event si uenda, ama hata tunapostiana, we don't need to charge. Nikipata Terence akona event naweza post, si lazima aniambie, ni aje Jesse ni postie event. You just post. Na yeye pia anaweza post yangu without sisi kuambia. Na we do the same. So nyinyi hapa, that is one thing tutawaacha nayo. So Kisumu will be coming back. As we said, the association is going around the country. As you get members, remember, wale watu hawako hapa, share with them the link, or you can take a photo of the QR code and then send to them. This is how you join, and let it be known the next time we come back here, it is free, it is open to all content creators. Ataka ujapata invite, you are the one tunapostia. Tukisema it is about the Digital Content Creators Association. You are a creator, come. So the next one, I'm assuming tutakuwa 3 times this number. Si ndio? Mshatuma ujumbe kwa watu wote wa Kisumu. Wamejua tuko hapa. Wamejua nyinyi mko hapa, si ndio? So we are going to do the same. So as we close, because now time yetu imeisha, na pia hata sisi tunataka kujibamba bamba Kisumu kidogo, I want to invite my SG to come also and give his closing remarks juu mkutano ni yake. Let's appreciate our SG Terence Creative.
Thank you very much. You are good. You have earned. Have you earned? Have you earned? How many have earned knowledge? Yeah. It is also earning. It's a way of going there. Tusimame to toast. Just let's toast to this. Mnani kona glasi? Si mko na kichupa, mchukue chupa. Ni venye hawa wajanilipa. You remember what I said? Yeah, so niweke maji. Stand up all of us. I show you how we toast, because we are one community, we are one association. Tafuta mtu mmoja. Niongezee haya, uko na glass. Shika glass, angalia mtu mmoja hapo. We need to move as union. Chukua tu hiyo maji yako tu, Jesse niangalie. I repeat after me. Never below you, weka hapa chini. Never below you, never above you, always beside you. Good. Cheers, guys. Tumeelewana? 1, 2, go. Never below you, never above you, always beside you. Cheers, guys. To the association. What that basically means is, from now henceforth, hakuna venye tutaacha msanii mwenzetu ahangaike na sisi tuko na uwezo. Alright? Tunaelewana? Si hata nyinyi mmechoka kuona wasanii tukitukano, tumeleta pay bill. You understand? We should be able to sustain ourselves as an association. When you have a problem, you see what the association can do so that you are not able to struggle and to go through bullying and you are mourning at the same time. Juu wanasemanga turingie tu, tunangoja pay bill. Semeni washindwe. Semeni washindwe. Tutatia bidii, Mungu atatusaidia, and we will move ahead. Thank you so much for being the pioneer team. Jipigeni makofi tafadhali. Kisumu, pigeni makofi ya client wasikie pale nje. Tumesema kazi ya Kisumu haitatoka hapa kabla haijatupewa. Tumesema hakuna mtu atakuja hapa afanye influencing kabla hatuja prioritize watu wa wapi? Kisumu. Sawa sawa.
Terence, kuna moja hapa wa Kisumu.
Yes.
Ametupea ile idea tulikuwa tuna discuss. I think you haven't mentioned it here.
Yes.
Nipe sauti kidogo kwa hii. Aha. Asante. One of the Kisumu creators aliniambia, as an association.
Yes.
We discussed this, but it's the same thing alikuwa nasema. We should also talk to other associations,
yes,
like the Association of Manufacturers, because we're able to reach them, fishermen, other agencies, to tell them about the association,
yes,
so that wewe msanii mkubwa,
yes,
badala ya kulipwa 1 million ukuje kupromote Acacia, we can suggest here tukunyanganye pesa. If they want bado tunaendelea, lakini why can't we have 10 Kisumu creators
mia sharing
the 1 million? Unaonaje?
That's a good thing. That's very good.
So it is the work of the association to talk to other associations so that hizi jobs ziweze kutu
us. Think about that. I don't want to speak much. I need to enjoy Kisumu. So we need someone to pray. Kuna mluya hapa atuombe.
And then
number ime balance.
You like these people? You want them to be the leaders here? SG, let them know they are the interim leaders. Ninyume wa select sahi. Watengeneze hiyo WhatsApp group. And all of you please, you be in it. Sawa sawa?
Yes.
Discussini mambo yenu hapo vile SG amesema. Then we will tutarudi tena through hawa wata make sure we come back. Will be more. By the time tunafanya National Delegates Conference. Hawa watakuwa in charge of the whole Kisumu Western region. Mukuje nyinyi wote. Hiyo time tutasema fare ikuje. Then when we are in Nairobi, all of us, because I know we'll be like 10,000, we'll meet in Kasarani Gymnasium. Tutajaza is 15,000. Tutakuwa more than that. Then tukiwa hapo tuta amend some of the constitution yenye tuna propose some of the things tumeandika. We'll read to all of you so that mkue familiar na constitution ya association. Then any my opinion tutoe pale, and hata vile tutasonga kama tutasema tutakuwa tuna contribute yearly or monthly to sustain the association, we will propose then. Mumeelewa vision ya association? So that's where we are going. Now we have a home. Amen?
Yeah.
Wapi hiyo mluya kuombea?
Tumebalance hapa ama tuko sawa? Say something.
Before muombe kuna chai.
Okay. Na mali pa kulala.
Kuna usiende bila hiyo chai. Hapo sasa ndio tunafanya what we call networking and collaboration.
Yeah. And follow, please, I'm insisting, make sure you follow each other. Content creation page yetu DCCAK mufollow and follow each other. Kabla tuombe, tukunywe chai, alafu tutalala. Mahali ulilala jana ndio utalala leo. Nani atatuombe? Kuja utuombe. Panda stage, ingia na viatu. Sema jina yako na handle tukufollow.
Okay, my name is Howie. You can find me on most social media platforms as Chop Life Howie, because we're here to chop this life and enjoy ourselves. Chop rice, but we're chopping life, not rice. Tumeshakula. So please, let us all be in the mood of prayer. Father God, we thank you for this wonderful day. We thank you, Lord, that you are the Alpha, you are the Omega, you are the beginning, you are the end. You know the beginning from the end, O Lord. Father God, as we have gathered here today, O Lord, we pray that you may continue to be with us as individuals. You may continue to be with us as a group. You may continue to be with us as a family. We pray, Lord, that whatever has commenced here, O Father, it's not by our strength, it's not by our power, but it is simply by your grace and by your spirit. We pray, Lord, that you may continue to go before us, O God, continue to level all the mountains, continue to help us with wisdom, O Lord, on how we will get to that next stage. We thank you for this starting point, O Lord, and we don't take it for granted, O Lord. We put everything, O Lord, in your hands, for we know you are the only one that knows what tomorrow looks like, O Lord. We can only perceive what we think it looks like. But from this meeting, oh God, we know that the future is definitely bright for us as content creators, for us as people from Kisumu and this region, for us as Kenyans all over the world, oh Lord. We pray, Lord, that you may continue to have your will and have your way with us, and may we continue to do that which you have purposed us to do by your grace. We pray all of this believing and trusting in Jesus' name.
DJ kidogo. Aya, wewe munaenda aje kimalamala?
Ngojeni.
Atuendangi hivyo hata wewe Bishop. So sasa najua interact mnajuana, lakini hii wakati kucheza huu wimbo we interact na unasalimia at least 10 people. Ujui nani utapata hapo, unaweza jiangukia mtu. So saa hii ni ya kuambia mtu thank you for coming for this. Yeah. We appreciate you. Alafu jua handle yake kutaka mfollow.
Yeah. Alafu namwambia good to see you my fellow millionaire. Ukiita itakuja good to see you fellow millionaires. Yeah. In dollars. In dollars. USD account. Follow each other. Good to see you, fellow millionaire. In USD. Fellow millionaire. In USD. Tusiwache chai.